Chapter 47 of A Book of Discovery. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 47 Bruce's Travels in Abyssinia. Perhaps one of the strangest facts in the whole history of exploration is that Africa was almost an unknown land 100 years ago, and stranger still that there remains today nearly 1/11 of the whole area still unexplored, and yet it is one of the three old continents that appear on every old chart of the world in ancient days, with its many-mouthed Nile rising in weird spots and flowing in sundry impossible directions. Sometimes it joins the mysterious Niger, and together they flow through country labelled Unknown, or Desert, or Negro Land, or an enterprising cartographer fills up vacant spaces with wild animals stalking through the land. The coast tells a different tale. The west shores are studded with trading forts belonging to English, Danes, Dutch, and Portuguese, where slaves from the interior awaited shipment to the various countries that required negro labor. The slave trade was the great, in fact the only, attraction to Africa at the beginning of the 18th century. In pursuit of this, men would penetrate quite a long way into the interior, but through the long centuries few explorers had travelled to the Dark Continent. Towards the end of the century we suddenly get one man, a young Scottish giant named James Bruce, thirsting for exploration for its own sake. He cared not for slaves or gold or ivory; he just wanted to discover the source of the Nile, over which a great mystery had hung since the days of Herodotus. The Mountains of the Moon figure largely on the Old World maps, but Bruce decided to rediscover these for himself. Herodotus had said that Nile turned west and became the Niger. Others said it turned east, and somehow joined the Tigris and Euphrates. Indeed, such was the uncertainty regarding its source that to discover the source of the Nile seemed equivalent to performing the impossible. James Bruce, athletic, daring, standing 6 feet 4, seemed at the age of 24 made for a life of travel and adventure. His business took him to Spain and Portugal. He studied Arabic and the ancient language of Abyssinia. He came under the notice of Pitt, and was made consul of Algiers. The idea of the undiscovered sources of the Nile took strong hold of Bruce's imagination. It was at this moment, he says, that I resolved that this great discovery should either be achieved by me, or remain, as it has done for 3000 years, a defiance to all travellers. A violent dispute with the old Bey of Algiers ended Bruce's consulate, and in 1765, the spirit of adventure strong upon him, he sailed along the North African coast, landed at Tunis, and made his way to Tripoli. On the frontier he found a tribe of Arabs set apart to destroy the lions which beset the neighbourhood. These people not only killed but ate the lions, and they prevailed on Bruce to share their repast. But one meal was enough for the young explorer. In burning heat across the desert sands he passed on. Once a great caravan arrived, journeying from Fez to Mecca, consisting of 3000 men with camels laden with merchandise. But this religious pilgrimage was plundered in the desert soon after. Arrived at Benghazi, Bruce found a terrible famine raging, so he embarked on a little Greek ship bound for Crete. It was crowded with Arabs, the captain was ignorant, a violent storm arose, and close to Benghazi the ship struck upon a rock. Lowering a boat, Bruce and a number of Arabs sprang in and tried to row ashore. But wave after wave broke over them, and at last they had to swim for their lives. The surf was breaking on the shore, and Bruce was washed up breathless and exhausted. Arabs flocking down to plunder the wreck found Bruce, and with blows and kicks stripped him of all his clothes, and left him naked on the barren shore. At last an old Arab came along, threw a dirty rag over him, and led him to a tent, whence he reached Benghazi once more, and soon after crossed to Crete. It was not till July 1768 that the explorer at last reached Cairo en route from Abyssinia, and 5 months later embarked on board a Nile boat or kanja. His cabin had close latticed windows, made not only to admit fresh air, but to be a defence against a set of robbers on the Nile, who were wont to swim under water in the dark or on goatskins to pilfer any passing boats. Then, unfurling her vast sails, the kanja bore Bruce on the first stage of his great journey. The explorer spent some time in trying to find the lost site of old Memphis, but this was difficult. A man's heart fails him in looking to the south, he says. He is lost in the immense expanse of desert, which he sees full of pyramids before him. Struck with terror from the unusual scene of vastness opened all at once upon leaving the palm trees, he becomes dispirited from the effect of the sultry climate. For some days the kanja, with a fair wind, stemmed the strong current of the Nile. With great velocity she raced past various villages through the narrow green valley of cultivation, till the scene changed and large plantations of sugar canes and dates began. The wind had now become so strong that the kanja could scarcely carry her sails. The current was rapid, and the velocity with which she dashed against the water was terrible. Still she flew on day after day, till early in January they reached the spot where spreading Nile parts 100-gated Thebes. Solitude and silence reigned over the magnificent old sepulchres. The 100 gates were gone, robbers swarmed, and the traveller hastened away. So on to Luxor and Karnak, to a great encampment of Arabs, who held sway over the desert which Bruce had now to cross. The old sheikh, whose protection was necessary, known as the Tiger from his ferocious disposition, was very ill in his tent. Bruce gave him some lime water, which eased his pain, and rising from the ground, the old Arab stood upright and cried, "Cursed be those of my people that ever shall lift up their hand against you in the desert." He strongly advised Bruce to return to Kenne and cross the desert from there instead of going on by the Nile. Reluctantly Bruce turned back, and on 16th February 1769 he joined a caravan setting out to cross the desert to the shores of the Red Sea. Our road, he says, was all the way in an open plain bounded by hillocks of sand and fine gravel, perfectly hard, but without trees, shrubs, or herbs. There are not even the traces of any living creature, neither serpent, lizard, antelope, nor ostrich, the usual inhabitants of the most dreary deserts. There is no sort of water, even the birds seem to avoid the place as pestilential. The sun was burning hot. In a few days the scene changed, and Bruce is noting that in 4 days he passes more granite, porphyry, marble, and jasper than would build Rome, Athens, Corinth, Memphis, Alexandria, and half a dozen more. At last, after a week's travel, they reached Kosir, the little mud-walled village on the shores of the Red Sea. Here Bruce embarked in a small boat, the planks of which were sewn together instead of nailed, with a sort of a straw mattress as a sail, for the emerald mines described by Pliny, but he was driven back by a tremendous storm. Determined to survey the Red Sea, he sailed to the north, and after landing at Tor at the foot of Mount Sinai, he sailed down the bleak coast of Arabia to Jeddah, the port of Mecca. By this time he was shaking with ague and fever, scorched by the burning sun, and weather beaten by wind and storm. Moreover, he was still dressed as a Turkish soldier. He was glad enough to find kindly English at Jeddah, and after 2 months' rest he sailed on to the Straits of Bab el Mandeb. Being now on English ground, he drank the king's health and sailed across to Massoua. the main port of Abyssinia. Although he had letters of introduction from Judah, he had some difficulty with the chief of Massoua, but at last, dressed in long white Moorish robes, he broke away, and in November 1769 started forth for Gondar, the capital of Abyssinia. It was nearly 150 years since any European of note had visited the country, and it was hard to get any information. His way led across mountainous country, rugged and steep. Far above the top of all towers that stupendous mass, the mountain of Taranta, probably one of the highest in the world, the point of which is buried in the clouds, and very rarely seen but in the clearest weather, at other times abandoned to perpetual mist and darkness, the seat of lightning, thunder, and of storm. Violent storms added to the terrors of the way. Trees were torn up by the roots, and swollen streams rushed along in torrents. Bruce had started with his quadrant carried by 4 men, but the task of getting his cumbersome instruments up the steep sides of Taranta was intense. However, they reached the top at last, to find a huge plain, perhaps one of the highest in the world, and herds of beautiful cattle feeding. The cows were completely white, with large dewlaps hanging down to their knees, white horns, and long silky hair. After 95 days' journey, on 14th February, Bruce reached Gondar, the capital, on the flat summit of a high hill. Here lived the king of Abyssinia, a supposed descendant of King Solomon, but at the present time the country was in a lawless and unsettled condition. Moreover, smallpox was raging at the palace, and the royal children were smitten with it. Bruce's knowledge of medicine now stood him again in good stead. He opened all the doors and windows of the palace, washed his little patients with vinegar and warm water, sent away those not already infected, and all recovered. Bruce had sprung into court favor. The ferocious chieftain Ras Michael, who had killed one king, poisoned another, and was now ruling in the name of a third, sent for him. The old chief was dressed in a coarse, dirty garment wrapped round him like a blanket. His long white hair hung down over his shoulders, while behind him stood soldiers, their lances ornamented with shreds of scarlet cloth, one for every man slain in a battle. Bruce was appointed master of the king's horse, a high office and richly paid. But I told him this was no kindness, said the explorer. My only wish was to see the country and find the sources of the Nile. But time passed on, and they would not let him go, until at last he persuaded the authorities to make him ruler over the province where the Blue Nile was supposed to rise. Amid great opposition he at last left the palace of Gondar on 28th October 1770, and was soon on his way to the south, to see a river and a bog, no part of which he could take away. An expedition wholly incomprehensible to the royal folk at Gondar. 2 days' march brought him to the shores of the great lake Tsana, into which, despite the fact that he was tremendously hot and that crocodiles abounded there, the hardy young explorer plunged for a swim, and thus refreshed he proceeded on his way. He had now to encounter a new chieftain named Fasil, who at first refused to give him leave to pass on his way. It was not until Bruce had shown himself an able horseman and exhibited feats of strength and prowess that leave was at last granted. Fasil tested him in this wise. 12 horses were brought to Bruce, saddled and bridled, to know which he would like to ride. Selecting an apparently quiet beast, the young traveller mounted. For the first 2 minutes, he says, I do not know whether I was most in the earth or in the air. He kicked behind, reared before, leaped like a deer all 4 legs off the ground. He then attempted to gallop, taking the bridle in his teeth. He continued to gallop and ran away as hard as he could, plunging out behind every 10 yards, till he had no longer breath or strength, and I began to think he would scarce carry me to the camp. On his return, Bruce mounted his own horse, and taking his double-barrelled gun, he rode about, twisting and turning his horse in every direction, to the admiration of these wild Abyssinian folk. Not only did Fasil now let him go, but he dressed him in a fine, loose muslin garment which reached to his feet, gave him guides and a handsome grey horse. "Take this horse," he said, "as a present from me. Do not mount it yourself, drive it before you, saddled and bridled as it is. No man will touch you when he sees that horse." Bruce obeyed his orders, and the horse was driven in front of him. The horse was magic. The people gave it handfuls of barley and paid more respect to it than to Bruce himself, though in many cases the people seemed scared by the appearance of the horse and fled away. On 2nd November the Nile came into sight. It was only 260 feet broad, but it was deeply revered by the people who lived on its banks. They refused to allow Bruce to ride across, but insisted on his taking off his shoes and walking through the shallow stream. It now became difficult to get food as they crossed the scorching hot plains. But Bruce was nearing his goal, and at last he stood at the top of the great Abyssinian tableland. Immediately below us appeared the Nile itself, strangely diminished in size, now only a brook that had scarcely water to turn a mill. Throwing off his shoes, trampling down the flowers that grew on the mountainside, falling twice in his excitement, Bruce ran down in breathless haste till he reached the hillock of green sod which has made his name so famous. It is easier to guess than to describe the situation of my mind at that moment, standing in that spot which had baffled the genius, industry, and inquiry of both ancients and moderns for the course of near 3,000 years. Kings had attempted this discovery at the heads of their armies. Fame, riches, and honor had been held out for a series of ages without having produced one man capable of wiping off this stain upon the enterprise and abilities of mankind, or adding this desideratum for the encouragement of geography. Though a mere private Briton, I triumphed here over kings and their armies. I was but a few minutes arrived at the source of the Nile, through numberless dangers and sufferings, the least of which would have overwhelmed me but for the continual goodness and protection of Providence. I was, however, but then half through my journey, and all those dangers which I had already passed awaited me again on my return. I found a despondency gaining ground fast upon me, and blasting the crown of laurels I had too rashly woven for myself. Bruce then filled a large coconut shell, which he had brought from Arabia, full of the Nile water, and drank to the health of His Majesty King George III. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 48 Mungo Park and the Niger. Bruce died in the spring of 1794. Just a year later, another Scotsman, Mungo Park, from Selkirk, started off to explore the great river Niger, whose course was as mysterious as that of the Nile. Most of the early geographers knew something of a great river running through Negroland. Indeed, Herodotus tells of 5 young men, the Nasamones, who set out to explore the very heart of Africa. Arrived at the edge of the great sandy desert, they collected provisions and supplied themselves with water, and plunged courageously into the unknown. For weary days they made their way across to the south, till they were rewarded by finding themselves in a fertile land, well watered by lakes and marshes, with fruit trees and a little race of men and women whom they called pygmies. And a large river was flowing from west to east, probably the Niger. But the days of Herodotus are long since past. It was centuries later when the Arabs, furious with the faith of Mohammed, swept over the unexplored lands. With a fury enthusiasm that nothing could withstand, and inspired by a hope of heaven which nothing could shake, they swept from district to district, from tribe to tribe, everywhere proclaiming to roving multitudes the faith of their master. In this spirit they had faced the terrors of the Sahara Desert, and in the 10th century reached the land of the Negroes, found the Niger, and established schools and mosques westward of Timbuktu. Portugal had then begun to play her part, and the 15th century is full of the wonderful voyages inspired by Prince Henry of Portugal, which culminated in the triumph of Vasco da Gama's great voyage to India by the Cape of Good Hope. Then the slave trade drew the Elizabethan Englishmen to the shores of West Africa, and the coast was studded with forts and stations in connection with it. Yet in the 18th century the Niger and Timbuktu were still a mystery. In 1778 the African Association was founded, with our old friend Sir Joseph Banks as an active member, inquiring for a suitable man to follow up the work of the explorer Houghton, who had just perished in the desert on his way to Timbuktu. The opportunity produced the man. Mungo Park, a young Scotsman, bitten with the fever of unrest, had just returned from a voyage to the east on board an East India Company's ship. He heard of this new venture and applied for it. The African Association instantly accepted his services, and on 22nd May 1795 Mungo Park left England on board the Endeavour, and after a pleasant voyage of 30 days landed at the mouth of the river Gambia. The river is navigable for 400 miles from its mouth, and Park sailed up to a native town, where the Endeavour was anchored, while he set out on horseback for a little village, Pisania, where a few British subjects traded in slaves, ivory, and gold. Here he stayed a while to learn the language of the country. Fever delayed him till the end of November, when the rains were over, the native crops had been reaped, and food was cheap and plentiful. On 3rd December he made a start, his sole attendants being a negro servant, Johnson, and a slave boy. Mungo Park was mounted on a strong, spirited little horse, his attendants on donkeys. He had provisions for 2 days, beads, amber, and tobacco for buying fresh food, an umbrella, a compass, a thermometer and pocket sextant, some pistols and firearms, and thus attended, thus provided, thus armed, Mungo Park started for the heart of Africa. 3 days' travelling brought him to Medina, where he found the old king sitting on a bullock's hide, warming himself before a large fire. He begged the English explorer to turn back and not to travel into the interior, for the people there had never seen a white man, and would most certainly destroy him. Mungo Park was not so easily deterred, and taking farewell of the good old king, he took a guide and proceeded on his way. A day's journey brought him to a village where a curious custom prevailed. Hanging on a tree, he found a sort of masquerading dress made out of bark. He discovered that it belonged to a strange bugbear known to all the natives of the neighbourhood as Mumbo Jumbo. The natives or Kafirs of this part had many wives, with the result that family quarrels often took place. If a husband was offended by his wife, he disappeared into the woods, disguised himself in the dress of Mumbo Jumbo, and armed with the rod of authority, announced his advent by loud and dismal screams near the town. All hurried to the accepted meeting place, for none dared disobey. The meeting opened with song and dance till midnight, when Mumbo Jumbo announced the offending wife. The unlucky victim was then seized, stripped, tied to a post, and beaten with Mumbo's rod amid the shouts of the assembled company. A few days before Christmas, Park entered Faticonda, the place where Major Houghton had been robbed and badly used. He therefore took some amber, tobacco, and an umbrella as gifts to the king, taking care to put on his best blue coat, lest it should be stolen. The king was delighted with his gifts. He furled and unfurled his umbrella, to the great admiration of his attendants. The king then praised my blue coat, says Park, of which the yellow buttons seemed particularly to catch his fancy, and entreated me to give it to him, assuring me that he would wear it on all public occasions. As it was against my interests to offend him by a refusal, I very quietly took off my coat, the only good one in my possession, and laid it at his feet. Then without his coat and umbrella, but in peace, Park travelled onward to the dangerous district, which was so infested with robbers that the little party had to travel by night. The howling of wild beasts alone broke the awful silence as they crept forth by moonlight on their way. But the news that a white man was travelling through their land spread, and he was surrounded by a party of horsemen, who robbed him of nearly all his possessions. His attendant Johnson urged him to return, for certain death awaited him. But Park was not the man to turn back, and he was soon rewarded by finding the king's nephew, who conducted him in safety to the banks of the Senegal River. Then he travelled on to the next king, who rejoiced in the name of Daisy Corrabari. Here Mungo learned, to his dismay, that war was going on in the province that lay between him and the Niger, and the king could not offer a protection. Still nothing deterred the resolute explorer, who took another route and continued his journey. Again he had to travel by night, for robbers haunted his path, which now lay among Mohammedans. He passed the very spot where Houghton had been left to die of starvation in the desert. As he advanced through these inhospitable regions, new difficulties met him. His attendants firmly refused to move farther. Mungo Park was now alone in the great desert Negro land between the Senegal and the Niger, as with magnificent resolution he continued his way. Suddenly a clear halloo rang out on the night air. It was his black boy, who had followed him to share his fate. Onward they went together, hoping to get safely through the land where Mohammedans ruled over low-caste negroes. Suddenly a party of Moors surrounded him, bidding him come to Ali, the chief, who wished to see a white man and a Christian. Park now found himself the centre of an admiring crowd. Men, women, and children crowded round him, pulling at his clothes and examining his waistcoat buttons till he could hardly move. Arrived at Ali's tent, Mungo found an old man with a long white beard. The surrounding attendants, and especially the ladies, were most inquisitive. They asked 1,000 questions, inspected every part of my clothes, searched my pockets, and obliged me to unbutton my waistcoat and display the whiteness of my skin. They even counted my toes and fingers, as if they doubted whether I was in truth a human being. He was lodged in a hut made of cornstalks, and a wild hog was tied to a stake as a suitable companion for the hated Christian. He was brutally ill-treated, closely watched, and insulted by the rudest savages on earth. The desert winds scorched him, the sand choked him, the heavens above were like brass, the earth beneath as the floor of an oven. Fear came on him, as he dreaded death with his work yet unfinished. At last he escaped from this awful captivity amid the wilds of Africa. Early one morning at sunrise, he stepped over the sleeping negroes, seized his bundle, jumped on to his horse, and rode away as hard as he could. Looking back, he saw 3 Moors in hot pursuit, whooping and brandishing their double-barreled guns. But he was beyond reach, and he breathed again. Now starvation stared him in the face. To the pangs of hunger were added the agony of thirst. the sun beat down pitilessly, and at last Mungo fell on the sand. Here, he thought, here, after a short but ineffectual struggle, I must end all my hopes of being useful in my day and generation. Here must the short span of my life come to an end. But happily a great storm came, and Mungo spread out his clothes to collect the drops of rain, and quenched his thirst by wringing them out and sucking them. After this refreshment he led his tired horse, directing his way by the compass, lit up at intervals by vivid flashes of lightning. It was not till the third week of his flight that his reward came. I was told I should see the Niger early next day, he wrote on 20th July 1796. We were riding through some marshy ground when someone called out, "See the water!" And looking forwards, I saw with infinite pleasure the great object of my mission, the long sought for, majestic Niger, glittering to the morning sun, as broad as the Thames at Westminster, and flowing slowly to the eastward. I hastened to the brink, and having drunk of the water, lifted up my fervent thanks in prayer to the great ruler of all things, for having thus far crowned my endeavours with success. The circumstance of the Niger's flowing towards the east did not excite my surprise, for although I had left Europe in great hesitation on this subject, I had received from negroes clear assurances that its general course was towards the rising sun. He was now near Sego, the capital of Bambara, on the Niger, a city of some 30,000 inhabitants. The view of this extensive city, the numerous canoes upon the river, the crowded population, and the cultivated state of the surrounding country, formed altogether a prospect of civilization and magnificence which I little expected to find in the bosom of Africa. The natives looked at the poor, thin, white stranger with astonishment and fear, and refused to allow him to cross the river. All day he sat without food under the shade of a tree, and was proposing to climb the tree and rest among its branches to find shelter from a coming storm, when a poor negro woman took pity on his deplorable condition. She took him to her hut, lit a lamp, spread a mat upon the floor, broiled him a fish, and allowed him to sleep. While he rested, she spun cotton with other women and sang. The winds roared and the rains fell. The poor white man, faint and weary, came and sat under our tree. He has no mother to bring him milk, no wife to grind his corn. And all joined in the chorus, "Let us pity the white man, no mother has he." Mungo Park left in the morning after presenting his landlady with two of his last 4 brass buttons. But though he made another gallant effort to reach Timbuktu and the Niger, which he was told ran to the world's end, lions and mosquitoes made life impossible. His horse was too weak to carry him any farther, and on 29th July 1796 he sadly turned back. Worn down by sickness, exhausted by hunger and fatigue, half naked, and without any article of value by which I might get provisions, clothes, or lodging, I felt I should sacrifice my life to no purpose, for my discoveries would perish with me. Joining a caravan of slaves, he reached the coast after some 1900 miles, and after an absence of 2 years and 9 months, he found a suit of English clothes, disrobed his chin of venerable encumbrance, and sailed for home. He published an account of the journey in 1799, after which he married and settled in Scotland as a doctor. But his heart was in Africa, and a few years later he started off again to reach Timbuktu. He arrived at the Gambia early in April 1805. "If all goes well," he wrote gaily, "this day 6 weeks I expect to drink all your health in the water of the Niger." He started this time with 44 Europeans, each with donkeys to carry baggage and food, but it was a deplorable little party, that reached the great river on 19th August. 30 men had died on the march, the donkeys had been stolen, the baggage lost, and the joy experienced by the explorer in reaching the waters of the Niger, rolling its immense stream along the plain, was marred by the reduction of his little party to 7. Leave to pass down the river to Timbuktu was obtained by the gift of 2 double-barreled guns to the king, and in their old canoes, patched together under the magnificent name of His Majesty's schooner the Joliba, Greatwater, Mungo Park wrote his last letter home. I am far from desponding. I have changed a large canoe into a tolerably good schooner, on board of which I shall set sail to the east, with the fixed resolution to discover the termination of the Niger, or perish in the attempt. And though all the Europeans who are with me should die, and though I myself were half dead, I would still persevere, and if I could not succeed in the object of my journey, I would at least die on the Niger. It was in this spirit that the commander of the Joliba and a crew of 9 set forth to glide down a great river toward the heart of savage Africa, into the darkness of the unexplored. The rest is silence. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 49. Vancouver discovers his island. While Mungo Park was attempting to find the course of the Niger, the English were busy opening up the great fur trading country in North America. Although Captain Cook had taken possession of Nootka Sound, thinking it was part of the coast of New Albion, men from other nations had been there to establish with the natives a trade in furs. The Spaniards were specially vigorous in opening up communications on this bleak bit of western coast. Great Britain became alarmed and decided to send Captain Vancouver with an English ship to enforce her rights to this valuable port. Vancouver had already sailed with Cook on his second southern voyage. He had accompanied him on the Discovery during his last voyage. He therefore knew something of the coast of Northwest America. On the 15th of December, 1790, I had the honor of receiving my commission as commander of His Majesty's sloop, the Discovery, then lying at Deptford, where I joined her, says Vancouver, Lieutenant Broughton having been selected as a proper officer to command the Chatham. He was accordingly appointed. At day dawn on Friday the 1st of April we took a long farewell of our native shores. Having no particular route to the Pacific Ocean pointed out in my instructions, I did not hesitate to prefer the passage by way of the Cape of Good Hope. In boisterous weather Vancouver rounded the Cape, made some discoveries on the southern coast of New Holland, surveyed part of the New Zealand coast, discovered Chatham Island, and on 17th April 1792 he fell in with the coast of New Albion. It was blowing and raining hard when the coast, soon after to be part of the United States of America, was sighted by the captains and crews of the Discovery and Chatham. Amid gales of wind and torrents of rain, they coasted along the rocky and precipitous shores, on which the surf broke with a dull roar. It was dangerous enough work coasting along this unsurveyed coast, full of sunken rocks on which the sea broke with great violence. Soon they were at Cape Blanco, discovered by Martin d'Aguilar, and a few days later at Cape Foulweather, of Cook fame, close to the so-called straits discovered by the Greek pilot John de Fuca in 1592. Suddenly, relates Vancouver, a sail was discovered to the westward. This was a very great novelty, not having seen any vessel during the last 8 months. She soon hoisted American colors, and proved to be ship Columbia, commanded by Captain Gray, belonging to Boston. He had penetrated about 50 miles into the disputed strait. He spoke of the mouth of a river that was inaccessible owing to breakers. This was afterwards explored by Vancouver, and named the Columbia River, on which Washington now stands. Having examined 215 miles of coast, Vancouver and his two ships now entered the inlet, the Fuca Straits, now the boundary between the United States and British Columbia. All day they made their way up the strait, till night came, and Vancouver relates with pride that we had now advanced farther up this inlet than Mr. Gray or any other person from the civilized world. We are on the point of examining an entirely new region, he adds, and in the most delightful pleasant weather. Snowy ranges of hills, stately forest trees, vast spaces, and the tracks of deer reminded the explorers of old England. The crews were given holiday, and great joy prevailed. Natives soon brought them fish and venison for sale, and were keen to sell their children in exchange for knives, trinkets, and copper. As they advanced through the inlet, the fresh beauty of the country appealed to the English captain. To describe the beauties of this region will be a very grateful task to the pen of a skilful panegyrist. The serenity of the climate, the pleasing landscapes, and the abundant fertility that unassisted nature puts forth, require only to be enriched by the industry of man with villages, mansions, and cottages, to render it the most lovely country that can be imagined. A fortnight was spent among the islands of this inlet, which I have distinguished by the name of Admiralty Inlet, and on the 4th June, 1792, they drank the health of the king, George III., in a double allowance of grog, and on his 54th birthday took formal possession of the country, naming the wider part of the strait the Gulf of Georgia, and the mainland New Georgia. The two ships then made their way through the narrow and intricate channels separating the island of Vancouver from the mainland of British Columbia, till at last, early in August, they emerged into an open channel, discovered by an Englishman 4 years before, and named Queen Charlotte's Sound. Numerous rocky islets made navigation very difficult, and one day in foggy weather the Discovery suddenly grounded on a bed of sunken rocks. The Chatham was near at hand, and at the signal of distress lowered her boats for assistance. For some hours, says Vancouver, immediate and inevitable destruction presented itself. She grounded at 4 in the p.m. Till 2 next morning all hands were working at throwing ballast overboard to lighten her, till, to our inexpressible joy, the return of the tide floated her once more. Having now satisfied himself that this was an island lying close to the mainland, Vancouver made for Nootka Sound, where he arrived at the end of August. At the entrance of the sound he was visited by a Spanish officer with a pilot to lead them to a safe anchorage in Friendly Cove, where the Spanish ship, under one quadra, was riding at anchor. Civilities were interchanged with much harmony and festivity. As many officers as could be spared from the vessel and myself dined with Senor Quadra, and were gratified with a repast we had lately been little accustomed to. A dinner of 5 courses, consisting of a superfluity of the best provisions, was served with great elegance. A royal salute was fired on drinking healths to the sovereigns of England and Spain, and a salute of 17 guns to the success of the service in which the Discovery and Chatham were engaged. But when the true nature of Vancouver's mission was disclosed, there was some little difficulty, for the Spaniards had fortified Nootka, built houses, laid out gardens, and evidently intended to stay. Vancouver sent Captain Broughton home to report the conduct of the Spaniards, and spent his time surveying the coast to the south. Finally all was arranged satisfactorily, and Vancouver sailed off to the Sandwich Islands. When he returned home in the autumn of 1794, he had completed gigantic task of surveying 9,000 miles of unknown coast, chiefly in open boats, with only the loss of 2 men in both crews, a feat that almost rivalled that of Captain Cook. It has been said that Vancouver may proudly take his place with Drake, Cook, Baffin, Parry, and other British navigators, to whom England looks with pride and geographers with gratitude. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 50 Mackenzie and His River. Even while Vancouver was making discoveries on the western coast of North America, Alexander Mackenzie, an enthusiastic young Scotsman, was making discoveries on behalf of the North-Western Company, which was rivaling the old Hudson Bay Company in its work of expansion. His journey right across America from sea to sea is worthy of note, and it has well been said that by opening intercourse between Atlantic and Pacific oceans, and forming regular establishments through the interior and at both extremes, as well as along the coasts and islands, the entire command of the fur trade of North America might be obtained. To this may be added the fishing in both seas and the markets of the 4 quarters of the globe. Mackenzie had already explored the great river flowing through North America to the Arctic seas in 1789. He had brought back news of its great size, its width, its volume of water, only to be mistrusted, till many years later it was found that every word was true, and tributes were paid, not only to his general accuracy, but to his general intelligence as an explorer. In 1792 he started off again, and this time he discovered the immense country that lay hidden behind the Rocky Mountains, known today as British Columbia. He ascended the Peace River, which flows from the Rocky Mountains, and in the spring of 1793, having made his way with much difficulty across this rugged chain, he embarked on a river running to the southwest. Through wild mountainous country on either side he paddled on. The cold was still intense, and the strong mountain currents nearly dashed the canoes to pieces. His Indian guides were obstinate, ignorant, and timid. Mackenzie relates some of his difficulties in graphic language. Throughout the whole of this day the men had been in a state of extreme ill humour, and as they did not choose to vent it openly upon me, they disputed and quarrelled among themselves. About sunset the canoe struck upon the stump of a tree, which broke a large hole in her bottom, a circumstance that gave them an opportunity to let loose their discontents without reserve. I left them as soon as we had landed, and ascended an elevated bank. It now remained for us to fix on a proper place for building another canoe, as the old one was become a complete wreck. At a very early hour of the morning every man was employed in making preparations for building another canoe, and different parties went in search of wood and gum. While the boat was building, Mackenzie gave his crew a good lecture on their conduct. I assured them it was my fixed unalterable determination to proceed in spite of every difficulty and danger. The result was highly satisfactory. The conversation dropped, and the work went on. In 5 days the canoe was ready, and they were soon paddling happily onwards towards the sea, where the Indians told him he would find white men building houses. They reached the coast some 3 weeks later. The Salmon River, as it is called, flows through British Columbia and reaches the sea just north of Vancouver Island, which had been discovered by Vancouver the year before. Alexander Mackenzie had been successful. Let us hear the end of his tale. I now mixed up some vermilion in melted grease, and inscribed in large characters on the southeast face of the rock on which we had slept the last night, this brief memorial. Alexander Mackenzie, from Canada, by land, the 22nd of July, 1793. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 51. Parry discovers Lancaster Sound. The efforts of Arctic explorers of past years, Frobisher, Davis, Baffin, Bering, and Cook, had all been more or less frustrated by the impenetrable barrier of ice, which seemed to stretch across the polar regions like a wall, putting an end to all further advance. Now, early in the 19th century, this impenetrable bar of ice had apparently moved and broken up into detached masses and icebergs. The news of a distinct change in the polar ice was brought home by various traders in the Greenland waters, and soon gave rise to a revival of these voyages for the discovery of the North Pole and a passage round the northern coast of America to the Pacific Ocean. For this coast was totally unknown at this time. Information was collected from casual travellers, whale fishers, and others, with the result that England equipped 2 ships for a voyage of discovery to the disputed regions. These were the Isabella, 885 tons, and the Alexander, 252 tons. Commander Ross being appointed to one and Lieutenant Parry to the other. Parry had served on the coast of North America and had written a little treatise on the stars in the northern hemisphere. He was thinking of offering his services for African discovery when he caught a sight of a paragraph in a paper about an expedition for the discovery of the Northwest Passage. He wrote at once that he was ready for hot or for cold, Africa or the polar regions. And he was at once appointed to the latter. The object of the voyage was clearly set forth. The young explorers were to discover a passage from Davis Strait along the northern coast of America and through the Bering Strait into the Pacific Ocean. Besides this, charts and pictures were to be brought back, and a special artist was to accompany the expedition. Ross himself was an artist, and he has delightfully illustrated his own journals of the expedition. The ships were well supplied with books, and we find the journals of Mackenzie, Hearne, Vancouver, Cook, and other old travelling friends taken for reference. 30 Bibles and 60 Testaments were distributed among the crews. For making friends with the natives, we find a supply of 24 brass kettles, 150 butcher's knives, 350 yards of colored flannel, 100 pounds of snuff, 150 pounds of soap, 40 umbrellas, and much gin and brandy. The expedition left on 18th April, 1818, and I believe, says Ross, there was not a man who did not indulge, after the fashion of a sailor, in feeling that its issue was placed in his hands whose power is most visible in the great deep. Before June had set in, the 2 ships were ploughing their way up the west coast of Greenland in heavy snowstorms. They sailed through Davis Strait, past the island of Disco into Baffin's undefined bay. Icebergs stood high out of the water on all sides, and navigation was very dangerous. Towards the end of July, a bay to which Ross gave the name of Melville Bay, after the first Lord of the Admiralty, was passed. Very high mountains of land and ice were seen to the north side of Melville Bay, forming an impassable barrier, the precipices next the sea being from 1,000 to 2,000 feet high. The ships were sailing slowly past the desolate shores, amid these high icebergs, when suddenly several natives appeared on the ice. Now Ross had brought an Eskimo with him named Sahoes. "Come on!" cried Sahoes to the astonished natives. No, no, go away, they cried. Go away, we can kill you. What great creatures are these? They asked, pointing to the ships. Do they come from the sun or the moon? Do they give us light by night or by day? Pointing southwards, the Hoys told them that the strangers had come from a distant country. That cannot be, there is nothing but ice there, was the answer. Soon the Englishmen made friends with these people, whom they called Arctic Highlanders, giving the name of the Arctic Highlands to all the land in the northeast corner of Baffin's Bay. Passing Cape York, they followed the almost perpendicular coast, even as Baffin had done. They passed Wolstenholme Sound and Whale Sound. They saw Smith's Sound, and named the capes on either side Isabella and Alexander after their two ships. And then Ross gave up all further discovery for the time being in this direction. Even if it be imagined that some narrow strait may exist through these mountains, it is evident that it must for ever be unnavigable, he says decidedly. Being thus satisfied that there could be no further inducement to continue longer in this place, I shaped my course for the next opening which appeared in view to the westward. This was the sound which was afterwards called Jones Sound. We ran 9 miles among very heavy ice until noon, when a very thick fog coming on, we were obliged to take shelter under a large iceberg. Sailing south, but some way from land, a wide opening appeared which answered exactly to the Lancaster Sound of Baffin. Lieutenant Parry and many of his officers felt sure that this was a strait communicating with the open sea to westward, and were both astonished and dismayed when Ross, declaring that he was perfectly satisfied that there was no passage in this direction, turned back. He brought his expedition back to England after a 7-months' trip. But though he was certain enough on the subject, his officers did not agree with him entirely, and the subject of the North-West Passage was still discussed in geographical circles. When young Lieutenant Parry, who had commanded the Alexander and Ross expedition, was consulted, he pressed for further exploration of the far north, and 2 expeditions were soon fitted out, one under Parry and one under Franklin, who had already served with Flinders in Australian exploration. Parry started off first with instructions to explore Lancaster Sound, failing to find a passage, to explore Alderman Jones Sound, failing this again, Sir Thomas Smith's Sound. If he succeeded in getting through to the Bering Strait, he was to go to Kamtchatka and on to the Sandwich Islands. You are to understand, ran the instructions, that the finding of a passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific is the main object of this expedition. On board the Hecla, a ship of 375 tons, with a 180-ton brig, the Gripper, accompanying, Parry sailed away early in May 1819. The first week in July found him crossing the Arctic Circle amid immense icebergs against which a heavy southerly swell was violently agitated, dashing the loose ice with tremendous force, sometimes raising a white spray over them to the height of more than 100 feet, accompanied with a loud noise, exactly resembling the roar of distant thunder. The entrance to Lancaster Sound was reached on 31st July, and, says Parry, it is more easy to imagine than to describe the almost breathless anxiety which was now visible in every countenance, while, as the breeze increased to the fresh gale, we ran quickly up the Sound. Officers and men crowded to the masthead as the ships ran on, till they reached Barrow Strait, so named by them after the Secretary of the Admiralty. We now began to flatter ourselves that we had fairly entered the Polar Sea, and some of the most sanguine among us had even calculated the bearing and distance of Icy Cape as a matter of no very difficult accomplishment. Sailing westward, they found a large island, which they named Melville Island, after the first Lord of the Admiralty, and a bay which still bears the name of Hecla and Gripper Bay. Here, says Parry, the ensigns and pendants were hoisted, and it created in us no ordinary feelings of pleasure to see the British flag waving, for the first time, in those regions which had hitherto been considered beyond the limits of the habitable world. Winter was now quickly advancing, and it was with some difficulty that the ships were forced through the newly formed ice at the head of the bay of the Hecla and Gripper. Over 2 miles of ice, 7 inches thick, had to be sawn through to make a canal for the ships. As soon as they were moored in Winter Harbour, the men gave 3 loud and hearty cheers as a preparation for 8 or 9 months of long and dreary winter. By the end of September all was ready. Plenty of grouse and deer remained as food through October, after which there were foxes and wolves. To amuse his men, Parry and his officers got up a play. Miss in Her Teens was performed on 5th November, the last day of sun for 96 days to come. He also started a paper, the North Georgian Gazette and Winter Chronicle, which was printed in England on their return. The new year, 1819, found the winter growing gloomier. Scurvy had made its appearance, and Parry was using every device in his power to arrest it. Amongst other things, he grew mustard and cress in boxes of earth near the stovepipe of his cabin, to make fresh vegetable food for the afflicted men. Though the sun was beginning to appear again, February was the coldest part of the year, and no one could be long out in the open without being frostbitten. It was not till the middle of April that a slight thaw began, and the thermometer rose to freezing point. On 1st August the ships were able to sail out of Winter Harbour and to struggle westward again, but they could not get beyond Melville Island for the ice, and after the ships had been knocked about by it, Parry decided to return to Lancaster Sound once more. Hugging the western shores of Baffin's Bay, the 2 ships were turned homewards, arriving in the Thames early in November 1820. And, says Parry, I had the happiness of seeing every officer and man on board both ships, 93 persons, return to their native country in as robust health as when they left it, after an absence of nearly 18 months. Parry had done more than this. He not only showed the possibility of wintering in these icy regions in good health and good spirits, but he had certainly discovered straits communicating with the Polar Sea. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 52 The Frozen North. Meanwhile, Franklin and Parry started on another expedition in the same month and year. While Parry's orders were to proceed from east to west, Franklin was to go from west to east, with a chance, if remote, that they might meet. He was to go by Hudson's Bay to the mouth of the Coppermine River, and then make his way by sea eastward along the coast. Franklin had made himself a name by work done in the Spitzbergen waters. He was to succeed in the end, where others had failed, in finding the North-West Passage. The party selected for this work consisted of Captain Franklin, Dr. Richardson, a naval surgeon, 2 midshipmen, Back and Hood, one of whom was afterwards knighted, and an English sailor named John Hepburn. Just a fortnight after Parry's start, these 5 English explorers sailed on board a ship belonging to the Hudson Bay Company, but it was the end of August before they arrived at the headquarters of the company. They were cordially received by the governor, and provided with a large boat well stored with food and arms. Amid a salute of many guns and much cheering, the little party, with some Canadian rowers, started off for Cumberland House, one of the forts belonging to the Hudson Bay Company. 6 weeks' hard travelling by rivers and lakes, now dragging the boat round rapids, now sleeping in buffalo robes on the hard ground, brought the party to the first stage of their journey. Snow was now beginning to fall, and ice was thick on the river, when Franklin resolved to push on to Lake Athabasca, that he might have more time to prepare for the coming voyage in the summer. Leaving Richardson and Hood at the fort, he started off with Back and the faithful Hepburn on 18th January 1820, in the very heart of the Arctic winter. Friends at the fort had provided him with Indian snowshoes turned up at the toes like the prow of a boat, with dog sledges, furs, leather trousers, drivers, and food for a fortnight. The snow was very deep, and the dogs found great difficulty in dragging their heavy burdens through the snow. But the record was good. A distance of 857 miles was accomplished in 68 days, with the thermometer at 50 degrees below zero. The hardships endured are very briefly recorded. Provisions becoming scarce, dogs without food, except a little burnt leather, night miserably cold, tea froze in the tin pots before we could drink it. Lake Athabasca was reached on the 26th of March, and preparations for the voyage were pushed forward. 4 months later they were joined by Richardson and Hood. This morning Mr. Back and I had the sincere gratification of welcoming our long separated friends, Dr. Richardson and Mr. Hood, who arrived in perfect health with 2 canoes. This is a simple entry in Franklin's journal. Everything was now ready. Spring in these northern climates was enchanting. The trees quickly put on their leaves after the long, hard winter months, and the whole vegetable world comes forth with a luxuriance no less astonishing than agreeable. At the same time clouds of mosquitoes and stinging sandflies made the nights horrible. On 18th July the little party, in high glee, set forward in canoes rowed by Canadian boatmen, hoping to reach the Coppermine River before winter set in. But the difficulties of the way were great. Provisions were scarce, the boatmen grew discontented, ice appeared early, and Franklin had to satisfy himself with wintering at a point 550 miles from Lake Athabasca, which he called Fort Enterprise. Here there was prospect of plenty, for large herds of reindeer were grazing along the shores of the lake, and from their flesh pemmican was made. But the winter was long and cheerless, and Franklin soon realized that there was not enough food to last through it, though he dispatched the midshipman Black to Lake Athabasca for help. Back's journey was truly splendid, and we cannot omit his simple summary. On the 17th of March, he says, at an early hour we arrived at Fort Enterprise, having travelled about 18 miles a day. I had the pleasure of meeting my friends all in good health, after an absence of nearly 5 months, during which time I had travelled 1,104 miles on snowshoes, and had no other covering at night than a blanket and deerskin, with the thermometer frequently at 40 degrees below zero, and sometimes 2 or 3 days without tasting food. By his courage and endurance he saved the whole party at Fort Enterprise. By June the spring was sufficiently advanced to set out for the Coppermine River, and on July they reached the mouth after a tedious journey of 334 miles. The real work of exploration was now to begin, and the party embarked in 2 canoes to sail along the southern coast of the Polar Sea, with the possibility always of meeting the Parry expedition. But the poor Canadian boatmen were terrified at the sight of the sea on which they had never yet sailed, and they were with difficulty persuaded to embark. Indeed, of the 2 crews, only the 5 Englishmen had ever been on the sea, and it has been well said that this voyage along the shores of the rock-bound coast of the Arctic Sea must always take rank as one of the most daring and hazardous exploits that have ever been accomplished in the interest of geographical research. The two canoes hugged the icy coast as they made their way eastward, and Franklin named the bays, headlands, and islands for a distance of 555 miles, where a point he called Cape Turnagain marks his farthest limit east. Here is George IV. Coronation Gulf, studded with islands, Hood's River, Back's River, Bathurst's Inlet, named after the Secretary of State, and Perry Bay, after my friend Captain Perry, now employed in the interesting research for a northwest passage. The short season for exploration was now over. Rough weather and want of food turned them home, only half satisfied with their work. The worst part of their journey was yet to come. Perhaps never, even in the tragic history of Arctic exploration, had greater hardships been endured that Franklin and his handful of men were to endure on their homeward way. On 22nd August the party left Point Turnagain, hoping by means of their newly discovered Hood River to reach Fort Enterprise. The ground was already covered with snow, and their food was reduced to one meal a day when they left the shores of the Arctic Sea for their long inland tramp. Needless to say, the journey had to be performed on foot, and the way was stony and barren. For the first few days nothing was to be found save lichen to eat, and the temperature was far below freezing point. An uncooked cow after 6 days of lichen infused spirit into our starving party, relates Franklin. But things grew no better, and as they proceeded sadly on their way, starvation stared them in face. One day we hear of the pangs of hunger being stilled by pieces of singed hide mixed with lichen. Another time the horns and bones of a dead deer were fried with some old shoes, and the putrid carcass of a deer that had died the previous spring was demolished by the starving men. At last things grew so bad that Franklin and the most vigorous of his party pushed on to Fort Enterprise to get and send back food if possible to Richardson and Hood, who were now almost too weak and ill to get along at all. Bitter disappointment awaited them. At length, says Franklin, we reached Fort Enterprise, and to our infinite disappointment and grief found it a perfectly desolate habitation. There were no provisions, no Indians. It would be impossible for me to describe our sensations after entering this miserable abode and discovering how we had been neglected. The whole party shed tears, not so much for our own fate as for that of our friends in the rear, whose lives depended entirely on our sending immediate relief from this place. A few old bones and skins of reindeer were collected for supper, and the worn-out explorers sat round a fire made by pulling up the flooring of the rooms. It is hardly a matter of surprise to find the following entry in Franklin's journal. When I arose the following morning, my body and limbs were so swollen that I was unable to walk more than a few yards. Before November arrived, another tragedy happened. Hood was murdered by one of the party, almost mad with hunger and misery. One after another now dropped down and died, and death seemed to be claiming Franklin, Richardson, Back, and Hepburn, when 3 Indians made their appearance, with some dried deer and a few tongues. It was not a moment too soon. The Indians soon got game and fish for the starving men, until they were sufficiently restored to leave Fort Enterprise and make their way to Moose Deer Island, where, with the Hudson Bay officers, they spent the winter recovering their health and strength and spirits. When they returned to England in the summer of 1822, they had accomplished 5,550 miles. They had also endured hardships unsurpassed in the history of exploration. When Parry returned to England the following summer and heard of Franklin's sufferings, he cried like a child. He must have realized better than anyone else what those sufferings really were, though he himself had fared better. While Franklin had been making his way to the Coppermine River, Parry on board the Fury, accompanied by the Hecla, started for Hudson Strait, by which he was to penetrate to the Pacific if possible. Owing to bad weather, the expedition did not arrive amid the icebergs till the middle of June. Towering 200 feet high, the explorers counted 54 at one time before they arrived at Resolution Island at the mouth of Hudson Strait. There were already plenty of well-known landmarks in the region of Hudson's Bay, and Parry soon made his way to Southampton Island and Frozen Strait, over which an angry discussion had taken place some 100 years before. He was rewarded by discovering a magnificent bay, to which he gave the name of Duke of York's Bay. The discovery, however, was one of little importance as there was no passage. The winter was fast advancing, the navigable season was nearly over, and the explorers seemed to be only at the beginning of their work. The voyage had been dangerous, harassing, unproductive. They had advanced towards the Bering Strait. They had discovered 200 leagues of North American coast, and they now prepared to spend the winter in these ice-bound regions. As usual, Parry arranged both for the health and amusement of his men during the long Arctic months, even producing a joint of English roast beef for Christmas dinner, preserved by rubbing the outside with salt and hanging it on deck covered with canvas. There were also Eskimos in the neighborhood, who proved a never-ceasing source of interest. One day in April, snow had been falling all night. News spread that the Eskimos had killed something on the ice. If the women, says Parry, were cheerful before, they were now absolutely frantic. A general shout of joy re-echoed through the village. They ran into each other's huts to communicate the welcome intelligence, and actually hugged one another in an ecstasy of delight. When the first burst of joy had at last subsided, the women crept one by one into the apartment where the sea horses had been conveyed. Here they obtained blubber enough to set all their lamps alight, besides a few scraps of meat for their children and themselves. Fresh cargoes were continually arriving, the principal part being brought in by the dogs and the rest by the men, who tied a thong round their waist and dragged in a portion. Every lamp was now swimming with oil, the huts exhibited a blaze of light, and never was there a scene of more joyous festivity than while the cutting up of the walruses continued. For 3 solid hours the Eskimos appeared to be eating walrus flesh. Indeed, the quantity they continued to get rid of is almost beyond belief. It was not till early in July that the ship could be moved out of their winter's dock to renew their efforts toward a passage. They were not a little helped by Eskimo charts, but old ice blocked the way, and it was the middle of August before Parry discovered the strait he called after his 2 ships, the Strait of the Fury and Hecla, between Melville Peninsula and Cockburn Island. Confident that the narrow channel led to the polar seas, Parry pushed on till our progress was once more opposed by a barrier of the same impenetrable and hopeless ice as before. He organized land expeditions and reports. The opening of the strait into the Polar Sea was now so decided that I considered the principal object of my journey accomplished. September had come, and once more the ships were established in their winter quarters. A second month in among the ice must have been a severe trial to this little band of English explorers. But cheerfully enough they built a wall of snow 12 feet high round the Fury to keep out snowdrifts. The season was long and severe, and it was August before they could get free from ice. The prospect of a third winter in the ice could not be safely faced, and Parry resolved to get home. October found them at the Shetlands, all the bells of Lerwick being set ringing and the town illuminated with joy at the arrival of men who had been away from all civilization for 27 months. On 14th November 1828 the expedition arrived home in England. Still the restless explorer was longing to be off again. He was still fascinated by the mysteries of the Arctic regions, but on his third voyage we need not follow him, for the results were of no great importance. The Fury was wrecked among the ice in Prince Regent's Islet, and the whole party had to return on board the Hecla in 1825. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 53. Franklin's Land Journey to the North. The northern shores of North America were not yet explored, and Franklin proposed another expedition to the mouth of the Mackenzie River, where the party was to divide, half of them going to the east and half to the west. Nothing daunted by his recent sufferings, Franklin accepted the supreme command, and amid the foremost volunteers for service were his old friends Back and Richardson. The officers of the expedition left England in February 1825, and traveling by way of New York and Canada, they reached Fort Cumberland the following June. A month later they were at Fort Chipewyan on the shores of Lake Athabasca, and soon they had made their way to the banks of the Great Bear Lake River, which flows out of that lake into the Mackenzie River, down which they were to descend to the sea. They decided to winter on the shores of the Bear Lake, but Franklin could never bear inaction, so he resolved to push on to the mouth of the great river with a small party in order to prospect for the coming expedition. So correct had been Mackenzie's survey of this great river, as it was called, that Franklin, in justice to his memory, named it the Mackenzie River, after its eminent discoverer, which name it has borne ever since. In a little English boat, with a fair wind and swift current, Franklin accomplished 312 miles in about 60 hours. The saltness of the water, the sight of a boundless horizon, and the appearance of porpoises and whales were encouraging signs. They had reached the Polar Sea at last, the sea in all its majesty, entirely free from ice, and without any visible obstruction to its navigation. On reaching the coast, a silken Union Jack, worked by Franklin's dying wife, was unfurled. She had died a few days after he left England, but she had insisted on her husband's departure in the service of his country, only begging him not to unfurl her flag till he arrived at the polar shores. As it fluttered in the breeze of these desolate shores, the little band of Englishmen cheered and drank to the health of the king. You can imagine, says Franklin, with what heartfelt emotion I first saw it unfurled, but in a short time I derived great pleasure in looking at it. It was too late to attempt navigation for this year, although the weather in August was inconveniently warm. So on 5th September Franklin returned to winter quarters on the Great Bear Lake. During his absence a comfortable little settlement had grown up to accommodate some 50 persons, including Canadian and Indian hunters with their wives and children. In honor of the commander, it had been called Fort Franklin, and here the party of explorers settled down for the long months of winter. As the days shortened, says Franklin, it was necessary to find employment during the long evenings for those resident at the house, and a school was established from 7 to 9 for their instruction in reading, writing, and arithmetic, attended by most of the British party. Sunday was day of rest, and the whole party attended divine service morning and evening. If on other evenings the men felt the time tedious, the whole was at their service to play any game they might choose, at which they were joined by the officers. Thus the men became more attached to us, and the hearts and feelings of the whole party were united in one common desire to make the time pass as agreeably as possible to each other, until the return of spring should enable us to resume the great object of the expedition. April brought warmer weather, though the ground was still covered with snow, and much boat building went on. In May swans had appeared on the lake, then came geese, then ducks, then gulls and singing birds. By June the boats were afloat, and on the 24th the whole party embarked for the Mackenzie River, and were soon making their way to the mouth. Here the party divided. Franklin on board the Lion with a crew of 6, accompanied by Back on board the Reliance, started westwards, while Richardson's party was to go eastwards and survey the coast between the mouths of the Mackenzie River and the copper mine. On 7th July Franklin reached the sea, and with flags flying, the Lion and the Reliance sailed forth on the unknown seas, only to ground a mile from shore. Suddenly some 300 canoes full of Eskimos crowded towards them. These people had never seen a white man before, but when it was explained to them that the English had come to find a channel for large ships to come and trade with them, they raised the most deafening shout of applause. They still crowded round the little English boats, till at last, like others of their race, they began to steal things from the boats. When detected, they grew furious and brandished knives. They tore the buttons of the men's coats, and for a time matters looked serious, till the English showed their firearms, when the canoes paddled away and the Eskimos hid themselves. With a fair wind the boats now sailed along the coast westward, till stopped by ice, which drove them from the shore. Dense fogs, stormy winds, and heavy rain made this polar navigation very dangerous. But the explorers pushed on, till on 27th July they reached the mouth of a broad river, which, being the most westerly river in the British dominions on this coast, and near the line of demarcation between Great Britain and Russia, I named it the Clarence, says Franklin, in honour of His Royal Highness the Lord High Admiral. A box containing a royal medal was deposited here, and the Union Jack was hoisted amid hearty cheers. Still fogs and storms continued. The farther west they advanced, the denser grew the fog, till by the middle of August winter seemed to have set in. The men had suffered much from the hard work of pulling and dragging the heavy boats. They also endured torments from countless swarms of mosquitoes. They were now some 374 miles from the mouth of the Mackenzie River, and only half-way to Icy Cape, but Franklin, with all his courage and with all his enthusiasm, dared not risk the lives of his men farther. Return Reef marks his farthest point west, and it was not till long after that he learned that Captain Beechey, who had been sent in the Blossom by way of Bering Strait, had doubled Icy Cape and was waiting for Franklin 160 miles away. On 21st September, Fort Franklin was reached after 3 months' absence. Dr. Richardson had already returned after a successful coast voyage of some 800 miles. When he had left Franklin, he had, on board the Dolphin, accompanied by the Union, sailed along the unknown coast eastward. Like Franklin's party, his expedition had also suffered from fogs, gales, and mosquitoes, but they had made their way on, naming inlets, capes, and islands as they passed. Thus we find Russell Inlet, Point Bathurst, Franklin's Bay, Cape Parry, the Union and Dolphin Straits, named after the 2 little ships, where the Dolphin was nearly wrecked between 2 masses of ice. They had reached Fort Franklin in safety just before Franklin's party, and being too late to think of getting home this year, they were all doomed to another winter at the fort. They reached England on 26 September 1827, after an absence of 2 years and a half. Franklin had failed to find the Northwest Passage, but he and Richardson had discovered 1,000 miles of North American coast, for which he was knighted and received the Paris Geographical Society's medal for the most important acquisition to geographical knowledge made during the year. It was a curious coincidence that the two Arctic explorers, Franklin and Parry, both arrived in England the same month from their various expeditions, and appeared at the Admiralty within 10 minutes of one another. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 54. Parry's Polar Voyage. Parry had left England the preceding April in an attempt to reach the North Pole by means of sledges over the ice. To this end he had sailed to Spitzbergen in his old ship the Hecla, many of his old shipmates sailing with him. They arrived off the coast of Spitzbergen about the middle of May 1827. 2 boats had been specially built in England, covered with waterproof canvas and lined with felt. The Enterprise and Endeavour had bamboo masts and paddles, and were constructed to go on sledges drawn by reindeer over the ice. Nothing, says Parry, can be more beautiful than the training of the Lapland reindeer. With a simple collar of skin round his neck, a single trace of the same material attached to the sledge and passing between his legs, and one rein fastened like a halter round his neck, this intelligent and docile animal is perfectly under the command of an experienced driver, and performs astonishing journeys over the softest snow. Shaking the rein over his back is the only whip that is required. Leaving the Hecla in safe harbour on the Spitzbergen coast, Parry and James Ross, a nephew of John Ross, the explorer, with food for 2 months, started off in their 2 boat sledges for the north. They made a good start. The weather was calm and clear, the sea smooth as a mirror. Walruses lay in herds on the ice, and steering due north they made good progress. Next day, however, they were stopped by ice. Instead of finding a smooth, level plain over which the reindeer could draw their sledges with ease, they found broken, rugged, uneven ice, which nothing but the keen enthusiasm of the explorer could have faced. The reindeer were useless, and they had to be relinquished. It is always supposed that they were eaten, but history is silent on this point. The little party had to drag their own boats over the rough ice. They travelled by night to save snow blindness, also that they could enjoy greater warmth during the hours of sleep by day. Parry describes the laborious journey. Being rigged for travelling, he says, we breakfasted upon warm cocoa and biscuit, and after stowing the things in the boats we set off on our day's journey, and usually travelled about 5½ hours, then stopped an hour to dine, and again travelled 5 or 6 hours. After this we halted for the night, as we called it, though it was usually early in the morning, selecting the largest surface of ice we happened to be near for hauling the boats on. The boats were placed close alongside each other, and the sails supported by bamboo masts placed over them as awnings. Every man then put on dry socks and fur boots and went to supper. Most of the officers and men then smoked their pipes, which served to dry the awnings. We then concluded our day with prayers, and having put on our fur dresses, lay down to sleep, alone in the great ice desert. Progress was slow and very tedious. One day it took them 4 hours to cover half a mile. On 1st July they were still labouring forward. A foot of soft snow on the ground made travelling very exhausting. Some of the hummocks of ice were as much as 25 feet above sea level. Nothing was to be seen but ice and sky, both often hidden by dense fog. Still the explorers pushed on, Parry and Ross leading the way and the men dragging the boat sledges after. July the 12th was a brilliant day, with clear sky overhead, an absolute luxury. For another fortnight they persevered, and on 23rd July they reached their farthest point north. It was a warm, pleasant day, with the thermometer at 36 in the shade. They were 172 miles from Spitzbergen, where the Hecla lay at anchor. Our ensigns and pendants were displayed during the day, and severely as we regretted not having been able to hoist the British flag in the highest latitude to which we had aspired, we shall perhaps be excused in having felt some little pride in being the bearers of it to a parallel considerably beyond that mentioned in any other well authenticated record. On 27th July they reluctantly turned to the south, and on 21st August they arrived on board the Hecla after an absence of 61 days, every one of the party being in good health. Soon after they sailed for England, and by a strange coincidence arrived in London at the same time as Franklin. Many an attempt was yet to be made to reach the North Pole, till at last it was discovered by Peary, an American, in 1909. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 55. The Search for Timbuktu. It is a relief to turn from the icy north to the tropical climate of Central Africa, where Mungo Park had disappeared in 1805. The mystery of Timbuktu and the Niger remained unsolved, though more than one expedition had left the coast of Africa for the mystic city lying deep in that lion-haunted inland. Notwithstanding disaster, death, and defeat, a new expedition set forth from Tripoli to cross the Great Sahara Desert. It was under Major Denham, Lieutenant Clapperton, and Dr. Oidney. They left Tripoli in March 1822. "We were the first English travellers," says Denham, "who had determined to travel in our real character as Britons and Christians, and to wear our English dress. The buttons on our waistcoats and our watches caused the greatest astonishment." It was the end of November before they were ready to leave the frontier on their great desert journey. The long enforced stay in this unhealthy border town had undermined their health. Fever had reduced Denham. Dr. Oidney was suffering from cough and pains in his chest. Clapperton was shivering with ague, a state of health ill calculated for undertaking a long and tedious journey. A long escort of men and camels accompanied them into the merciless desert, with its burning heat and drifting sands, the Sea of Sahara, as the old cartographer calls it. December found them still slowly advancing over the billowy sand, deeply impressed and horrified at the number of slave skeletons that lay about the wind-swept desert. The new year brought little relief. No wood, no water, occurs constantly in Denham's journal. Desert as yesterday, high sandhills. Still they persevered, until, on 4th of February, 1823, they were rewarded by seeing a sheet of water, the great lake Chad, glowing with the golden rays of the sun in its strength. Was this, after all, the source of the Niger? Its low shores were surrounded with reedy marshes and clumps of white water lilies. There were flocks of wild ducks and geese. Birds with beautiful plumage were feeding on the margin of the lake. Pelicans, cranes, immense white spoonbills, yellow-legged plover, all were dwelling undisturbed in this peaceful spot. And this most remarkable lake lay 800 feet above the Atlantic, between the watersheds of Nile, Niger, and Congo. But Lake Chad was not their goal. They must push on over new country where no European had been before. A fortnight later they reached Kukawa, the capital of Bornu, once a great Mohammedan empire. We were about to become acquainted with a people who had never seen or scarcely heard of a European, says Denham, and to tread on ground, the knowledge and true situation of which had hitherto been wholly unknown. We advanced towards the town of Kuka in a most interesting state of uncertainty whether we should find its chief at the head of thousands, or be received by him under a tree, surrounded by a few naked slaves. Their doubts were soon set at rest by the sight of several thousand cavalry drawn up in line. They were received by an Arab general, a negro of noble aspect, dressed in a figured silk robe and mounted on a beautiful horse. They had passed from the region of hidden huts to one of great walled cities, from the naked pagan to the cultivated follower of Mohammed, from superstition to mosques and schools, from ignorance to knowledge. The sheikh, who received the travellers in a small room with armed negroes on either side, asked the reason of their long and painful journey across the desert. To see the country, answered the Englishman, and to give an account of its inhabitants, produce, and appearance, as our Sultan was desirous of knowing every part of the globe. The sheikh's hospitality was overwhelming. He had huts built for them, which, says Denham, were so crowded with visitors that we had not a moment's peace, and the heat was insufferable. He sent presents of bullocks, camel loads of wheat and rice, leather skins of butter, jars, and honey. The market of Kuka was famous. It was attended by some 15,000 persons from all parts, and the produce sold there was astonishing. Here Clapperton and Dr. Oidney stayed all through the summer months, for both were ill, and Oidney was growing rapidly worse. Denham meanwhile went off on exploring expeditions in the neighbourhood. On 14th December, Clapperton and Oidney left the friendly sheikh and made their way to Kano. But the rough travelling proved too much for Oidney. Each day found him weaker, but he valiantly journeyed on. On 12th January he ordered the camels to be loaded as usual, and he was dressed by Clapperton, but he was too ill to be lifted on to his camel, and a few hours later he died. Clapperton was now alone amid a strange people, in a land hitherto never trodden by European foot, and very ill himself. But he reached Kano, the famous trading centre of the Hausas, containing some 40,000 inhabitants. Here again the market impressed him deeply, so full was it of cosmopolitan articles from far distant lands. After a month's stay at Kano, now the capital of the northern province of Nigeria of that name, he set out for Sokoto, though very ill and weak at the time. He was assured of kind treatment by the Sultan. He arrived on 16th March, and to impress them with my official importance, I arrayed myself in my lieutenant's coat, trimmed with gold lace, white trousers, and silk stockings, and to complete my finery, I wore Turkish slippers and a turban. Crowds collected on his arrival, and he was conducted to the Sultan, who questioned him closely about Europe. I laid before him a present, in the name of His Majesty the King of England, consisting of 2 new blunderbusses, an embroidered jacket, some scarlet breeches, cloves and cinnamon, gunpowder, razors, looking-glasses, snuff-boxes, and compasses. "Everything is wonderful," exclaimed the Sultan, "but you are the greatest curiosity of all. What can I give that is acceptable to the King of England?" Co-operate with His Majesty in putting a stop to the slave trade, was Clapperton's answer. What? Have you no slaves in England? The Englishman replied, No. To which the Sultan answered, God is great, you are a beautiful people. But when Clapperton asked for leave in order to solve the mystery of the Niger, the Sultan refused, and he was obliged to return to Kukka, where he arrived on 8th July. A week later he was joined by Denham. It was nearly 8 months since we had separated, says Denham, and I went immediately to the hut where he was lodged. But so satisfied was I that the sunburnt, sickly person that lay extended on the floor, rolled in a dark blue shirt, was not my companion, that I was about to leave the place, when he convinced me of my error by calling me by the name. Our meeting was a melancholy one, for he had buried his companion. Notwithstanding the state of weakness in which I found Captain Clapperton, he yet spoke of returning to Sudan after the rains. But this was not to be, and a month later we find the two explorers turning homewards to Tripoli, where they arrived at the end of January. But with all his long travelling in Africa, Clapperton had not seen the Niger, and although the effects of his fever had not worn away, he spent but 2 months in England before he was off again. This time he sailed to the Gulf of Guinea, and from a place on the coast near the modern Lagos he started by a new and untried route to reach the interior of the great dark continent. It was September 1825 when he left the coast with his companions. Before the month was over, the other Europeans had died from the pestilential climate of Nigeria, and Clapperton, alone with his faithful servant Richard Lander, pushed on. At last he saw the great Niger near the spot where Mungo Park and his companions had perished. At Bussa they made out the tragic story of his end. They had descended the river from Timbuktu to Bussa when the boat struck upon some rocks. Natives from the banks shot at them with arrows. The white men then, seeing all was lost, jumped into the river and were drowned. The Niger claimed its explorer in the end, and the words of Mungo Park must have occurred to Clapperton as he stood and watched. Though I myself were half dead, I would still persevere, and if I could not succeed in the object of my journey, I would at least die on the Niger. From Bussa, Clapperton made his way to Kano and Sokoto, but on 13th April 1827, broken down by fever, he died in the arms of his faithful servant. With his master's papers and journal, Lander made his way home, thus establishing for the first time a direct connection between Benin and Tripoli, the west coast and the north. Still the mouth of the Niger had not been found. This discovery was reserved for this very Richard Lander and his brother John. Just a year after the death of Clapperton, a young Frenchman, René Canet, tempted by the offer of 10,000 francs offered by the French Geographical Society for the first traveller who should reach the mysterious city, entered Timbuktu, 20th April 1829, after a year's journey from Sierra Leone. And from his pen we get the first direct account of the once important city. At length, he says, we arrived safely at Timbuktu, just as the sun was touching the horizon. I now saw this capital of the Sudan, to reach which had so long been the object of my wishes. To God alone did I confide my joy. I looked around and found that the sight before me did not answer my expectations. I had formed a totally different idea of the grandeur and wealth of it. The city presented nothing but a mass of ill-looking houses built of earth. Nothing was to be seen in all directions but immense plains of quicksand of a yellowish-white color. The sky was a pale red as far as the horizon. All nature wore a dreary aspect, and the most profound silence prevailed. Not even the warbling of the bird was to be heard. The heat was oppressive, Not a breath of air freshened the atmosphere. This mysterious city, which has been the object of curiosity for many ages, and of whose civilization, population, and trade with the Sudan such exaggerated notions have prevailed, is situated in an immense plain of white sand, having no vegetation but stunted trees and shrubs, and has no other resources save its trade in salt. It is curious to note what a burst of interest was aroused in England at this time with regard to Timbuktu. Thackeray wrote in 1829: "In Africa, a quarter of the world, men's skins are black, their hair is crisp and curled, and somewhere there, unknown to public view, a mighty city lies called Timbuktu." While the same year Tennyson's poem on Timbuktu won for him the prize at Cambridge University for the best poem of the year. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 56. Richard and John Lander discover the mouth of the Niger. Lander, the faithful attendant of the late Captain Clapperton, as he is called in his instructions, was burning to be off again to explore further the mysterious Niger. No pecuniary reward was to be his. He was a poor man, and just for the love of exploring the unknown he started off. He had inspired his brother with a desire to solve the great mystery. So on 22nd February 1830 the two brothers arrived at Cape Coast Castle and made their way to Bussa, which place they entered on 18th of June. Sitting on a rock overlooking the spot where Mungo Park had perished, the brothers resolved to set at rest for ever the great question of the course and termination of the great Niger. It was 20th September before preparations were completed for the eventful voyage from Bussa to the mouth of the Niger. For provisions they took 3 large bags of corn and 1 of beans, a couple of fowls, and 2 sheep to last a month, while the king added rice, honey, onions, and 100 pounds of vegetable butter. Then in 2 native canoes the Landers embarked on the great river, the Dark Water, as it was more often called, while the crowds who came down to the riverside to bid them farewell knelt with uplifted hands, imploring for the explorers the protection of Allah and their Prophet. It was indeed a perilous undertaking. Sunken reefs were an ever-present danger, while the swift current ran them dangerously near many jagged rocks. For nearly a month they paddled onward with their native guides in anxiety and suspense, never knowing what an hour might bring forth. On 7th October a curious scene took place when the King of the Dark Water came forth in all his pomp and glory to see the white strangers who were paddling down the great river. Waiting under the shade of a tree, for the morning was very hot, the Landers observed a large canoe paddled by 20 young black men, singing as they rowed. In the centre of the boat a mat awning was erected, in the bows sat 4 little boys, clad with neatness and propriety, while in the stern sat musicians with drums and trumpets. Presently the king stepped forth. He was coal black, dressed in an Arab cloak, hose trousers, and a cap of red cloth, while 2 pretty little boys about 10 years of age, acting as pages, followed him, each bearing a cow's tail in his hand, to brush away flies and other insects. 6 wives, jet black girls, in neat country caps edged with red silk, accompanied him. To make some impression on this pompous king, Lander hoisted the Union flag. When unfurled and waving in the wind, it looked extremely pretty, and it made our hearts glow with pride and enthusiasm as we looked at the solitary little banner, I put on an old naval uniform coat, and my brother dressed himself in as grotesque and gaudy a manner as our resources would afford. Our 8 attendants also put on new white Mohammedan robes. Other canoes joined in the royal procession, and the little flotilla moved down the river. Never did the British flag lead so extraordinary a squadron, remarks Lander. As the king of the dark water stepped on shore, the Englishman fired a salute, which frightened him not a little till the honour was explained. Having now exchanged their 2 canoes for one of a larger size, they continued their journey down the river. On 25th October they found the waters of the Niger were joined by another large river, known today as the Benue, the mother of waters, flowing in from the east. After this the banks of the river seemed to grow hilly, and villages were few and far between. Our canoe passed smoothly along the Niger, and everything was silent and solitary. No sound could be distinguished save our own voices and the plashing of the paddles with their echoes. The song of birds was not heard, nor could any animal whatever be seen. The banks seemed to be entirely deserted, and the magnificent Niger to be slumbering in its own grandeur. One can imagine the feelings, says a modern writer, in such circumstances of the brothers, drifting they knew not whither, in intolerable silence and loneliness, on the bosom of a river which had caused the death of so many men who had endeavoured to wrest from it its secret. 2 days later a large village appeared, and suddenly a cry rang through the air, "Hollo, you Englishmen, you come here!" It came from a little squinting fellow dressed in an English soldier's jacket, a messenger from the chief of Boni of the coast, buying slaves for his master. He had picked up a smattering of English from the Liverpool trading ships which came to Boni for palm oil from the river. There was no longer any doubt that the mouth of the Niger was not far off, and that the many-mouthed delta was well known to Europeans under the name of the oil rivers flowing into the Bight of Benin. Lander pushed on till he had paddled down the Brass River, as one of the many branches was called, and when he heard the welcome sound of the surf on the beach. The mystery of the Niger, after a lapse of 2,500 years since its existence, had been recorded by Herodotus, was solved at last. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 57. Ross discovers the North Magnetic Pole. The first attempt to discover the Northwest Passage by means of steam instead of sail was made by Captain Ross, who since his expedition in 1819 had been burning to set off again for the Arctic regions. The reward of £20,000 held out to the discoverer of a Northwest Passage had been repealed, but an old friend, Felix Booth, decided to finance Ross, the government having refused. After examining various steamships advertised for sale, says Ross, I purchased the Victory, which had been once employed as a packet. With food and fuel for 1,000 days, and accompanied by his nephew, James Ross, who had been with Parry on his recent polar voyage, he left England the end of May 1829, not to return for many a long year. Disasters soon began. The Victory began to leak, her engines were defective, and there was nothing for it but to heave up her paddles and trust to sail. Sailing to the northward, they found the sea smooth and the weather so warm that they could dine without a fire and with the skylights off. Entering Lancaster Sound, they sailed up Prince Regent's Inlet. They soon discovered the spot where the Fury had been wrecked 4 years before and abandoned by Captain Parry, with whom was James Ross, who now found the stores which had been safely hidden on that occasion. As they made their way up the inlet, strong currents and vast masses of ice, hard and solid as granite, more than once threatened them with destruction. Imagine, says Captain Ross, these mountains, hurled through a narrow strait by a rapid tide, meeting with the noise of thunder, breaking from each other's precipices huge fragments, till, losing their former equilibrium, they fall over headlong, lifting the sea around in breakers and whirling it in eddies. Escaping these perils, Ross entered a fine harbour. Here he landed, hoisted the colours, and took possession of the new land he had found, and drinking the king's health, called the land Boothia after his patron. For the next 2 months, August and September, he carefully explored the coast of this newly discovered Boothia for some 300 miles, naming points and capes and islands after friends at home and on board. Heavy squalls of snow and ever thickening ice pointed out the necessity of winter quarters, and 1st October found the Victory imprisoned by thick, immovable ice. The prison door was shut upon us for the first time, says Ross sadly. Nothing was to be seen but one dazzling, monotonous extent of snow. It was indeed a dull prospect. Amid all its brilliancy, this land of ice and snow has ever been and ever will be a dull, dreary, heart-sinking, monotonous waste, under the influence of which the very mind is paralyzed. Nothing moves and nothing changes, but all is for ever the same, cheerless, cold, and still. The explorers little thought that this was to be their home for the next 3 years. They spent a fairly cheerful Christmas with mince pies and iced cherry brandy taken from the stores of the Fury, and early in 1830 the monotony was broken by the appearance of Eskimos. These were tremendously dressed up in furs, a shapeless mass, and Ross describes one as resembling the figure of a globe standing on 2 pins. They soon became friendly, taking the Englishmen to see their snow huts, drawing them charts of Boothia Gulf beyond Felix Harbour, while in exchange the explorers taught English to the little Eskimo children and ministered to their ailments, the ship's carpenter even making a wooden leg for one of the natives. So the long winter passed away. A few land journeys with sledges only ended in disappointment, but at last the vessel was free from ice, and joyfully they hoisted their sails. But worse disappointment was in store. She had sailed for 3 miles when they met a ridge of ice, and a solid sea forbade any further advance. In vain did they try to saw through the ice. November found the poor Victory hopelessly icebound, and her crew doomed to another winter in the same region. It was not till May that a journey across the land of Boothia to the west coast was possible. Ross and his nephew had been calculating the position of the North Magnetic Pole all the long winter, and with signs of spring they set forth. Our journey had a very new appearance. The mother of 2 Eskimos led the way with a staff in her hand, my sledge following with the dogs, and one of the children, guided by one of the wives with a child on her back. After a native sledge came that of Commander Ross, followed by more Eskimos. Many halts were made, as our burdens were heavy, the snow deep, and the ice rough. After a fortnight's travelling, past the chain of great lakes, the woman still guiding them, the Rosses, uncle and nephew, separated. James Ross now made for the spot where the magnetic pole was supposed to be. His own account shows with what enthusiasm he found it. We were now within 14 miles of the calculated position of the magnetic pole, and now commenced a rapid march, and persevering with all our might, we reached the calculated place at 8 in the morning on the 1st of June. I must leave it to others to imagine the elation of mind with which we found ourselves now at length arrived at this great object of our ambition. It almost seemed as if we had accomplished everything that we had come so far to see and to do, as if our voyage and all its labours were at the end, and that nothing remained for us but to return home and be happy for the rest of our days. Amid mutual congratulations, we fixed the British flag on the spot, and took possession of the North Magnetic Pole and its adjoining territory in the name of Great Britain and King William IV. We had plenty of materials for building, and we therefore erected a cairn of some magnitude, under which we buried a canister containing a record of the interesting fact. Another fortnight found the successful explorers staggering back to the Victory with their great news after an absence of 28 days. Science has shown that the magnetic pole revolves, and that Ross's cairn will not again mark its exact position for many a long year to come. By the end of August the ice had broken, and the Victory was once more in full sail, but the gales of wind drove her into harbour, which she never left again. Despite their colossal efforts, it soon became apparent that yet another winter would have to be passed in the frozen seas. The entries in Ross's journal became shorter and more despondent day by day. The sight of ice to us is a plague, a vexation, a torment, an evil, a matter of despair. Could we have skated, it would not have been an amusement. We had exercise enough, and, worst of all, the ice which surrounds us obstructed us, imprisoned us, annoyed us in every possible manner, had become odious to our sight. By October there was no open water to be seen. The hopeful did not hope more, and the despondent continued to despair. This was their third winter in the ice. Food was growing scarce. The meat was so hard frozen that it had to be cut with a saw and saved in warm cacao. Snow blindness afflicted many of the men badly. At last came the summer of 1833, but the Victory was still fast in her winter quarters, and all attempts to release her had failed. They now decided to abandon her and to drag their boats over the ice to the wreck of the Fury, replenishing their stores and trusting to some whaler to take them home. We get a pathetic picture. The colours were hoisted, says Ross, and nailed to the mast. We drank a parting glass to our poor old ship, and having seen every man out, I took my own adieu of the Victory in the evening. She had deserved a better fate. It was like parting with an old friend. On 23rd of April the weary explorers began dragging their boats and the last month's provisions over the ice in the face of wind and snow. The journey was painful and distressing. They found Barrow Strait full of impenetrable ice, and resolved to pass the winter on Fury Beach, which seemed almost like home to the half-starved men. Erecting a house which they called Somerset House, they prepared for a fourth winter. For severity it was unequalled. The crew developed scurvy, and all were suffering sorely when, in the following August, the unfortunate party was rescued by the whaler Isabella of Hull, once commanded by Captain Ross. It was the ship in which Ross had made his first Arctic exploration. At first the mate refused to believe the story of these bear-like men. The explorers and Ross had been lost these 2 years. But almost frantic with delight, the explorers climbed on board the Isabella, to be received with the heartiest of cheers when their identity was disclosed. That we were a repulsive-looking people none could doubt, says poor Ross. unshaven since I know not when, dirty, dressed in rags of wild beasts, and starved to the very bones, our gaunt and grim looks, when contrasted with those of the well dressed and well fed men around us, made us all feel what we really were, as well as what we seemed to others. Then followed a wild scene of washing, dressing, shaving, eating, all intermingled, while in the midst of all there were questions to be asked and news from England to be heard. Long accustomed to a cold bed on the hard snow or the bare rock, few of them could sleep that night in the comfort of the new accommodation. They were soon safely back in England, large crowds collecting to get a glimpse of Captain Ross. His own words best end the account of his travels. On my arrival in London, he says, on the 20th of October, 1833, it became my first duty to repair to the royal palace at Windsor with an account of my voyage, and to lay at the feet of His Majesty the British flag which had been hoisted on the magnetic pole. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 58. Flinders names Australia. We must now return to Australia, as yet so imperfectly explored, and take up the story of the young colony at Sydney. For 7 years it thrived under the careful management of Governor Phillips, who was then replaced by one Hunter. With the new governor from England arrived 2 young men destined to distinguish themselves in the exploration of New South Wales. They were midshipman Matthew Flinders and Surgeon George Bass. The reading of Robinson Crusoe had created in young Flinders a passion for sea adventure, and no sooner had the Reliance anchored in Sydney harbour than the 2 young friends resolved on an exploring expedition to the south. For there were rumours afloat that Van Diemen's Land did not join the main continent of New South Wales. Little enough help was forthcoming for the expedition, and the friends had to content themselves with a little boat 8 feet long, the Tom Thumb, and only a boy to help them. But with all the eager enthusiasm of youth they sailed from Port Jackson on 25th of March, 1796. It is impossible to follow all their adventures as they attempted to survey the coast. A storm on the 29th nearly swallowed up the little Tom Thumb and her plucky sailors. At 10 o'clock, says Flinders, the wind, which had been unsettled and driving electric clouds in all directions, burst out in a gale. In a few minutes the waves began to break, and the extreme danger to which this exposed our little bark was increased by the darkness of the night and the uncertainty of finding any place of shelter. Mr. Bass kept the sheet of the sail in his hand, drawing in a few inches occasionally, when he saw a particularly heavy sea following. I was steering with an oar. A single wrong movement or a moment's inattention would have sent us to the bottom. After running near an hour in this critical manner, some huge breakers were distinguished ahead. It was necessary to determine what was to be done at once, for our bark could not live 10 minutes longer. On coming to what appeared to be the extremity of the breakers, the boat's head was brought to the wind, the mast and sail taken down, and the oars taken out. Pulling then towards the reef during the intervals of the heaviest seas, in 3 minutes we were in smooth water. A nearer approach showed us the beach of a well-sheltered cove, in which we anchored for the rest of the night. We thought Providential Cove a well-adapted name for the place. Important local discoveries were made by the young explorers, and their skill and courage earned for them a better equipment for further exploration. A whale boat, provisioned for 6 weeks, and a crew of 6, were placed at the disposal of Bass in order that he might discover whether Van Diemen's Land was joined to the mainland, or whether there was a strait between. Cook had declared that there was no strait. Flinders now tells the story of his friend's triumphant success in finding the straits that now bear his name. He tells how Bass found the coast turning westward, exposed to the billows of a great ocean, of the low sandy shore, of the spacious harbour, which from its relative position to the hitherto known parts of the coasts was called Port Western. His provisions were now at the end, and though he was keen to make a survey of his new discovery, he was obliged to return. This voyage of 600 miles in an open boat on dangerous and unknown shores is one of the most remarkable on record. It added another 300 miles of known coastline, and showed that the shores of New Holland were divided from Van Diemen's Land. So highly did the colonists appreciate this voyage of discovery that the whaleboat in which Bass sailed was long preserved as a curiosity. A small boat of 25 tons, provisioned for 12 weeks, was now put at the disposal of the two friends, Flinders and Bass, to complete the survey of Van Diemen's Land, and in October 1798 they sailed for the south. With gales and strong winds blowing across the channel now known as Bass Strait, they made their way along the coast, the northern shores of Van Diemen's Land, till they found a wide inlet. Here they found a quantity of black swans, which they ate with joy, and also kangaroos, mussels, and oysters. This inlet they called Port Dalrymple, after the late hydrographer to the Admiralty in England. On 9th December, still coasting onward, they passed Three Hammock Island, and then a whole cluster of islands, to which, in honour of His Excellency the Governor of New South Wales, I gave the title of Hunter's Isles. And now a long swell was noticed from the southwest. It broke heavily upon a small reef and upon all the western shores, but although it was likely to prove troublesome and perhaps dangerous, Mr. Bass and myself hailed it with joy and mutual congratulation, as announcing the completion of our long wished for discovery of a passage into the southern Indian Ocean. Calling the point where the island coast turned Cape Grim, they sailed along the western shores, their little boat exposed to the swell of the Southern Ocean. Sailing joyfully from point to point, and naming them at will, the two explorers reached the extreme west, which they called South-West Cape. This had been already sighted by one of Cook's party in 1773. South Cape and Tasman's Head had been likewise charted as points at the extreme south of New South Wales. So the explorers sailed right round the island on which Tasman had landed 156 years before, and after an absence of 5 months they reached Sydney with their important news. Bass now disappears from the annals of exploration, but his friend Flinders went off to England, and found in our old friend Banks a powerful friend. He was given a stout North Country ship, His Majesty's ship Investigator, of 334 tons, with orders to return to New Holland and make a complete survey of the coast, and was off again in July 1801 with young John Franklin, his nephew, aboard. The Investigator arrived at Cape Leuwin in December, and anchored in King George Sound, discovered by Vancouver some 10 years before. By the new year he was ready to begin his great voyage round the Terra Australis, as the new country was still called. Indeed, it was Flinders who suggested the name of Australia for the tract of land hitherto called New Holland.
His voyage can easily be traced on our maps today, voyaging westward through the Recherches group of islands. Flinders passed the low, sandy shore to a cape he named Cape Busley, after his late admiral. High, bleak cliffs now rose to the height of some 500 feet for a distance of 450 miles, the great Australian Bight. Young Franklin's name was given to one island, Investigator to another. Cape Catastrophe commemorated a melancholy accident and the drowning of several of the crew. Kangaroo Island speaks for itself. Here they killed 31 dark brown kangaroos. The whole ship's company was employed this afternoon skinning and cleaning the kangaroos, and a delightful regale they afforded after 4 months' privation from almost any fresh provisions. Half a hundredweight of heads, forequarters, and tails were stewed down into soup for dinner, and as much steaks given to both officers and men as they could consume by day and night. In April 1802 a strange encounter took place, when suddenly there appeared a heavy-looking ship without any top-gallant masts up, showing a French ensign. Flinders cleared his decks for action in case of attack, but the strangers turned out to be the French ship Le Géographe, which, in company with the Le Naturaliste, had left France 1800 for exploration of the Australian coasts. Now it was well known that Napoleon had cast longing eyes upon the Terra Australis. Indeed, it is said that he took with him to Egypt a copy of Cook's Voyages. Flinders, too, knew of this French expedition, but he was not specially pleased to find French explorers engaged on the same work as himself. The commanders met as friends, and Baudin, the French explorer, told how he had landed also near Cape Leuven in May 1801, how he had given the names of his two ships to Cape Naturaliste and Geographe Bay, and was now making his way round the coast. Flinders little guessed at this time that the French were going to claim the south of New South Wales as French territory under the name of Terra Napoleon, though it was common knowledge that this discovery was made by Englishmen. "Ah, captain," said one of the French crew to Flinders, "if we had not been kept so long picking up shells and catching butterflies at Van Diemen's Land, you would not have discovered this coast before us." When Baudin put in at Port Jackson a couple of months later, he inquired of the governor the extent of British claims in the Pacific. "The whole of Tasmania and Australia are British territory," was the firm answer. After this encounter, Flinders discovered and named Port Phillip, at the head of which stands the famous city of Melbourne today, and then made his way on to Port Jackson. He had managed his cruise so well that the inhabitants of Port Jackson declared they were reminded of England by the fresh colour of the men amongst the Investigator ship's company. The Frenchmen had not fared so well. 150 out of 170 were down with scurvy and had to be taken to the hospital at Sydney. Before the end of July, Flinders was off again, sailing northwards along the eastern coast of New South Wales. October found him passing the Great Barrier Reefs, and on the 21st he had reached the northernmost point, Cape York. 3 days of anxious steering took the Investigator through Torres Strait, and Flinders was soon sailing into the great Gulf of Carpentaria. Still hugging the coast, he discovered a group of islands to the south of the Gulf, which he named the Wellesley Islands after General Wellesley, afterwards Duke of Wellington. Here he found a wealth of vegetation, cabbage palm was abundant, nutmegs plentiful, and a sort of sandalwood was growing freely. He spent 105 days exploring the Gulf. Then he continued his voyage round the west coast and back to Port Jackson by the south. He returned after a year's absence, with a sickly crew and a rotten ship. Indeed, the Investigator was incapable of further service, and Flinders decided to go back to England for another ship. As passenger on board the Porpoise, early in August 1802, he sailed from Sydney for the Torres Strait, accompanied by 2 returning transports. All went well for the first 4 days, and they had reached a spot on the coast of Queensland when a cry of "Breakers ahead!" fell on the evening air. In another moment the ship was carried amongst the breakers and struck upon a coral reef. So sudden was the disaster that there was no time to warn the other ships closely following. As the Porpoise rolled over on her beam ends, huge seas swept over her, and the white foam leaped high. Then the mast snapped, water rushed in, and soon the Porpoise was a hopeless wreck. A few minutes later one of the transports struck the coral reef. She fell on her side, her deck facing the sweeping rollers, and was completely wrecked. The other transport escaped, sailed right away from the scene of disaster, and was never seen again by the crew of the Porpoise. The dawn of day showed the shipwrecked crew a sandbank, to which some 94 men made their way, and soon set sailcloth tents on the barren shore. They had saved enough food for 3 months. Flinders, as usual, was the moving spirit. A fortnight later, in one of the ship's boats, with 12 rowers and food for 3 weeks, he left Wreck Reef amid ringing cheers to get help from Sydney for the 80 men left on the sandbank. The reader, says the hero of this adventure, has perhaps never gone 250 leagues at sea in an open boat or along a strange coast inhabited by savages. But if he recollect the 80 officers and men upon Wreck Reef, and how important was our arrival to their safety and to the saving of the charts, journals, and papers of the Investigator's voyage, he may have some idea of the pleasure we felt, particularly myself, at entering our destined port. Half starved, unshaven, deplorable indeed were the men when they staggered into Sydney, and an involuntary tear started from the eye of friendship and compassion when the governor learned how nearly Flinders and his friends had lost their lives. A few days later Flinders left Sydney for the last time in a little home-built ship of 29 tons, the Cumberland. It was the first ship ever built in the colony, and the colonists were glad it should be of use to the man who had done so much for their country. With all his papers and his beloved journals, Flinders put to sea, accompanied by a ship to rescue the men left on Wreck Reef. 3 months later, owing to the leaky condition of the ship, he landed at Mauritius. Here he was taken prisoner, and all his papers and journals were seized by the French. During his imprisonment, a French voyage of discovery was issued, Napoleon himself paying a sum of money to hasten publication. All the places discovered by Flinders, or Monsieur Flinedor, as the French called him, were called by French names. Fortunately, before reaching Mauritius, Flinders had sent duplicate copies of his charts home, and the whole fraud was exposed. Flinders did not reach home till 1810. A last tragedy awaited him, for he died in 1814, on the very day that his great book, The Voyage to Terra Australis, was published. Flinders was a true explorer, and as he lay dying he cried, "I know that in future days of exploration my spirit will rise from the dead and follow the exploring ship." End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 59.
Sturt's Discoveries in Australia. Since the days of Flinders, much discovery had been done in the great new island, continent of Australia. The Blue Mountains had been crossed, and the river Macquarie discovered and named after the governor of that name. But Sturt's famous discovery of the river Darling and his descent of the Murray River rank amongst the most noteworthy of a bewildering number of lesser expeditions. Captain Sturt landed with his regiment, the 39th, at Sydney in the year 1827, to guard the convicts. His first impressions of Sydney are interesting. Cornfield and orchard, he says, have supplanted wild grass and brush. On the ruins of the forest stands a flourishing town, and the stillness of that once desert shore is now broken by the bustle and by the busy hum of commerce. It is not unusual to see from 30 to 40 vessels from every quarter of the globe riding at anchor at one time. Sir Ralph Darling, governor of New South Wales, soon formed a high opinion of Sturt's ability, and when an expedition was proposed into the interior for further exploration, he appointed him leader. There was a universal opinion in the colony that in the middle of the unknown continent lay a large inland sea. Oxley had made his way to a shallow ocean of reeds where the river Macquarie disappeared. Natives spoke of large waters containing great fish. To open up the country and to ascertain the truth of these rumours were the objects of this new expedition which left Sydney in November 1828. It consisted of Hamilton Hume, the first Australian-born explorer, 2 soldiers, 8 convicts, 15 horses, 10 bullocks, and a small boat on a wheeled carriage. Across the roadless Blue Mountains they started, followed the traces of Oxley, who had died just a week before they started, and about Christmas time they passed his last camp and began to break new ground. Through thickets of reeds and marshy swamps they pushed on. The river Macquarie had entirely disappeared, but on 2nd February they suddenly found a large river, some 80 yards broad, enclosing an unbroken sheet of deep water. Our surprise and delight, says Sturt, are better imagined than described. Our difficulties seemed at an end. The banks were too steep to allow of watering the cattle, but the men eagerly descended to quench a thirst increased by the powerful sun. Never shall I forget their cry of amazement, nor the terror and disappointment with which they called out that the water was too salt to drink. Leaving his party, Sturt pushed on, but no fresh water was to be found, so he named the river the Darling, after the governor, and returned, but not till he had discovered brine springs in the bed of the river, which accounted for its saltness. Sturt had found no inland sea, but in the Darling he had discovered a main channel of the western watershed. He now proposed to follow the line of the Murrumbidgee, a river of considerable size and impetuous current, and to trace it, if possible, into the interior. Several of his old party again joined him, and once more he rode out of Sydney on this new quest. The journey to the banks of the Murrumbidgee lay through wild and romantic country, but as they journeyed farther, broad reed belts appeared by the river, which was soon lost in a vast expanse of reeds. For a moment or two Sturt was as one stunned. He could neither sleep nor rest till he had regained the river again. When at last he did so he found the water was deep, the current rapid, and the banks high. But he turned on all hands to build the whale boat which he had designed at Sydney for the purpose. Early in January he writes home: I was checked in my advance by high reeds spreading as far as the eye can reach. The Murrumbidgee is a magnificent stream. I do not yet know its fate, but I have taken to the boats. Where I shall wander to, God only knows. I have little doubt, however, that I shall ultimately make the coast. By 6th of January the boat was ready, and Sturt started on his memorable voyage. After passing the junction of the Lachlan, the channel gradually narrowed. Great trees had been swept down by the floods, and navigation rendered very dangerous. Still narrower grew the stream, stronger the current. On a sudden, the river took a general southern direction. We were carried at a fearful rate down its gloomy banks, and at such a moment of excitement had little time to pay attention to the country through which we were passing. At last we found we were approaching a junction, and within less than a minute we were hurried into a broad and noble river. It is impossible to describe the effect upon us of so instantaneous a change. We gazed in silent wonder on the large channel we had entered. The Murrumbidgee had joined the great Murray River, as Sturt now called it, after Sir George Murray of the Colonial Department. To add to the unknown dangers of the way, numbers of natives now appeared in force on the banks of the river, threatening the white men with dreadful yells and with the beating of spears and shields. Firearms alone saved the little crew, and the rage of the natives was turned to admiration as they watched the white man paddling on their great river, while some 70 black men swam off to the boat like a parcel of seals. The explorers now found a new and beautiful stream flowing into the Murray from the north, on which the boat was now turned, natives anxiously following along the grassy banks, till suddenly a net stretched across the stream checked their course. Sturt instinctively felt he was on the River Darling again. I directed that the Union Jack should be hoisted, and we all stood up in the boat and gave 3 distinct cheers. The eye of every native was fixed upon that beautiful flag as it waved over us in the heart of a desert. While they were still watching, Sturt turned the head of the boat and pursued his way down the great Murray River. Stormy weather at the end of January set in. Though they were yet 115 miles from the coast, the river increased in breadth, cliffs towered above them, and the water dashed like sea waves at their base. On the 5th of February they were cheered by the appearance of sea gulls and a heavy swell up the river, which they knew must be nearing the sea. On the 23rd day of their voyage they entered a great lake. Crossing to the southern shore, they found to their bitter grief that shoals and sandbanks made it impossible for them to reach the sea. They found that the Murray flowed into Encounter Bay, but thither they could not pass. The thunder of the surf upon the shore brought no hope to the tired explorers. They had no alternative but to turn back and retrace their way. Terrible was the task that lay before them. On half rations, and with hostile natives to encounter, they must fight their way against wind and stream. And they did it. They reached the camp on the Murrumbidgee just 77 days after leaving it, but to their dismay it was deserted. The river too had risen in flood and poured its turbid waters with great violence. For 17 days, says Sturt, we pulled against stream with determined perseverance, but in our short daily journeys we made but trifling way against it. The effects of severe toil were painfully evident. The men lost the muscular jerk with the oars. Their arms were nerveless, their faces haggard, their persons emaciated, their spirits wholly spent. From sheer weariness they fell asleep at the oar. No murmur, however, escaped them. "I must tell the captain tomorrow," said one, thinking that Sturt was asleep, "that I can pull no more." But when the morrow came he said no word, but pulled on with his remaining strength. One man went mad. The last ounce of flour was consumed when relief arrived, and the weary explorers at last reached Sydney with their great news. The result of this discovery was soon seen. In 1886 a shipload of English emigrants arrived off Kangaroo Island, and soon a flourishing colony was established at the mouth of the Moray River, the site of the new capital being called Adelaide, after the wife of William IV. After this Sturt tried to cross Australia from south to north, but though he opened up a good deal of new country, he failed to reach the coast. He was rewarded by the President of the Royal Geographical Society, who described him as one of the most distinguished explorers and geographers of our age. The feat of crossing Australia from south to north, from shore to shore, was reserved for an Irishman called Burke in the year 1861. The story of his expedition, though it was successful, is one of the saddest in the history of discovery. The party left Melbourne in the highest spirits. No expense had been spared to give them a good outfit. Camels had been imported from India, with native drivers, and food was provided for a year. The men of Melbourne turned out in their hundreds to see the start of Burke with his 4 companions, his camels, and his horses. Starting in August 1860, the expedition arrived at Cooper's Creek in November, with half their journey done. But it was not till December that the party divided, and Burke with his companions, Wills, King, and Gray, 6 camels and 2 horses, with food for 3 months, started off for the coast, leaving the rest at Cooper's Creek to await their return in about 3 months. After hard going, they reached a channel with tidal waters flowing into the Gulf of Carpentaria on 28th March. But they could not get a view of the open ocean because of boggy ground. They accomplished their task, but the return journey was disastrous. Short rations soon began to tell, for they had taken longer than they had calculated, and no food was to be found by the way. Gray was the first to fail and to die. Heavy rains made the ground impossibly heavy, and the camels sank to the ground exhausted. Finally they had to be killed and eaten. Then the horses went. At long last the 3 weary men and 2 utterly worn-out camels dragged themselves to Cooper's Creek, hoping to find their companions and the food they had left there 4 months ago. It was 21st of April. Not a soul was to be seen. "King," cried Wills, in utter despair, "they are gone!" As the awful truth flashed on them, Burke, their leader, threw himself on to the ground, realizing their terrible situation. They looked round. On a tree they saw the word "dig." In a bottle they found a letter. "We leave the camp today, 21st of April, 1861. We have left you some food. We take camels and horses." Only a few hours ago the party had left Cooper's Creek, and the explorers were too weak and tired to follow. They ate a welcome supper of oatmeal porridge, and then, after resting a couple of days, they struggled on their way, 3 exhausted men and 2 tired camels. Their food was soon finished, and they had to subsist on a black seed like the natives, called nardu. But they grew weaker and weaker, and the way was long. The camels died first. Then Wills grew too ill to walk, and there was nothing for it but to leave him and push on for help. The natives were kind to him, but he was too far gone, and he died before help could arrive. Burke and King sadly pushed on without him, but a few days later Burke died, and in the heart of Australia the one white man, King, was left alone. It was not till the following September that he was found, sitting in a hut that the blacks had made for him. He presented a melancholy appearance, wasted to a shadow, and hardly to be distinguished as a civilized being, except by the remnants of clothes on him. So, out of that gay party of explorers who left Melbourne in the summer of 1860, only one man returned to tell the story of success and the sadder story of suffering and disaster. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 60. Ross makes discoveries in the Antarctic seas. Now, while explorers were busy opening up Australian inland, Ross was leaving the Australian waters for his voyage to the south. 4 years after the return of the Ross Polar Expedition, Sir John Franklin had been made governor of Van Diemen's Land, where he was visited by the ships sent out from England on the first Antarctic expedition under the command of Sir James Ross, who had returned to find himself famous for his discovery of the North Magnetic Pole. An expedition had been fitted out, consisting of the Erebus and the Terror, ships which later on made history, for did they not carry Sir John Franklin to his doom in the Arctic regions some years later? The ships sailed in the autumn of 1839 by way of the Cape of Good Hope, and excited great interest at Hobart Town, where the commanders, Ross and Crozier, were warmly received by the governor. In a bay afterwards called Roscoe, the ships were repaired after the long voyage, while an observatory was built by the convicts under the personal supervision of Sir John Franklin. Interesting news awaited the explorers too at Hobart Town. Exploration had taken place in the southern regions by a French expedition under D'Urville and an American, Lieutenant Wilkes, both of which had made considerable discoveries. Ross was somewhat surprised at this, for, as he said, England had ever led the way of discovery in the southern as well as in the northern regions. But he decided to take a more easterly course, and if possible to reach the South Magnetic Pole. On 5th November 1840 the ships were off again, shaping their course for Auckland Island, 900 miles from Hobart Town. The island had been discovered in 1806 by Captain Bristow. He had left some pigs whose rapid increase filled the explorers with surprise. Christmas Day found them still sailing south, with strong gales, snow and rain. The first iceberg was seen a few days later, and land on 11th January. It was a beautifully clear evening, says Ross, and we had a most enchanting view of the two magnificent ranges of mountains, whose lofty peaks, perfectly covered with eternal snow, rose to elevations of 10,000 feet above the level of the ocean. These icy shores were unhospitable enough, and the heavy surf breaking along its edge forbade any landing. Indeed, a strong tide carried the ships rapidly and dangerously along the coast among huge masses of ice. The ceremony of taking possession of these newly discovered lands in the name of our most gracious sovereign Queen Victoria was proceeded with, and on planting the flag of our country amid the hearty cheers of our party, we drank to the health, long life and happiness of Her Majesty and His Royal Highness Prince Albert. The end of the month found them farther south than any explorer had sailed before. Everything was new, and they were suddenly startled to find two volcanoes, one of which was active, steam and smoke rising to a height of 2,000 feet above the crater, and descending as mist and snow. Mount Erebus and Mount Terror, Ross called them, in memory of his two ships. They sailed on, but soon were stopped by a huge barrier of solid ice, like a great white wall, 1,000 feet thick and 180 feet above sea level. They knew now they could get no further this season. They had reached a point 160 miles from the pole. Could they but have wintered here, in sight of the brilliant burning mountain, and at so short a distance from the magnetic pole, they might easily have reached it the following spring, so they thought, but reluctantly Ross had to turn. Few can understand the deep feelings of regret with which I felt myself compelled to abandon the perhaps too ambitious hope I had so long cherished of being permitted to plant the flag of my country on both magnetic poles of our globe. The whole of the great southern land they had discovered received the name of Queen Victoria, which name it keeps today. They had been south of the Antarctic Circle for 63 days, when they recrossed it on 4th of March. A few days later they narrowly escaped shipwreck. An easterly wind drove them among some hundreds of icebergs. For 8 hours, says Ross, we had been gradually drifting towards what to human eyes appeared inevitable destruction. The high waves and deep rolling of our ships rendered towing with boats impossible, and our situation was the more painful from our inability to make any effort to avoid the dreadful calamity that seemed to await us. The roar of the surf, which extended each way as far as we could see, and the dashing of the ice, fell upon the ear with painful distinctness as we contemplated the awful destruction that threatened in one short hour to close the world and all its hopes and joys and sorrows upon us for ever. In this deep distress we called upon the Lord, and our cry came before him. A gentle air of wind filled our sails, hope again revived, and before dark we found ourselves far removed from every danger. April found them back again in Van Diemen's Land, and though Ross sailed again the following autumn into southern latitudes, he only reached a point some few miles farther than before, being again stopped by a great wall barrier of thick ice. After this he took his ship home by way of Cape Horn, and the shores of Old England came into view on the 2nd of September, 1843. After an absence of 4 years, Ross was welcomed home, and honours were showered on him, including the award of the gold medal of the Royal Geographical Society of Paris. Till then they had deemed that the austral earth, with a long unbroken shore, ran on to the pole Antarctic, for such was the old sea lore. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 61. Franklin discovers the Northwest Passage. The whole coastline of North America had now been charted, but the famous Northwest Passage, for which so many lives had been laid down, had yet to be found. Sir John Barrow, the father of modern Arctic discovery, secretary to the Admiralty, now decided to dispatch another expedition to forge this last link and to connect, if possible, the chain of all former discoveries. Many were the volunteers who came forward to serve in the new Arctic expedition, but Sir John Franklin claimed the command as his special right. No service, he declared, is nearer to my heart. He was reminded that rumour put his age at 60, and that after a long life of hard work he had earned some rest. No, no, cried the explorer, I am only 59. This decided the point, and Franklin was appointed to the Erebus and Terror, recently returned from the Antarctic expedition of Sir James Ross. The ships were provisioned for 3 years, and with a crew of 129 men and several officers, Sir John Franklin left England for the last time on 19th May 1845. He was never seen again. All were in the highest spirits, determined to solve the mystery of the North-West Passage once and for all. So certain were they of success that one of the officers wrote to a friend, "Write to Panama and the Sandwich Islands every 6 months." On 4th of July the ships anchored near the island of Disco on the west coast of Greenland, after which all is silence. The rest of the story, one of the saddest ever told in connection with Arctic exploration, is dovetailed together from the various scraps of information that have been collected by those who sailed in search of the lost expedition year by year. In 1848 Sir James Ross had sailed off in search of his missing friend, and had reached a spot within 300 miles of the Erebus and Terror 4 months after they had been abandoned, but he returned with no news of Franklin. Then Sir John Richardson started off, but found no trace. Others followed. The government offered £20,000, to which Lady Franklin added £3,000, to anyone who should bring news of Franklin. By the autumn of 1850 there were 15 ships engaged in the search. A few traces were found. It was discovered that Sir John Franklin had spent his first winter, 1845, at Beechey Island. Carlin McClure sailed along the north coast of America and made his way from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean, thus showing the existence of a northwest passage, for which he and his men were highly rewarded, for at this time no one knew that Franklin had already found a passage, though he had not lived to tell the story of triumph and success. But it was not till after years of silence that the story of the missing expedition was cleared up. Lady Franklin purchased and fitted out a little steam yacht, the Fox, of 177 tons. The command was given to Captain McClintock, known to be an able and enthusiastic Arctic navigator. He was to rescue any possible survivor of the Erebus and Terror, and to try and recover any records of the lost expedition. The 12th of August found the little Fox in Melville Bay, made fast to an iceberg, and a few days later she was frozen firmly into an ice pack. For 242 days she was beset, drifting all through the long, bitter winter with the ice, till on 25th of April, 1858, after having been carried over 1,000 miles, she was released. McClintock, undaunted by danger, turned northwards, and by May he had reached Melville Bay. Thence up Lancaster Sound he reached Beechey Island in August, and found there 3 lonely graves of 3 sailors from the Erebus and Terror. Here the English commander erected a tablet sent out by Lady Franklin. On the morning of 16th August McClintock sailed from Beechey Island, but the short summer was passing quickly, and they had no fresh news of the Franklin expedition. Halfway through Bellot Strait, the Fox was again icebound, and another long winter had to be faced. By the middle of February 1859 there was light enough to start some sledging along the west coast of Boothia Felix. Days passed, and McClintock struggled on to the south, but no Eskimos appeared, and no traces of the lost explorers were to be found. Suddenly they discovered 4 men walking after them. A naval button on one of the Eskimos attracted their attention. It came, said the Eskimo, from some white people who were starved upon an island where there are salmon, but none of them had seen the white man. Here was news at last. McClintock travelled on some 10 miles to Cape Victoria, where the Eskimos built him a commodious snow hut in half an hour. Next morning the entire village of Eskimos arrived, some 45 people, bringing relics of the white man. There were silver spoons, part of a gold chain, buttons, knives, made of the iron and wood of the wrecked ships. But none of those people had seen the white men. One man said he had seen their bones upon the island where they died, but some were buried. They said a ship, having 3 masts, had been crushed by the ice out in the sea to the west of King William's Island. One old man made a rough sketch of the coastline with his spear upon the snow. He said it was 8 journeys to where the ship sank. McClintock hastened back to the ship with his news. He had by his sledge journey added 120 miles to the old charts and completed the discovery of the coastline of continental America. On 2nd April more sledge parties started out to reach King William's Island. The cold was still intense, the glare of the sun painful to their eyes. The faces and lips of the men were blistered and cracked, their fingers were constantly frostbitten. After nearly 3 weeks' travelling, they found snow huts and Eskimos at Cape Victoria. Here they found more traces of Franklin's party: preserved meat tins, brass knives, a mahogany board. In answer to their inquiries, they heard that 2 ships had been seen by the natives of King William's Island. One had been seen to sink in deep water, the other was forced on shore and broken up. It was in the fall of the year, August or September, they said, when the ships were destroyed, that all the white people went away to the large river, taking a boat with them, and that in the following winter their bones were found there. McClintock now made his way to the opposite coast of King William's Island. Here he found Eskimos with pieces of silver plate bearing the crest and initials of Sir John Franklin and some of his officers. They said it was 5 days' journey to the wreck, of which little now remained. There had been many books, said the Eskimos, but they had been destroyed by the weather. One woman volunteered a statement. Many of the white men, she said, dropped by the way as they went to the great river. Some were buried and some were not. Their bodies were discovered during the winter following. Moving onwards, McClintock reached the Great Fish River on the morning of 12th May. A furious gale was raging, and the air was heavy with snow, but they encamped there to search for relics. With pickaxes and shovels they searched in vain. No Eskimos were to be found, and at last, in despair, the little party of explorers faced homewards. McClintock was slowly walking near the beach when he suddenly came upon a human skeleton, lying face downwards, half buried in the snow. It wore a blue jacket with slashed sleeves and braided edging, and a greatcoat of pilot cloth. The old woman was right. They fell down and died as they walked along. And now the reward of the explorers was at hand. On the northwest coast of King William's Island was found a cairn and a blue ship's paper, weather-worn and ragged, relating in simple language, written by one of the ship's officers, the fate of the Franklin expedition. The first entry was cheerful enough. In 1846 all was well. His Majesty's ships, Erebus and Terror, wintered in the ice at Beechy Island, after having ascended Wellington Channel, and returned to the west side of Cornwallis Island. Sir John Franklin was commanding the expedition. The results of their first year's labour was encouraging. In 1846 they had been within 12 miles of King William's Island when winter stopped them. But a later entry, written in April 1848, states that the ships were deserted on 22nd of April, having been beset in ice since September 1846. That Sir John Franklin had died on 11th of June 1847, and that Captain Crozier was in command. Then came the last words: "And start tomorrow, 26th, for Backfish River." That was all. After a diligent search in the neighbourhood for journals or relics, McClintock led his party along the coast, till on 30th May they found another relic, in the shape of a large boat, with a quantity of tattered clothing lying in her. She had been evidently equipped for the ascent of the Great Fish River. She had been built at Woolwich Dockyard. Near her lay two human skeletons, a pair of worker slippers, some watches, guns, a Vicar of Wakefield, a small Bible, New Testament and Prayer Book, 7 or 8 pairs of boots, some silk handkerchiefs, towels, soap, sponge, combs, twine, nails, shot and cartridges, needle and thread cases, some tea and chocolate, and a little tobacco. Everything was carefully collected and brought back to the ship, which was reached on 19th June. 2 months later the little Fox was free from ice, and McClintock reached London towards the end of September, to make known his great discovery. The rest of the story is well known. Most of us know the interesting collection of Franklin relics in the United Service Institution in London, and the monument in Waterloo Place to the great navigator and his brave companions, who sacrificed their lives in completing the discovery of the North-West Passage. It was acknowledged that to Sir John Franklin is due the priority of discovery of the North-West Passage, that last link to forge which he sacrificed his life. And on a marble monument in Westminster Abbey, Tennyson, a nephew of Sir John Franklin, wrote his well-known lines: "Not here. The white North has thy bones, and thou, heroic sailor soul, art passing on thy happier voyage now, towards no earthly pole." End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 62. David Livingstone. I shall open up a path to the interior or perish. Such were the words of one of the greatest explorers of Africa in the 19th century. Determination was the keynote of his character even as a young boy. At the age of 10 he was at work in a cotton factory in Scotland. With his first week's wages he bought a Latin grammar. 14 hours of daily work left little time for reading, but he educated himself till at 19 he was resolved to be a medical missionary. In the glow of love which Christianity inspires, I resolved to devote my life to the alleviation of human misery. He was accepted for service by the London Missionary Society, and in the year 1840 he sailed for South Africa. After a voyage of 3 months he arrived at Cape Town, and made his way in a slow ox wagon 700 miles to Kuruman, a small mission station in the heart of Bechuanaland, where Dr. Moffat had laboured for 20 years. He did well, and 2 years later he was sent north to form another mission station at Mabotsa, Transvaal. Having married Moffat's daughter Mary, he worked in these parts till June 1849, when, with his wife and 3 children, he started with oxen and wagon for a journey northwards. Across the great Kalahari Desert moved the exploring family, till they came to the river called Zoga, which, said the natives, led to a large lake named Lake Ngami. In native canoes Livingstone and his little family ascended this beautiful wooded river, resembling the river Clyde above Glasgow. till on the 1st of August 1849 Lake Ngami appeared, and for the first time, says Livingstone, this fine sheet of water was beheld by Europeans. The lake was 2,800 feet above the sea, but the climate was terribly unhealthy. The children grew feverish, and mosquitoes made life a misery to them, while the tsetse fly made further exploration for the moment impossible. So the family journeyed back to headquarters for a time. But Livingstone was unsatisfied, and once more in 1851 we find him starting again with wife and children to seek the great river Zambezi, known to exist in Central Africa, though the Portuguese maps represented it as rising far to the east of Livingstone's discovery. It was the end of June 1851, he tells us, that we were rewarded by the discovery of the Zambezi in the centre of the continent. This was an important point, for that river was not previously known to exist there at all. As we were the very first white men the inhabitants had ever seen, we were visited by prodigious numbers of Makololo in garments of blue, green, and red baize. Livingstone wanted to know more of this unknown river, but he now decided that exploring with a wife and family was not only perilous but difficult. So he returned to the coast, put them on a homeward bound ship for England, and returned to Central Africa to continue his work of exploration alone. It was 11th November 1858 when Livingstone left the town of Linyanti in the very heart of Central Africa for his great journey to the west coast to trace the course of the Zambezi. The Zambezi, nobody knows whence it comes and whither it goes. So ran an old canoe song of the natives. With 27 faithful black Makololos, with only a few biscuits, a little tea and sugar, 20 pounds of coffee and 3 books, with a horse rug and sheepskin for bedding, and a small gypsy tent and a tin canister, 15 inches square, filled with a spare shirt, trousers, and shoes for civilized life, and a few scientific instruments, the English explorers started for a 6 months' journey. Soon his black guides had embarked in their canoes and were making their way up the Zambezi. No rain has fallen here, he writes on 30th of November, so it is excessively hot. The atmosphere is oppressive both in cloud and sunshine. Livingstone suffered badly from fever during the entire journey, but the blacks took fatherly care of him. As soon as we land, he says, the men cut a little grass for my bed, while the poles of my little tent are planted. The bed is made and boxes ranged on each side of it, and then the tent pitched over all. 2 Makololos occupy my right and left, both in eating and sleeping, as long as the journey lasts, but my head boatman makes his bed at the door of the tent as soon as I retire. As they advanced up the Barotse valley, rains had fallen, and the woods had put on their gayest hue. Flowers of great beauty grew everywhere. The ground begins to swarm with insect life, and in the cool, pleasant mornings the place rings with the singing of birds. On 6th of January 1854 they left the river and rode oxen through the dense parts of the country through which they had now to pass. Through heavy rains and with very little food they toiled on westward through miles and miles of swamp, intersected by streams flowing southward to the Zambezi basin. One day Livingstone's ox, Sindbad, threw him, and he had to struggle wearily forward on foot. His strength was failing. His meagre fare, varied by boiled zebra and dried elephant, frequent wettings and constant fever, were reducing him to a mere skeleton. At last, on 26th of March, he arrived at the edge of the high land over which he had so long been travelling. It is so steep, he tells us, that I was obliged to dismount, and I was so weak that I had to be led by my companions to prevent my toppling over in walking down. Below us lay the valley of the Quango in glorious sunlight. Another fortnight and they were in Portuguese territory. The sight of white men once more, and the collection of traders' huts, was a welcome sight to the weary traveller. The commandant at once took pity on Livingstone, but after a refreshing stay of 10 days, the English explorer started off westward to the coast. For another month he pursued his way. It was 31st May, 1854. As the party neared the town of Loanda, the black Makololos began to grow nervous. "We have stood by each other hitherto, and will do so to the last," Livingstone assured them, as they all staggered into the city by the seashore. Here they found one Englishman sent out for the suppression of the slave trade, who at once gave up his bed to the stricken and emaciated explorer. "Never shall I forget," he says, "the luxury I enjoyed in feeling myself again on a good English bed after 6 months' sleeping on the ground." Nor were the Makalolos forgotten. They were entertained on board an English man of war lying off the coast. Livingstone was offered a passage home, but he tells us: "I declined the tempting offers of my friends, and resolved to take back my Makololo companions to their chief, with a view of making a path from here to the east coast by means of the great river Zambesi." With this object in view, he turned his back on home and comfort, and on 20th of September, 1854, he left Loanda and the White Man's Sea, as the black guides called the Atlantic Ocean that washes the shores of West Africa. Their way lay through the Angola country, rich in wild coffee and cotton plantations. The weather was as usual still and oppressive, but slowly Livingstone made his way eastward. He suffered badly from fever as he had done on the outward journey. It had taken him 6 months to reach Loanda from Central Africa. It took a year to complete the return journey, and it was September 1855 before Linyanti was again reached. Wagons and goods left there 18 months before were safe, together with many welcome letters from home. The return of the travellers after so long an absence was a cause of great rejoicing. All the wonderful things the Makololos had seen and heard were rehearsed many times before appreciative audiences. Livingstone was more than ever a hero in their eyes, and his kindness to his men was not forgotten. He had no difficulty in getting recruits for the journey down the Zambesi to the sea, for which he was now making preparations. On 3rd of November he was ready to resume his long march across Africa. He was much better equipped on this occasion. He rode a horse instead of an ox, and his guide, Sekwebu, knew the river well. The first night out they were unfortunately caught in a terrific thunderstorm, accompanied by sheet lightning, which lit up the whole country and flooded it with torrents of tropical rain. A few days' travelling brought the party to the famous Zambesi Falls, called by the natives were Smoke Sounds, but renamed by Livingstone after the Queen of England, Victoria. The first account of these now famous falls is very vivid. 5 columns of vapour, appropriately named smoke, bending in the direction of the wind, appeared to mingle with the clouds. The whole scene was extremely beautiful. It had never been seen before by European eyes. When about half a mile from the falls, I left the canoe and embarked in a lighter one with men well acquainted with the rapids, who brought me to an island in the middle of the river and on the edge of the lip over which the water rolls. Creeping with care to the verge, I peered down into a large rent which had been made from bank to bank of the broad Zambesi. In looking down into the fissure one sees nothing but a dense white cloud. From this cloud rushed up a great jet of vapour, exactly like steam, and it mounted 200 or 300 feet high. Livingstone now continued his perilous journey with his 100 men along the Zambesi, the country once densely populated, now desolate and still. The Bakota tribes, the colour of coffee and milk, were friendly, and great numbers came from all the surrounding villages and expressed great joy at the appearance of a white man and harbinger of peace. They brought in large supplies of food, and expressed great delight when Livingstone doctored their children, who were suffering from whooping cough. As they neared the coast, they became aware of hostile forces. This was explained when they were met by a Portuguese half caste, with jacket and hat on, who informed them that for the last 2 years they had been fighting the natives. Plunging thus unconsciously into the midst of a Kaffir war rendered travelling unpleasant and dangerous. In addition, the party of explorers found their animals woefully bitten by the tsetse fly. Rhinoceroses and elephants were too plentiful to be interesting, and the great white ant made itself tiresome. It was 3rd of March before Livingstone reached Tete, 260 miles from the coast. The last stages of the journey had been very beautiful. Many of the hills were of pure white marble, and pink marble formed the bed of more than one of the streams. Through this country the Zambesi rolled down toward the coast at the rate of 4 miles an hour, while flocks of waterfowl swarmed upon its banks or flew over its waters. Tete was the farthest outpost of the Portuguese. Livingstone was most kindly received by the governor, but fever again laid him low, and he had to remain here for 3 weeks before he was strong enough to start for the last stage of his journey to the coast. He left his Makololos here, promising to return some day to take them home again. They believed in him implicitly and remained there 3 years, when he returned according to his word. Leaving Tete, he now embarked on the waters of the Zambesi, high with a 4th annual rise, which bore him to Sena in 5 days. So swift is the current at times that 24 hours is enough to take a boat from Tete to Sena, whereas the return journey may take 20 days. I thought the state of Tete quite lamentable, says Livingstone, but that of Sena was 10 times worse. It is impossible to describe the miserable state of decay into which the Portuguese possessions here have sunk. Though suffering badly from fever, Livingstone pushed on. He passed the important tributary of the Zambesi, the Shire, which he afterwards explored, and finally reached Quilimani on the shores of the Indian Ocean. It was now 20th of May, 1856, just 4 years after he had left Cape Town on his great journey from west to east, since when he had travelled 11,000 miles. After waiting 6 weeks on the great mud bank, surrounded by extensive swamps and rice grounds, which forms the site of Quilimane, Livingstone embarked on board a gunboat, the Frolic, for England. He had one Makololo with him, the faithful Sekwebu. The poor black man begged to be allowed to follow his master on the seas. But, said Livingstone, you will die if you go to such a cold country as mine. Let me die at your feet, pleaded the black man. He had not been to Loanda, he had never seen the sea before. Waves were breaking over the bar at Quilimane and dashing over the boat that carried Sekwebu out to the brig. He was terribly alarmed, but he lived to reach Mauritius, where he became insane, hurled himself into the sea, and was drowned. On 12th of December, 1856, Livingstone landed in England, after an absence of 16 years. He had left home as an obscure missionary. He returned to find himself famous. The Royal Geographical Society awarded him its gold medal. France and Scotland hastened to do him honour. Banquets and receptions were given for him, and finally this plain, single-minded man, somewhat attenuated by years of toil, and with his face tinged by the sun of Africa, was received by the Queen at Windsor. The enthusiasm aroused by this longest expedition in the history of African travel was unrivalled, and the name of Livingstone was on every lip. But meanwhile others were at work in Central Africa, and we must turn from the discoveries of Livingstone for the moment. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of A Book of Discovery. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 63. Burton and Speke in Central Africa, 1856. Livingstone had just left Luanda and was making his way across Africa from west to east, when an English expedition set forth to find the Great Lakes still lying solitary and undiscovered, although they were known to exist. If we turn to the oldest maps of Africa, we find, rudely drawn and incorrectly placed, large inland waters that may nevertheless be recognized as these lakes just about to be revealed to a wondering world. Ptolemy knew of them, the Arabs spoke of them, Portuguese traders had passed them, and the German missionary had caught sight of the mountains of the moon and brought back strange stories of a great inland lake. The work of rediscovering the lakes was entrusted to a remarkable man named Richard Burton, a man whose love of adventure was well known. He had already shown his mettle by entering Mecca disguised as a Persian, and disguised as an Arab he had entered Harar, a den of slave traders, the Timbuktu of eastern Africa. On his return he was attacked by the Somalis, one of his companions was killed, another, Speke, escaped with terrible spear wounds, and he himself was badly wounded. Such were the men who in 1856 were dispatched by the Royal Geographical Society for the exploration of the mysterious lakes in the heart of Central Africa. Speke gives us an idea of the ignorance prevailing on this subject only 56 years ago. On the walls of the Society's rooms there hung a large diagram constructed by two missionaries carrying on their duties at Zanzibar. In this section map, swallowing up about half of the whole area of the ground included in it, there figured a lake of such portentous size and such unseemly shape, representing a gigantic slug, that everybody who looked at it incredulously laughed and shook his head. A single sheet of sweet water, upwards of 800 miles long by 300 broad, equal in size to the great salt Caspian. It was April 1857 before Burton and Speke had collected an escort and guides at Zanzibar, the great slave market of East Africa, and were ready to start for the interior. We could obtain no useful information from the European merchants of Zanzibar, who are mostly ignorant of everything beyond the island, Burke wrote home on 22nd of April. At last on 27th of June, with 36 men and 30 donkeys, the party set out for the great malarious coast belt, which had to be crossed before Kazeh, some 500 miles distant, could be reached. After 3 months' arduous travelling, both Burton and Speke were badly stricken with fever. They reached Kazeh. Speke now spread open the map of the missionaries and inquired of the natives where the enormous lake was to be found. To their intense surprise they found the missionaries had run 3 lakes into one, and the 3 lakes were Lake Nyassa, Tanganyika, and Victoria Nyanza. They stayed over a month at Kazeh, till Burton seemed at the point of death, and Speke had him carried out of the unhealthy town. It was January before they made a start and continued their journey westward to Ugi. It is a wonderful thing, says Drummond, to start from the civilization of Europe, pass up these mighty rivers, and work your way alone and on foot, mile after mile, month after month, among strange birds and beasts and plants and insects, meeting tribes which have no name, speaking tongues which no man can interpret, till you have reached its sacred heart and stood where white man has never trod before. As the two men tramped on, the streams began to drain to the west, and the land grew more fertile, till 150 miles from Kazeh they began to ascend the slope of mountains overhanging the northern half of Lake Tanganyika. This mountain mass, says Speke, I consider to be the true mountains of the moon. From the top of the mountains the lovely Tanganyika lake could be seen in all its glory by Burton. But to Speke it was a mere mist. The glare of the sun and oft-repeated fever had begun to tell on him, and a kind of inflammation had produced almost total blindness. But they had reached the lake, and they felt sure they had found the source of the Nile. It was a great day when Speke crossed the lake in a long canoe hollowed out of the trunk of a tree, and manned by 20 native savages, under the command of a captain in a goatskin uniform. On the far side they encamped on the opposite shore, Speke being the first white man to cross the lake. Having retired to his hut for the night, Speke proceeded to light a candle and arrange his baggage, when to his horror he found the whole interior swarming with black beetles. Tired of trying to brush them away, he put out his light, and though they crawled up his sleeves and down his back, he fell asleep. Suddenly he woke to find one crawling into his ear, and in spite of his frantic efforts it crept in farther and farther, till it reached the drum, which caused the tired explorer intense agony. Inflammation ensued. His face became drawn, he could with difficulty swallow a little broth, and he was quite deaf. He returned across the lake to find his companion, Burton, still very ill and unfit for further exploration. So Speke, although still suffering from his ear, started off again, leaving Burton behind, to find the great northern lake spoken of as the Sea of Ukereve, where the Arabs traded largely in ivory. There was a great empire beyond the lake, they told him, called Uganda. But it was July 1858 when the caravan was ready to start from Kazeh. Speke himself carried Burton's large elephant gun. I commenced the journey, he says, at 6 p.m., as soon as the 2 donkeys I took with me to ride were caught and saddled. It was a dreary beginning. The escort who accompanied me were sullen in their manner, and walked with heavy gait and downcast countenance. The nature of the track increased the general gloom. For several weeks the caravan moved forward, till on the 3rd of August it began to wind up a long but gradually inclined hill, until it reached its summit, when the vast expanse of the pale blue waters of the Nyanza burst suddenly upon my eyes. It was early morning. The distant sea line of the north horizon was defined in the calm atmosphere, but I could get no idea of the breadth of the lake, as an archipelago of islands, each consisting of a single hill rising to a height of 200 or 300 feet above the water, intersected the line of vision to the left. A sheet of water extended far away to the eastward. The view was one which even in a well-known country would have arrested the traveller by its peaceful beauty. But the pleasure of the mere view vanished in the presence of those more intense emotions called up by the geographical importance of the scene before me. I no longer felt any doubt that the lake at my feet gave birth to that interesting river Nile, the source of which has been the subject of so much speculation and the object of so many explorers. This is a far more extensive lake than Tanganyika. It is so broad that you could not see across it, and so long that nobody knew its length. This magnificent sheet of water I have ventured to name Victoria, after our gracious sovereign. Speke returned to Kazeh after 6 weeks' eventful journey, having tramped no less than 452 miles. He received a warm welcome from Burton, who had been very uneasy about his safety, for rumours of civil war had reached him. I laughed over the matter, says Speke, but expressed my regret that he did not accompany me, as I felt quite certain in my mind I had discovered the source of the Nile. Together the two explorers now made their way to the coast and crossed to Aden, where Burton, still weak and ill, decided to remain for a little, while Speke took passage in a passing ship for home. When he showed his map of Tanganyika and Victoria Nyanza to the President of the Royal Geographical Society of London, Sir Roderick Murchison was delighted. "Speke, we must send you there again," he said enthusiastically. And the expedition was regarded as one of the most notable discoveries in the annals of African discovery. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge, Chapter 64. Livingstone traces Lake Shirva and Nyassa. Burton and Speke had not yet returned from Central Africa when Livingstone left England on another expedition into the interior, with orders to extend the knowledge already attained of the geography of Eastern and Central Africa and to encourage trade. Leaving England on 10th of March 1858, he reached the east coast the following May as British Consul of Quilimane, the region which lies about the mouth of the Zambesi. Livingstone had brought out with him a small steam launch called by the natives the Ma Robert, after Mrs. Livingstone, the mother of Robert, their eldest child. In this little steam launch he made his way up the Shire River, which flows into the Zambesi quite near its mouth. The delight of threading out the meanderings of upwards of 200 miles of a hitherto unexplored river must be felt to be appreciated, says Livingstone in his diary. At the end of these 200 miles, further progress became impossible because of rapids which no boat could pass. These magnificent cataracts we called the Murchison Cataracts, after one whose name has already a world-wide fame, says Livingstone. Leaving their boat here, they started on foot for the great lake described by the natives. It took them a month of hard travelling to reach their goal. Their way lay over the native tracks which run as a network over this part of the world. They are veritable footpaths, never over a foot in breadth, beaten as hard as adamant by centuries of native traffic. Like the roads of the old Romans, they run straight on over everything, ridge and mountain and valley. On 18th April, Lake Shirva came into sight, a considerable body of bitter water containing leeches, fish, crocodiles, and hippopotami. The country around is very beautiful, adds Livingstone, enclosed with rich vegetation, and the waves breaking and foaming over a rock added to the beauty of the picture. Exceedingly lofty mountains stand near the eastern shore. No white man had gazed at the lake before. Though one of the smaller African lakes, Shirva is probably larger than all the lakes of Great Britain put together. Returning to Tete, the explorer now prepared for his journey for the farther Lake Nyassa. This was to be no new discovery. The Portuguese knew the locality of Lake Shirva, and at the beginning of the 17th century Nyassa was familiar to them under another name. Landing at the same spot on the Shire banks as before, Livingstone with 36 Makololo porters and 2 native guides ascended the beautiful Shire highlands, some 1200 feet above sea level, and crossed the range on which Zomba, the residence of the British Commissioner of Nyassa Land, now stands. When within a day's march of their goal, they were told that no lake had ever been heard of in the neighbourhood. But, said the natives, the river Shire stretched on, and it would take 2 months to reach the end, which came out of perpendicular rocks which towered almost to the skies. Let us go back to the ship, said the followers. It is no use trying to find the lake. But Livingstone persevered, and he was soon rewarded by finding a sheet of water, which was indeed the beginning of Lake Nyassa. It was 16th September, 1856. How far is it to the end of the lake? He asked. The other end of the lake? Who ever heard of such a thing? Why, if one started when a mere boy to walk to the other end of the lake, he would be an old grey-headed man before he got there, declared one of the natives. Livingstone knew that he had opened up a great waterway to the interior of Africa, but the slave trade in these parts was terrible, gangs being employed in carrying the ivory from countries to the north down to the east coast. The English explorer saw that if he could establish a steamer upon this Lake Nyassa and buy ivory from the natives with European goods, he would at once strike a deadly blow at the slave trade. His letters home stirred several missionaries to come out and establish a settlement on the banks of the Shire River. Bishop Mackenzie and a little band of helpers arrived on the River Shire 2 years later, and in 1862 Mrs. Livingstone joined them, bringing out with her a little new steamer to launch on the Lake Nyassa. But the unhealthy season was at its height, and the surrounding low land, rank with vegetation and reeking from the late rainy season, exhaled the malarious poison in enormous quantities. Mrs. Livingstone fell ill, and in a week she was dead. She was buried under a large baobab tree at Shapunga, where her grave is visited by many a traveller passing through this once solitary region, first penetrated by her husband. The blow was a crushing one for Livingstone, and for a time he was quite bewildered. But when his old energy returned, he superintended the launching of the little steamer, the Lady Nyassa. But disappointment and failure awaited him, and at last, just 2 years after the death of his wife, he took the Lady Nyassa to Zanzibar by the Rovuma River, and set forth to reach Bombay, where he hoped to sell her, for his funds were low. On the last day of April 1864 he started on his perilous journey. Though warned that the monsoon would shortly break, he would not be deterred, and after sailing 2,500 miles in the little boat built only for river and lake, a forest of masts one day loomed through the haze in Bombay harbour, and he was safe. After a brief stay here, Livingstone left his little launch and made his way to England on a mail packet. But no one realized at this time the importance of his new discoveries. No one foresaw the value of Nyassa Land, now under British protectorate. Livingstone had brought to light a lake 1,570 feet above the sea, 350 miles long and 40 broad, up and down which British steamers make their way today, while the long range of mountains lining the eastern bank, known as the Livingstone Range, testified to the fact that he had done much, even if he might have done more. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 65. Expedition to Victoria Nyanza. While Livingstone was discovering Lake Nyassa, Speke was busy preparing for a new expedition to find out more about the great sheet of water he had named Victoria Nyanza, and to solve the vexed question, was this the source of the Nile? In April 1860, accompanied by Captain Grant, an old friend and brother sportsman, he left England, and by way of the Cape reached Zanzibar some 5 months later. The two explorers started for their great inland journey early in October, with some 100 followers, bound for the Great Lake. But it was January 1861 before they had covered the 500 miles between the coast and Kazeh, the old halting station of Burton and Speke. Through the agricultural plains known as Uzarana, the country of Rana, where many Negro porters deserted, because they believed the white men were cannibals and intended to eat them when safe away from the haunts of man. Through Usagara, the country of Gara, where Captain Grant was seized with fever. Through Ugogo's great wilderness, where buffalo and rhinoceros abounded, where the country was flooded with tropical rains, on to the land of the moon, 3,000 feet above sea level, till the slowly moving caravan reached Kazeh. Here terrible accounts of famine and war reached them, and instead of following Speke's route of 1858, they turned northwest and entered the Uzinza country, governed by two chieftains of Abyssinian descent. Here Speke was taken desperately ill. His cough gave him no rest day or night. His legs were reduced to the appearance of pipe sticks. But emaciated as he was, he made his way onwards, till the explorers were rewarded by finding a beautiful sheet of water lying snugly within the folds of the hills, which they named the Little Windermere, because they thought it was so like our own English lake of that name. To do royal honours to the king of this charming land, I ordered my men, says Speke, to put down their loads and fire a volley. The king, whom they next visited, was a fine-looking man, who with his brother sat cross-legged on the ground, with huge pipes of black clay by their sides, while behind him, squatting quiet as mice, were the king's sons, 6 or 7 lads, with little dream charms under their chins. The king shook hands in true English fashion, and was full of inquiries. Speke described the world, the proportions of land and water, and the large ships on the sea, and begged to be allowed to pass through his kingdom to Uganda. The explorers learned much about the surrounding country, and spent Christmas Day with a good feast of roast beef. The start for Uganda was delayed by the serious illness of Grant, until at last Speke reluctantly decided to leave him with the friendly king, while he made his way alone to Uganda and the Lake Victoria Nyanza. It was the end of January 1861 when the English explorer entered the unknown kingdom of Uganda. Messengers from the king, Mtesa, came to him. Now, they said, you have really entered the kingdom of Uganda. For the future you must buy no more food. At every place that you stop for the day, the officer in charge will bring you plantains. The king's palace was 10 days' march. The way lay along the western coast of the Lake Victoria Nyanza. The roads were as broad as our coach roads, cut through the long grass straight over the hills and down through the woods. The temperature was perfect. The whole land was a picture of quiescent beauty, with a boundless sea in the background. On 13th of February, Speke found a large volume of water going to the north. I took off my clothes, he says, and jumped into the stream, which I found was 12 yards broad and deeper than my height. I was delighted beyond measure, for I had, to all appearance, found one of the branches of the Nile's exit from the Nyanza. But he had not reached the Nile yet. It was not till the end of July that he reached his goal. Here at last, he says, I stood on the brink of the Nile. Most beautiful was the scene, nothing could surpass it, a magnificent stream from 600 to 700 yards wide, dotted with islets and rocks, the former occupied by fishermen's huts, the latter by crocodiles basking in the sun. I told my men they ought to bathe in the holy river, the cradle of Moses. Marching onwards, they found the waterfall, which Speke named the Ripon Falls, by far the most interesting sight I had seen in Africa. The arm of the water from which the Nile issued he named Napoleon Channel, out of respect to the French Geographical Society for the honour they had done him just before leaving England in presenting their gold medal for the discovery of Victoria Nyanza. The English explorers had now spent 6 months in Uganda. The civilization in this country of Mtesas has passed into history. Everyone was clothed, and even little boys held their skin cloaks tightly round them, lest their bare legs might by accident be seen. Everything was clean and orderly under the all-powerful ruler, Mutesa. Grant, who arrived in the end of May, carried in a litter, found Speke had not yet obtained leave from the king to open the country to the north, that an uninterrupted line of commerce might exist between England and Uganda by means of the Nile. But at last on 3rd of July he writes with joy, "The moment of triumph has come at last, and suddenly the road is granted." The explorers bid farewell to Mtesa. We rose with an English bow, placing the hand on the heart, whilst saying adieu, and whatever we did Mtesa in an instant mimicked with the instinct of a monkey. In 5 boats of 5 planks each tied together and calked with rags, Speke started with a small escort and crew to reach the palace of the neighbouring king, Kamrasi, father of all the kings, in the province of Unyoro. After some fierce opposition, they entered the palace of the king, a poor creature. Rumours had reached him that these 2 white men were cannibals and sorcerers. His palace was indeed a contrast to that of Mtesa. It was merely a dirty hut approached by a lane ankle deep in mud and cow manure. The king's sisters were not allowed to marry; their only occupation was to drink milk from morning to night, with the result that they grew so fat it took 8 men to lift one of them when walking became impossible. Superstition was rife, and the explorers were not sorry to leave Unyoro en route for Cairo. Speke and Grant now believed that, except for a few cataracts, the waterway to England was unbroken. The Karuma Falls broke the monotony of the way, and here the party halted a while before plunging into the Keedi wilderness, across which they intended to march, to save a great bend of the river. Their path lay through swampy jungles and high grass, while great grassy plains, where buffaloes were seen and the roar of lions was heard, stretched away on every side. Suddenly they reached a huge rock covered with huts, in front of which groups of black men were perched like monkeys, evidently awaiting the arrival of the white men. They were painted in the most brilliant colours, though without clothes, for the civilization of Uganda had been left far behind. Pushing on, they reached the muddy country, where again civilization awaited them in the shape of Turks. It was on 3rd of December that they saw, to their great surprise, 3 large red flags carried in front of a military procession which marched out of camp with drums and fifes playing. A very black man named Mohammed, in full Egyptian regimentals, with a curved sword, ordered his regiment to halt, and threw himself into my arms, endeavouring to kiss me, says Speke. Having reached his huts, he gave us 2 beds to sit upon, and ordered his wives to advance on their knees and give us coffee. "I have directions to take you to Gondokoro as soon as you come," said Mohammed. Yet they were detained till 11th of January, when in sheer desperation they started off, and in 2 days reached the Nile. Having no boats, they continued their march overland till 15th of February, when the masts of Nile boats came in sight, and soon after the two explorers walked into Gondokoro. Then a strange thing happened. We saw hurrying on towards us the form of an Englishman, and the next moment my old friend Baker, famed for his sports in Ceylon, seized me by the hand. What joy this was I can hardly tell. We could not talk fast enough, so overwhelmed were we both to meet again. Of course we were his guests, and soon learned everything that could be told. I now first heard of the death of the prince consort. Baker said he had come up with 3 vessels fully equipped with armed men, camels, horses, donkeys, and everything necessary for a long journey, expressly to look after us. 3 Dutch ladies also, with a view to assist us, God bless them, had come here in a steamer, but were driven back to Khartum by sickness. Nobody had dreamt for a moment it was possible we could come through. Leaving Baker to continue his way to Central Africa, Speke and Grant made their way home to England, where they arrived in safety after an absence of 3 years and 51 days, with their great news of the discovery of Uganda and their further exploration of Victoria Nyanza. When Speke reached Alexandria, he had telegraphed home, "The Nile is settled." But he was wrong. The Nile was not settled, and many an expedition was yet to make its way to the Great Lakes before the problem was to be solved. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 66. Baker finds Albert Nyanza. Baker had not long been at Gondokoro when the 2 English explorers arrived from the south. In March 1861, he tells us, I commenced an expedition to discover the sources of the Nile, with the hope of meeting the East African expedition of Captains Speke and Grant that had been sent by the English government from the south via Zanzibar for that object. From my youth I had been inured to hardship and endurance in tropical climates, and when I gazed upon the map of Africa, I had a wild hope that I might, by perseverance, reach the heart of Africa. These are the opening lines of the published travels of Samuel Baker, famous as an elephant hunter in Ceylon and engineer of the first railway laid down in Turkey. Like Livingstone in his early explorations, Baker took his wife with him. It was in vain that I implored her to remain, and that I painted the difficulties and perils still blacker than I supposed they really would be. She was resolved to share all dangers, and to follow me through each rough footstep of the wild life before me. On 15th April 1861, Baker and his wife left Cairo to make their way southward to join the quest for the source of the Nile. They reached Korosko in 26 days and crossed the Nubian desert on camels, a very wilderness of scorching sand, the simoon in full force, and the thermometer in the shade standing at 114 degrees Fahrenheit. By Abu Hamed and Berber they reached Atbara. It now occurred to Baker that without some knowledge of Arabic he could do little in the way of exploration, so for a whole year he stayed in northern Abyssinia, the country explored by Bruce nearly 90 years before. It was therefore 18th December 1862 before he and Mrs. Baker left Khartum for their journey up the Nile through the slave-driven Sudan. It was a 50 days' voyage to Gondokoro. In the hope of finding Speke and Grant, he took an extra load of corn as well as 22 donkeys, 4 camels, and 4 horses. Gondokoro was reached just a fortnight before the 2 explorers returned from the south. Baker's account of the historical meeting between the white men in the heart of Africa is very interesting. Heard guns firing in the distance. Reports that two white men had come from the sea. Could they be Speke and Grant? Off I ran and soon met them. Hurrah for our old England! They had come from the Victorian Nyanza, from which the Nile springs. The mystery of ages solved. With a heart beating with joy, I took off my cap and gave a welcome hurrah as I ran towards them. For the moment they did not recognize me. 10 years' growth of beard and moustache had worked a change, and my sudden appearance in the centre of Africa appeared to them incredible. As a good ship arrives in harbour battered and torn by a long and stormy voyage, so both these gallant travellers arrived in Gondokoro. Speke appeared to me the more worn of the two. He was excessively lean. He had walked the whole way from Zanzibar, never having ridden once during the weary march. Grant was in rags, his bare knees projecting through the remnants of trousers. Baker was now inclined to think that his work was done, the source of the Nile discovered. But after looking at the map of their route, he saw that an important part of the Nile still remained undiscovered, and though there were dangers ahead, he determined to go on his way into Central Africa. We took neither guide nor interpreter, he continues. We commenced our desperate journey in darkness about an hour after sunset. I led the way, Mrs. Baker riding by my side, and the British flag following close behind us as a guide for the caravan of heavily laden camels and donkeys. And thus we started on our march in Central Africa on the 26th of March, 1863. It would take too long to tell of their manifold misfortunes and difficulties before they reached the lake they were in search of on the 16th March, 1864. How they passed through the uncivilized country so lately traversed by Speke and Grant, how in the Obo country all their porters deserted just a few days before they reached the Karuma Falls, how Baker from this point tried to follow the Nile to the yet unknown lake, how fever seized both the explorer and his wife, and they had to live on the common food of the natives and a little water, how suddenly Mrs. Baker fell down with a sunstroke, and was carried for 7 days quite unconscious through swamp and jungle, the rain descending in torrents all the time, till Baker, weak as a reed, worn out with anxiety, lay on the ground as one dead. It seemed as if both must die, when better times dawned and they recovered to find that they were close to the lake. Baker's diary is eloquent. The day broke beautifully clear, and having crossed a deep valley between the hills, we toiled up the opposite slope. I hurried to the summit. The glory of our prize burst suddenly upon me. There, like a sea of quicksilver, lay far beneath us the grand expanse of water, a boundless sea horizon on the south and southwest, glittering in the noonday sun, while at 60 miles distance blue mountains rose from the lake to a height of about 7,000 feet above its level. It is impossible to describe the triumph of that moment. Here was the reward for all our labour. England had won the sources of the Nile. I looked from the steep granite cliff upon those welcome waters, upon that vast reservoir which nourished Egypt, upon that great source so long hidden from mankind, and I determined to honour it with a great name. As an imperishable memorial of one loved and mourned by our gracious Queen, I called this great lake the Albert Nyanza. The Victoria and the Albert Lakes are the two sources of the Nile. Weak and spent with fever, the Bakers descended tottering to the water's edge. The waves were rolling upon a white pebbly beach. I rushed into the lake, and thirsty with heat and fatigue, I drank deeply from the sources of the Nile. My wife, who had followed me so devotedly, stood by my side pale and exhausted, a wreck upon the shores of the great Albert Lake that we had long striven to reach. No European foot had ever trod upon its sand, nor had the eyes of a white man ever scanned its vast expanse of water. After some long delay, the Bakers procured canoes, merely single trees neatly hollowed out, and paddled along the shores of the newly found lake. The water was calm, the views most lovely. Hippopotami sported in the water, crocodiles were numerous. Day after day they paddled north, sometimes using a large Scotch blade as sail. It was dangerous work. Once a great storm nearly swamped them. The little canoe shipped heavy seas. Terrific bursts of thunder and vivid lightning broke over the lake, hiding everything from view. Then down came the rain in torrents, swept along by a terrific wind. They reached the shore in safety, but the discomforts of the voyage were great, and poor Mrs. Baker suffered severely. On the 13th day they found themselves at the end of the lake voyage, and carefully examined the exit of the Nile from the lake. They now followed the river in their canoe for some 18 miles, when they suddenly heard a roar of water, and rounding a corner, a magnificent sight suddenly burst upon us. On either side of the river were beautifully wooded cliffs, rising abruptly to a height of 300 feet, and rushing through a gap that cleft the rock. The river pent up in a narrow gorge, roared furiously through the rock-bound pass, till it plunged in one leap of about 120 feet into a dark abyss below. This was the greatest waterfall of the Nile, and in honor of the distinguished president of the Royal Geographical Society, I named it the Murchison Falls. Further navigation was impossible, and with oxen and porters they proceeded by land. Mrs. Baker was still carried in a litter, while Baker walked by her side. Both were soon attacked again with fever, and when night came they threw themselves down in a wretched hut. A violent thunderstorm broke over them, and they lay there utterly helpless and worn out till sunrise. Worse was to come. The natives now deserted them, and they were alone and helpless, with a wilderness of rank grass hemming them in on every side. Their meals consisted of a mess of black porridge of bitter mouldy flour, that no English pig would notice, and a dish of spinach. For nearly 2 months they existed here, until they became perfect skeletons. We had given up all hope of Gondokoro, says Baker, and I had told my headman to deliver my map and papers to the English consul at Khartum. But they were not to die here. The king, Kamrasi, having heard of their wretched condition, sent for them, treated them kindly, and enabled them to reach Gondokoro, which they did on 23rd of March, 1865, after an absence of 2 years. They had long since been given up as lost, and it was an immense joy to reach Cairo at last, and to find that, in the words of Baker, the Royal Geographical Society had awarded me the Victoria Gold Medal at a time when they were unaware whether I was alive or dead, and when the success of my expedition was unknown. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 67. Livingstone's Last Journey. In the year 1865, the greatest of all African travellers started on his last journey to Central Africa. I hope, he said, to ascend the Royuma, and shall strive, by passing along the northern end of Lake Nyassa and round the southern edge of Lake Tanganyika, to ascertain the watershed of that part of Africa. Arrived at Zanzibar in January 1866, he reached the mouth of the Royuma River some 2 months later, and passing through dense thickets of trees, he started on his march along the northern bank. The expedition consisted of 13 sepoys from Bombay, 9 negroes from one of the missions, 2 men from the Zambesi, Susi, Amota, and others originally slaves freed by Livingstone. As beasts of burden they had 6 camels, 3 Indian buffaloes, 2 mules, 4 donkeys, while a poodle took charge of the whole line of march, running to see the first man in the line and then back to the last, and barking to hasten him up. Now that I am on the point of starting on another trip into Africa, wrote Livingstone from Royuma Bay, I feel quite exhilarated. The mere animal pleasure of travelling in a wild, unexplored country is very great. Brisk exercise imparts elasticity to the muscles, fresh and healthy blood circulates through the brain, the mind works well, the eye is clear, the step firm, and a day's exertion makes the evening's repose thoroughly enjoyable. But misfortunes soon began. As they marched along the banks of the Royuma, the buffaloes and camels were badly bitten by the tsetse fly, and one after another died. The cruelty of the followers to the animals was terrible. Indeed, they were thoroughly unsatisfactory. One day a party of them lagged behind, killed the last young buffalo and ate it. They told Livingstone that it had died, and tigers had come and devoured it. Did you see the stripes of the tiger? Asked Livingstone. Yes, all declared that they had seen them distinctly. An obvious lie, as there are no striped tigers in Africa. On 11th of August, Livingstone once more reached Lake Nyassa. It was as if I had come back to an old home I never expected again to see, and pleasant it was to bathe in the delicious waters again. I feel quite exhilarated. Having sent word to the Arab chief of Kota Kota on the opposite coast, and having received no reply to his request to be ferried across the lake, he started off and marched by land round the southern end, crossing the Shire River at its entrance. He continued his journey round the southwestern gulf of Lake Nyassa, till rumours of Zulu raids frightened his men. They refused to go any farther, but just threw down their loads and walked away. He was now left with Susi and Chuma, and a few boys with whom he crossed the end of a long range of mountains over 4,000 feet in height, and pursuing a zigzag track, reached the Longwa River on 16 December 1866, while his unfaithful followers returned to the coast to spread the story that Livingstone had been killed by the Zulus. Meanwhile the explorer was plodding on towards Lake Tanganyika. The beauty of the way strikes the lonely explorer. The rainy season had come on in all its force, and the land was wonderful in its early green. Many gay flowers peep out, here and there the scarlet lily, red yellow and pure white orchids, and pale lobelias. As we ascended higher on the plateau, grasses which have pink and reddish brown seed vessels were grateful to the eye. 2 disasters clouded this month of travel. His poor poodle was drowned in a marsh, and his medicine chest was stolen. The land was famine bound too. The people were living on mushrooms and leaves. We get some elephant's meat, but it is very bitter, and the appetite in this country is always very keen, and makes hunger worse to bear, the want of salt probably making the gnawing sensation worse. On 28th of January, Livingstone crossed the Chambezi, which may almost be regarded as the upper waters of the Congo, says Johnstone, though the explorer of 1867 knew it not. Northwards, says Livingstone, through almost trackless forest and across oozing bogs, and then he adds the significant words, I am frightened at my own emaciation. March finds him worse. I have been ill of fever. Every step I take jars in my chest, and I am very weak. I can scarcely keep up the march. At last, on 1st of April, blue water loomed through the trees. It was Lake Tanganyika, lying some 2,000 feet below them. Its surpassing loveliness struck Livingstone. It lies in a deep basin, he says, whose sides are nearly perpendicular, but covered well with trees, at present all green. Down some of these rocks come beautiful cascades, while buffaloes, elephants, and antelopes wander and graze on the more level spots, and lions roar by night. In the morning and evening huge crocodiles may be observed quietly making their way to their feeding grounds, and hippopotami snort by night. Going westwards, Livingstone met a party of Arabs, amongst whom he remained for over 3 months, till he could make his way on to Lake Meoro, reported to be only 3 days' journey. It took him 16 days to reach it. Lake Meoro seems of goodly size, he says, and is flanked by ranges of mountains on the east and west. Its banks are of coarse sand and slope gradually down to the water. We slept in a fisherman's cottage on the north shore. After a stay of 6 weeks in the neighbourhood, Livingstone returned to the Arabs until the spring of 1868, when he decided to explore the Lake Bangweolo. In spite of opposition and the desertion of more men, he started with 5 attendants and reached this, one of the largest of the Central African lakes, in July. Modestly enough he asserts the fact: "On the 18th I saw the shores of the lake for the first time. The name Bangweolo is applied to the great mass of water, though I fear that our English folks will boggle at it, or call it Bungee Hollow. The water is of a deep sea green colour. It was bitterly cold from the amount of moisture in the air." This moisture converted the surrounding country into one huge bog or sponge, 29 of which Livingstone had to cross in 30 miles, each taking about half an hour to cross. The explorer was still greatly occupied on the problem of the Nile. The discovery of the sources of the Nile, he says, is somewhat akin in importance to the discovery of the North-West Passage. It seemed to him not impossible that the great river he found flowing through these 2 great lakes to the west of Tanganyika might prove to be the Upper Nile. It was December before he started for Tanganyika. The new year of 1868 opened badly. Halfway he became very ill. He was constantly wet through. He persistently crossed brooks and rivers, wading through cold water up to his waist. "Very ill all over," he enters in his diary. "Cannot walk. Pneumonia of right lung, and I cough all day and all night. I am carried several hours a day on a frame. The sun is vertical, blistering any part of the skin exposed, and I try to shelter my face and head as well as I can with a bunch of leaves." On 14th of February 1869 he arrived on the western shores of the lake, and after the usual delay he was put into a canoe for Ujiji. Though better, he was still very ill, and we get the pathetic entry: "Hope to hold out to Ujiji." At last he reached the Arab settlement on the eastern shores, where he found the goods sent to him overland from Zanzibar, and though much had been stolen, yet warm clothes, tea, and coffee soon revived him. After a stay of 3 months he grew better, and turned westwards for the land of the Manyuema and the great rivers reported to be flowing there. He was guided by Arabs whose trade route extended to the great Lualaba River, in the very heart of Africa, some 1,000 miles west of Zanzibar. It was an unknown land, unvisited by Europeans, when Livingstone arrived with his Arab escort at Bambarra in September 1869. "Being now well rested," he enters in his diary, "I resolved to go west to Lualaba and buy a canoe for its exploration. The Manyuema country is all surpassingly beautiful. Palms crown the highest heights of the mountains, and the forests about 5 miles broad are indescribable. Climbers of cable size in great numbers are hung among the gigantic trees. Many unknown wild fruits abound, some the size of a child's head, and strange birds and monkeys are everywhere. With the Arab caravan he travelled almost incessantly zigzagging through the wonderful Manyuema country until, after a year's wandering, he finally reached the banks of the Lualaba Congo on 31st of March 1871. It was a red-letter day in his life. I went down, he says, to take a good look at the Lualaba here. It is a mighty river at least 3,000 yards broad and always deep. The banks are steep. The current is about 2 miles an hour away to the north. Livingstone was gazing at the second largest river in the world, the Congo, but he thought it was the Nile, and confidently relates how it overflows all its banks annually as the Nile does. At Nyangwe, a Manyuema village, Livingstone stayed for 4 months. The natives were dreadful cannibals. He saw one day a man with 10 human jawbones hung by a string over his shoulder, the owners of which he had killed and eaten. Another day a terrible massacre took place, arising from a squabble over a fowl, in which some 400 perished. The Arabs too disgusted him with their slave raiding, and he decided that he could no longer travel under their protection. So on 20th of July 1871 he started back for Ujiji, and after a journey of 700 miles, accomplished in 3 months, he arrived, reduced to a skeleton, only to find that the rascal who had charge of his stores had stolen the whole and made away. But when health and spirit were failing, help was at hand. The meeting of Stanley and Livingstone on the shores of the Lake Tanganyika is one of the most thrilling episodes in the annals of discovery. Let them tell their own story. When my spirits were at their lowest ebb, says Livingstone, one morning Susi came running at the top of his speed and gasped out, "An Englishman! I see him!" And off he darted to meet him. The American flag at the head of a caravan told of the nationality of the stranger. Bales of goods, baths of tin, huge kettles, and cooking pots made me think, this must be a luxurious traveller, and not one at his wits' end, like me. It was Henry Morton Stanley, the travelling correspondent of the New York Herald, sent at an expense of more than £4,000 to obtain accurate information about Dr. Livingstone, if living, and if dead, to bring home his bones. And now Stanley takes up the story. He has entered Ujiji and heard from the faithful Susi that the explorer yet lives. Pushing back the crowds of natives, Stanley advanced down a living avenue of people till he came to where the white man with the long grey beard was standing. As I advanced slowly towards him, says Stanley, I noticed he was pale, looked worried, wore a bluish cap with a faded gold band round it, had on a red-sleeved waistcoat, and a pair of grey tweed trousers. I walked deliberately to him, took off my hat, and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" "Yes," said he, with a kind smile, lifting his cap slightly. Then we both grasp hands, and I say aloud, "I thank God, Doctor, I have been permitted to see you." "You have brought me new life," murmured the tired explorer, and for the next few days it was enough for the 2 Englishmen to sit on the mud veranda of Livingstone's house, talking. Livingstone soon grew better, and November found the 2 explorers surveying the river flowing from the north of Tanganyika, and deciding that it was not the Nile. Stanley now did his best to persuade Livingstone to return home with him, to recruit his shattered health before finishing his work of exploration. But the explorer, tired and out of health though he was, utterly refused. He must complete the exploration of the sources of the Nile before he sought that peace and comfort at home for which he must have yearned. So the 2 men parted, Stanley to carry Livingstone's news of the discovery of the Congo back to Europe, Livingstone to end his days on the lonely shores of Lake Pangweolo, leaving the long-sought mystery of the Nile sources yet unsolved. On 25th of August, 1872, he started on his last journey. He had a well-equipped expedition sent up by Stanley from the coast, including 60 men, donkeys, and cows. He embarked on his fresh journey with all his old eagerness and enthusiasm, but a few days' travel showed him how utterly unfit he was for any more hardships. He suffered from intense and growing weakness, which increased day by day. He managed somehow to ride his donkey, but in November his donkey died, and he struggled along on foot. Descending into marshy regions north of Lake Bangweolo, his journey became really terrible. The rainy season was at its height, the land was an endless swamp, and starvation threatened the expedition. To add to the misery of the party, there were swarms of mosquitoes, poisonous spiders, and stinging ants by the way. Still, amid all the misery and suffering, the explorer made his way on through the dreary autumn months. Christmas came and went. The new year of 1873 dawned. He could not stop. April found him only just alive, carried by his faithful servants. Then comes the last entry in his diary, 27th of April. Knocked up quite. We are on the banks of Ermolialamo. They laid him at last in a native hut, and here one night he died alone. They found him in the early morning, just kneeling by the side of the rough bed, his body stretched forward, his head buried in his hands upon the pillow. The negroes buried his heart on the spot where he died, in the village of Ilala, on the shores of Lake Bangweolo, under the shadow of a great tree, in the still forest. Then they wrapped his body in a cylinder of bark, wound round in a piece of old sailcloth, lashed it to a pole, and a little band of negroes, including Susi and Chuma, set out to carry their dead master to the coast. For hundreds of miles they tramped with their precious burden, till they reached the sea, and could give it safely to his fellow countrymen, who conveyed it to England, to be laid with other great men in Westminster Abbey. He needs no epitaph to guard a name, which men shall praise while worthy work is done. He lived and died for good, be that his fame. Let marble crumble, this is Livingstone. End of chapter 67. Chapter 68 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge, Chapter 68, Through the Dark Continent. The death of Livingstone, the faithfulness of his native servants in carrying his body and journals across hundreds of miles of wild country to the coast, his discovery of the great river in the heart of Africa, and the great service in Westminster Abbey roused public interest in the Dark Continent and the unfinished work of the great explorer. Never had such an outburst of missionary zeal been known, never did the cause of geographical exploration receive such an impetus. The dramatic meeting between Livingstone and Stanley on the shores of Lake Tanganyika in 1871 had impressed the public in England and America, and an expedition was now planned by the proprietors of two great newspapers, the London Daily Telegraph and the New York Herald. Stanley was chosen to command it, and perhaps there is hardly a better known book of modern travels than Through the Dark Continent, in which he has related all his adventures and discoveries with regard to the Congo. Leaving England in August 1874 with 3 Englishmen and a large boat in 8 sections, the Lady Alice, for the navigation of lake and river, the little exploring party reached Zanzibar a few weeks later and started on their great inland journey. The way to Victoria Nyanza lay through what is now known as German East Africa. They reached Ugogo safely and turned to the northwest, entering an immense and silent bushfield where no food was obtainable. On the eighth day 5 people died of starvation, and the rest of the expedition was only saved by the purchase of some grain from a distant village. But 4 more died, and 28 miles under a hot sun prostrated one of the white men, who died a few days later. Thus they entered Ituru, a land of naked people, whose hills drained into marsh, whence issue the southernmost waters of the Nile. Here they were surrounded by angry savages on whom they had to fire, and from whose country they were glad to escape. On the 27th of February, 1875, after tramping for 103 days, they arrived at their destination. One of the white men, who was striding forward, suddenly waved his hat, and with a beaming face shouted out, "I have seen the lake, sir. It is grand." Here, indeed, was the Victoria Nyanza, which a dazzling sun transformed into silver, discovered by Speke 16 years before, and supposed to be the source of the Nile. The men struck up a song in triumph. "Sing, O friends, sing, the journey is ended. Sing aloud, O friends, sing to the great Nyanza. Sing all, sing loud, O friends, sing to the great sea. Give your last look to the lands behind, and then turn to the sea. Lift up your heads, O men, and gaze around. Try if you can to see its end. See it stretches moons away, this great, sweet, fresh-water sea." "I thought," says Stanley, "there could be no better way of settling, once and for ever, the vexed question than by circumnavigating the lake." So the Lady Alice was launched, and from the shores of Speke Gulf, as he named the southern end, the explorer set forth, leaving the 2 remaining Englishmen in charge of the camp. "The sky is gloomy," writes Stanley. "The rocks are bare and rugged. The land silent and lonely. The rowing of the people is that of men who think they are bound to certain death. Their hearts are full of misgivings, as slowly we move through the dull, dead waters." The waters were not dead for long. A gale rose up, and the lake became wild beyond description. The waves hissed as we tore along. The crew collapsed and crouched into the bottom of the boat, expecting the end of the wild venture, but the Lady Alice bounded forward like a wild courser, and we floated into a bay, still as a pond. So they coasted along the shores of the lake. Their guide told them it would take years to sail round their sea, that on the shores dwelt people with long tails, who preferred to feed on human beings rather than cattle or goats. But, undaunted, the explorer sailed on, across the Napoleon Channel, through which flowed the superfluous waters of the lake, rushing northward as the Victoria Nile. On the western side of the channel is Uganda, dominated by an emperor, who is supreme over about 3 millions of people. He soon heard of my presence on the lake and dispatched a flotilla to meet me. His mother had dreamed the night before that she had seen a boat sailing like a fish-eagle over the Nyanza. In the stern of the boat was a white man, gazing wistfully towards Uganda. On reaching the port, a crowd of soldiers, arrayed in crimson and black and snowy white, were drawn up to receive him. As we neared the beach, volleys of musketry burst out from the long lines. Numerous kettles and brass drums sounded a noisy welcome, flags and banners waved, and the people gave a great shout. Such was Stanley's welcome to Mtsesa's wonderful kingdom of Uganda, described by Speke 16 years before. The 12 days spent at the court of this monarch impressed Stanley deeply. Especially was the king interested in Christianity, and the English explorer told the story of the creation and the birth of the Messiah to this intelligent pagan and his courtiers. 10 days after we left the genial court, I came upon the scene of the tragedy. We were coasting the eastern side of a large island, having been 36 hours without food, looking for a port where we could put in and purchase provisions. Natives followed our movements, poising their spears, stringing their bows, picking out the best rocks for their slings. We were 13 souls, they between 300 and 400. Seeing the boat advance, they smiled, entered the water, and held out inviting hands. The crew shot the boat towards the natives. Their hands closed on her firmly. They ran with her to the shore, and dragged her high and dry about 20 yards from the lake. Then ensued a scene of rampant wildness and hideous ferocity of action beyond description. The boat was surrounded by a forest of spears, and 200 demons contended for the first blow. I sprang up to kill and be killed, a revolver in each hand. But as I rose to my feet, the utter hopelessness of our situation was revealed to me. To make a long story short, the natives seized the oars, and thinking the boat was now in their power, they retired to make their plans. Meanwhile Stanley commanded his crew to tear the bottom boards up for paddles, and pushing the boat hastily into the water, they paddled away, their commander firing the while with his elephant rifle and explosive bullets. They were saved. On 6th of May the circumnavigation was finished, and the Lady Alice was being dragged ashore in Speke Gulf with shouts of welcome and the waving of many flags. But sad news awaited him. He could see but one of his white companions. "Where is Barker?" he asked Frank Pocock. "He died 12 days ago," was the melancholy answer. Stanley now took his whole expedition to Uganda, and after spending some months with the king, he passed on to Lake Tanganyika, crossing to Ujiji, where he arrived in May 1876. Here, 5 years before, he had found Livingstone. We launched our boat on the lake, and circumnavigating it, discovered that there was only a periodical outlet to it. Thus, by the circumnavigation of the two lakes, 2 of the geographical problems I had undertaken to solve were settled. The Victoria Nyanza had no connection with the Tanganyika. There now remained the grandest task of all. Is the Lualaba, which Livingstone had traced along a course of nearly 1,300 miles, the Nile, the Niger, or the Congo? I crossed Lake Tanganyika with my expedition, lifted once more my gallant boat on our shoulders, and after a march of nearly 220 miles, arrived at the superb river. Where I first sighted it, the Lualaba was 1,400 yards wide, pale grey in colour, winding slowly from south and by east. We hailed its appearance with shouts of joy, and rested on the spot to enjoy the view. I likened it to the Mississippi as it appears before the impetuous, full-volumed Missouri pours its rusty brown water into it. A secret rapture filled my soul as I gazed upon the majestic stream. The great mystery that for all these centuries nature had kept hidden away from the world of science was waiting to be solved. For 220 miles I had followed the sources of the Livingstone River to the confluence, and now before me lay the superb river itself. My task was to follow it to the ocean. Pressing on along the river, they reached the Arab city of Nyangwe, having accomplished 338 miles in 43 days. And now the famous Arab Tipu Tib comes on the scene, a chief with whom Stanley was to be closely connected hereafter. He was a tall, black-bearded man with an intelligent face and gleaming white teeth. He wore clothes of spotless white, his face was smart and new, his dagger resplendent with silver filigree. He had escorted Cameron across the river to the south, and he now confirmed Stanley in his idea that the greatest problem of African geography, the discovery of the course of the Congo, was still untouched. This was momentous and all-important news to the expedition. We had arrived at the critical point in our travels, remarked Stanley. What kind of a country it is to the north along the river? He asked. Monstrous bad, was the reply. There are large boa constrictors in the forest, suspended by their tails, waiting to gobble up travellers. You cannot travel without being covered by ants, and they sting like wasps. There are leopards in countless numbers. Gorillas hound the woods. The people are man-eaters. A party of 300 guns started for the forest, and only 60 returned. Stanley and his last remaining white companion, Frank Pocock, discussed the somewhat alarming situation together. Should they go on and face the dwarfs who shot with poisoned arrows, the cannibals who regarded the stranger as so much meat, the cataracts and rocks? Should they follow the great river which flowed northward for ever and knew no end? This great river, which Livingstone first saw, and which broke his heart to turn away from, is a noble field, argued Stanley. After buying or building canoes and floating down the river day by day, either to the Nile or to some vast lake in the far north or to the Congo and the Atlantic Ocean. Let us follow the river, replied the white man. So, accompanied by Tippu Tib, with 140 guns and 70 spearmen, they started along the banks of the river, which Stanley now named the Livingstone River. On the 5th of November, 1876, says Stanley, a force of about 700 people, consisting of Tippu Tib's slaves and my expedition, departed from the town of Nyangwe and entered the dismal forest land north. A straight line from this point to the Atlantic Ocean would measure 1,070 miles. Another to the Indian Ocean would measure only 920 miles. We had not reached the center of the continent by 75 miles. Outside the woods blazed a blinding sunshine. Underneath that immense roof foliage was a solemn twilight. The trees shed continual showers of tropic dew. As we struggled on through the mud, the perspiration exuded from every pore. Our clothes were soon wet and heavy. Every man had to crawl and scramble as he best could. Sometimes prostrate forest giants barred the road with a mountain of twigs and branches. For 10 days we endured it. Then the Arabs declared they could go no farther. I promised them £500 if they would escort us 20 marches only. On our way to the river we came to a village whose sole street was adorned with 186 human skulls. 17 days from Nyangwe we saw again the great river, and viewing the stately breadth of the mighty stream, I resolved to launch my boat for the last time. Placing 36 of the people in the boat, we floated down the river close to the bank along which the land party marched. Day after day passed on, and we found the natives increasing in wild rancour and unreasoning hate of strangers. At every curve and bend they telephoned along the river warning signals. Their huge wooden drums sounded the muster for fierce resistance. Reed arrows tipped with poison were shot at us from the jungle as we glided by. On the 18th of December our miseries culminated in the grand effort of the savages to annihilate us. The cannibals had manned the topmost branches of the trees above the village of Vinyanyara to shoot at us. A camp was hastily constructed by Stanley in defense, and for several days there was desperate fighting, at the end of which peace was made. But Tippu Tib and his escort refused to go a step farther to what they felt was certain destruction. Stanley alone was determined to proceed. He bought 33 native canoes, and leading with the Lady Alice, he set his face towards the unknown country. His men were all sobbing. They leaned forward, bowed with grief and heavy hearts at the prospect before them. Dense woods covered both banks and islands. Savages with gaily feathered heads and painted faces dashed out of the woods armed with shields and spears, shouting, "Meat! Meat! Ha! Ha! We shall have plenty of meat!" Armies of parrots screamed overhead as they flew across the river. Legions of monkeys and howling baboons alarmed the solitudes. Crocodiles haunted the sandy points. Hippopotami grunted at our approach. Elephants stood by the margin of the river. There was unceasing vibration from millions of insects throughout the livelong day. The sun shone large and warm. The river was calm and broad and brown. By January 1877 the expedition reached the first cataract, of what is now known as the Stanley Falls. From this point for some 60 miles the great volume of the Livingstone River rushed through narrow and lofty banks in a series of rapids. For 22 days he toiled along the banks, through jungle and forest, over cliffs and rocks, exposed all the while to murderous attacks by cannibal savages, till the seventh cataract was passed and the boats were safely below the falls. We hastened away down river in a hurry to escape the noise of the cataracts, which for many days and nights had almost stunned us with their deafening sound. We were once more afloat on a magnificent stream, nearly a mile wide, curving northwest. Ah, is it the Niger or Congo? I said. But day after day, as they dropped downstream, new enemies appeared, until at last, at the junction of the Aruvimi, a tributary as large as the main stream, a determined attack was made on them by some 2,000 warriors in large canoes. A monster canoe led the way with 2 rows of 40 paddlers each, their bodies swaying to a barbarous chorus. In the bow were 10 prime young warriors, their heads gay with the feathers of the parrot, crimson and grey. At the stern 8 men with long paddles, decorated with ivory balls, guided the boat, while 10 chiefs danced up and down from stem to stern. The crashing of large drums, 100 blasts from ivory horns, and a song from 2,000 voices did not tend to assure the little fleet under Stanley. The Englishman coolly anchored his boats in midstream and received the enemy with such well-directed volleys that the savages were utterly paralyzed, and with great energy they retreated, pursued hotly by Stanley's party. Leaving them wandering and lamenting, I sought the mid-channel again, and wandered on with the current. In the voiceless depths of the watery wilderness we encountered neither treachery nor guile, and we floated down, down, hundreds of miles. The river curved westward, then southwestward, straight for the mouth of the Congo. It widened daily, the channels became numerous. Through the country of the Bangala they now fought their way. These people were armed with guns brought up from the coast by native traders. It was indeed an anxious moment when, with war drums beating, 63 beautiful but cruel canoes came skimming towards Stanley with some 300 guns to his 44. For nearly 5 hours the 2 fleets fought until the victory rested with the American. This, remarks Stanley, was our 31st fight on the terrible river, and certainly the most determined conflict we had endured. They rowed on till the 11th of March. The river had grown narrower and steep. Wooden hills rose on either side above them. Suddenly the river expanded, and the voyagers entered a wide basin or pool over 30 square yards. Sandy islands rose in front of us like a sea beach, and on the right toward a long row of cliffs, white and glistening, like the cliffs of Dover. Why not call it Stanley Pool and those cliffs Dover Cliffs? Suggested Frank Pocock. And these names may be seen on our maps today. Passing out of the pool, the roar of a great cataract burst upon their ears. It was the first of a long series of falls and rapids, which continued for a distance of 155 miles. To this great stretch of cataracts and rapids, Stanley gave the name of the Livingstone Falls. At the 5th cataract, Stanley lost his favorite little native page, boy Kalulu. The canoe in which he was rowing shot suddenly over the rapids, and in the furious whirl of rushing waters, poor little Kalulu was drowned. He had been born a prince and given to Stanley on his first expedition into Africa. Stanley had taken him to Europe and America, and the boy had repaid his kindness by faithful and tender devotion till that fatal day when he went to his death over the wild Livingstone Falls. Stanley named the rapid after him, Kalulu Falls. But a yet more heart-rending loss was in store for him. Progress was now very slow, for none of the cataracts or rapids could be navigated. Canoes as well as stores had to be dragged over land from point to point. Frank Pocock had fallen lame and could not walk with the rest. Although accidents with the canoes were of daily occurrence, although he might have taken warning by the death of Kalulu, he insisted that his crew should try to shoot the great Massassa Falls instead of going round by land. Too late he realized his danger. The canoe was caught by the rushing tide, flung over the falls, tossed from wave to wave, and finally dragged into the swirling whirlpool below. The little master, as he was called, was never seen again. Stanley's last white companion was gone. Gloom settled down on the now painfully reduced party. We are all unnerved with the terrible accident of yesterday, says Stanley. As I looked at the dejected, woe-stricken servants, a choking sensation of unutterable grief filled me. These 4 months had we lived together, and true had been his service. The servant had long ago merged into the companion. The companion had become the friend. Still Stanley persevered in his desperate task, and in spite of danger from cataracts and danger from famine, on 31st of July he reached the Isangila cataract. Thus far in 1816 2 explorers had made their way from the ocean, and Stanley knew now for certain that he was on the mighty Congo. He saw no reason to follow it farther, or to toil through the last 4 cataracts. I therefore announced to the gallant but wearied followers that we should abandon the river and strike overland for Boma, the nearest European settlement, some 60 miles across country. At sunset on 31st of July they carried the Lady Alice to the summit of some rocks above the Isangila Falls, and abandoned her to her fate. "Farewell, brave boat," cried Stanley. 7,000 miles up and down broad Africa thou hast accompanied me. For over 5,000 miles thou hast been my home. Lift her up tenderly, boys, so tenderly, and let her rest. Then, wayworn and feeble, half-starved, diseased, and suffering, the little caravan of 115 men, women, and children started on their overland march to the coast. Staggering, we arrived at Boma on 9th of August, 1877. A gathering of European merchants met me, and smiling a warm welcome, told me kindly that I had done right well. 3 days later I gazed upon the Atlantic Ocean, and saw the powerful river flowing into the bosom of that boundless, endless sea. But grateful as I felt to him who had enabled me to pierce the dark continent from east to west, my heart was charged with grief, and my eyes with tears at the thought of the many comrades and friends I had lost. The price paid had indeed been great. He had lost his 3 English companions, and 170 natives besides. But for years and years to come, in many a home at Zanzibar, whither Stanley now took his party by sea, the story of his great journey was told, and all the men were heroes, and the refrain of the natives was chanted again. Then sing, O friends, sing, the journey is ended. Sing aloud, O friends, sing to this great sea. Stanley had solved the problem of the Congo River at last. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 69. Nordenskjöld accomplishes the Northeast Passage. The Northwest Passage, for the accomplishment of which so many brave lives had been laid down, had been discovered. It now remained for some explorer to sail round the Northeast Passage, which was known to exist, but which up to this time no man had done. Nordenskjöld, the Swede, was to have this honour. Born in 1832 in Finland, he had taken part in an Arctic expedition in 1861, which attempted to reach the North Pole by means of dog sledges from the north coast of Spitzbergen. 3 years later he was appointed to lead an expedition to Spitzbergen, which succeeded in reaching the highest northern latitude which any ship had yet attained. In 1870 his famous journey to Greenland took place, and 2 years later he left Sweden on another polar expedition, but misfortunes beset the expedition, and finally the ships were wrecked. The following year he commanded a reconnoitring expedition. He passed Nova Zemlya and reached the mouth of the Yenisei. This was the first time that a ship had accomplished the voyage from the Atlantic Ocean. Thus Nordenskjöld had gained considerable knowledge of the northern seas, and he was now in a position to lay a plan of his schemes before King Oscar, who had always interested himself in Arctic discovery. His suggestions to the king are of singular interest. "It is my intention," he says, "to leave Sweden in July 1878 in a steamer specially built for navigation among ice, which will be provisioned for 2 years at most. The course will be shaped for Nova Zemlya, where a favourable opportunity will be awaited for the passage of the Kara Sea. The voyage will be continued to the mouth of the Yenisei, which I hope to reach in the first half of August. As soon as circumstances permit, the expedition will continue its voyage along the coast of Cape Chelyuskin, where the expedition will reach the only part of the proposed route which has not been traversed by some small vessel, and is rightly considered as that which it will be most difficult for a vessel to double during the whole north-east passage. But our vessel, equipped with all modern appliances, ought not to find insuperable difficulties in doubling this point, and if that can be accomplished, we will probably have pretty open water towards Behring's Straits, which ought to be reached before the end of September. From Behring Strait the course will be shaped for some Asiatic port, and then onwards round Asia to Suez." King Oscar and others offered to pay the expenses of the expedition, and preparations were urged forward. The Vega, of 800 tons, formerly used in walrus hunting in northern waters, was purchased, and further strengthened to withstand ice. On 22nd of June all was ready, and with the Swedish flag with a crowned O in the middle, the little Vega, which was to accomplish such great things, was peacefully rocking on the swell of the Baltic, as if impatient to begin her struggle against waves and ice. She carried food for 30 people for 2 years, which included over 3,000 pounds of bacon, 9,000 pounds of coffee, 9,000 pounds of biscuits. There were pemmican from England, potatoes from the Mediterranean, cranberry juice from Finland. Fresh bread was made during the whole expedition. A few days later the Vega reached Copenhagen and steamed north in the finest weather. "Where are you bound for?" signalled a passing ship. "To Behring Sea," was the return signal, and the Swedish crew waved their caps, shouting their joyful news. At Gothenburg they took on 8 sledges, tents, and cooking utensils, also 2 Scotch sheep dogs, and a little coal-black kitten, which lived in the captain's berth till it grew accustomed to the sea, when it slept in the forecastle by day and ran about stealing the food of the sleeping sailors by night. On 16th July they crossed the polar circle. "All on board feel they are entering upon a momentous period of their life," says the explorer. "We are to be the fortunate ones to reach this goal which navigators for centuries had striven to reach." The southwest coast of Nova Zemlya was reached on 28th of July, but the weather being calm and the sea completely free of ice, Nordenskjöld sailed onwards through the Kara Strait or Iron Gates, which during the winter was usually one sheet of ice, until they anchored outside the village of Khabarova. The village consisted of a few huts and tents of Russian and Samoyedis, pasturing their reindeer on the Vaigats Island. On the bleak northern shores stood a little wooden church, which the explorers visited with much interest. It seemed strange to find here brass bas reliefs representing the Christ, Saint Nicholas, Elijah, Saint George and the Dragon, and the Resurrection. In front of each hung a little oil lamp. The people were dressed entirely in reindeer skin from head to foot, and they had a great collection of walrus tusks and skins, such as Othire had brought centuries before to King Alfred. Nordenskjöld's account of a short drive in a reindeer sledge is amusing. 4 reindeer were put side by side to each sledge, he says. Ivan, my driver, requested me to hold tight. He held the reins of all 4 reindeer in one hand, and away we went over the plain. His request to keep myself tight to the sledge was not unnecessary. At one moment the sledge jumped over a big tussock, the next it went down into a pit. It was anything but a comfortable drive, for the pace at which we went was very great. On 1st of August the Vega was off again, and soon she had entered the Kara Sea, known in the days of the Dutch explorers as the Ice Cellar. Then past White Island and the estuary of the Great Obi River, past the mouth of the Yenisei to Dixon Island, lately discovered, she sailed. Here in this best known haven on the whole north coast of Asia, they anchored and spent time in bear and reindeer hunting. In consequence of the successful sport, we lived very extravagantly during these days. Our table groaned with joints of venison and bear hams. They now sailed north, close bound in fog, till on 20th of August we reached the great goal, which for centuries had been the object of unsuccessful struggles. For the first time a vessel lay at anchor off the northernmost cape of the Old World. With colours flying on every mast and saluting the venerable north point of the Old World with the Swedish salute of 5 guns, we came to an anchor. The fog lifting for a moment, they saw a white polar bear standing, regarding the unexpected guests with surprise. When afterwards a member of the expedition was asked which moment was the proudest of the whole voyage, he answered without hesitation, "Undoubtedly the moment when we anchored off Cape Chelyuskin." It had been named thus by the Great Northern Expedition in 1742 after Lieutenant Chelyuskin, one of the Russian explorers under Laptiev, who had reached this northern point by a land journey which had entailed terrible hardships and suffering. Next morning, relates Nordenskjöld, we erected a cairn on the shore, and in the middle of it laid a tin box with the following document written in Swedish: "The Swedish Arctic expedition arrived here yesterday, the 19th of August, and proceeds in a few hours eastward. The sea has been tolerably free from ice. Sufficient supply of coals. All well on board." And below in English and Russian were the words: "Please forward this document as soon as possible to His Majesty the King of Sweden." Nordenskjöld now attempted to steam eastwards towards the New Siberian Islands, but the fog was thick, and they fell in with large ice floes, which soon gave place to ice fields. Violent snowstorms soon set in, and aloft everything was covered with a crust of ice, and the position in the crow's nest was anything but pleasant. They reached Katanga Bay, however, and on 27th August the Vega was at the mouth of the Lena. We were now in hopes that we should be in Japan in a couple of months. We had accomplished 2/3 of our way through the Polar Sea, and the remaining third had been often navigated at different distances. So the Vega sailed on eastwards, with an ice-free sea, to the New Siberian Islands, where lie embedded enormous masses of the bones and tusks of the mammoth, mixed with the horns and skulls of some kind of ox, and with the horns of rhinoceros. All was still clear of snow, and the New Siberian Islands, lying long and low in the polar seas, were safely passed. It was not till the 1st of September that the first snows fell. The decks of the Vega were white with snow when the Bear Island were reached. Fog now hindered the expedition once more, and ice was sighted. "Ice right ahead!" suddenly shouted the watch on the forecastle, and only by a hair's breadth was the Vega saved. On 3rd of September a thick snowstorm came on, the Bear Islands were covered with newly fallen snow, and though the ice was growing more closely packed than any yet encountered, they could still make their way along a narrow ice-free channel near the coast. Snowstorms, fog, and drifting ice compelled careful navigation, but a pleasant change occurred early in September by a visit from the natives. We have already heard of the Chukchis from Bering, the Chukchis whom no man had yet vanquished, for when Siberia was conquered by a Cossack chief in 1579, the Chukchis in this outlying northeastern corner of the Old World, savage, courageous, resolute, kept the conquerors at bay. For the last 6 weeks the explorers had not seen a human being on that wild and desolate stretch of coast, so they were glad enough to see the little Chukchis with their coal black hair and eyes, their large mouths and flat noses. Although it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, we all jumped out of our berths and hurried on deck to see these people of whom so little was known. The boats were of skin, fully laden with laughing and chattering natives, men, women, and children, who indicated by cries and gesticulations that they wished to come on board. The engine was stopped, the boats lay to, and a large number of skin-clad, bare-headed beings climbed up over the gunwale, and a lively talk began. Great gladness prevailed when tobacco and Dutch clay pipes were distributed among them. None of them could speak a word of Russian. They had come in closer contact with American whalers than with Russian traders. The Chukchis were all very short and dressed in reindeer skins, with tight-fitting trousers of sealskin, shoes of reindeer skin with sealskin boots and walrus-skin soles. In very cold weather they wore hoods of wolf fur, with the head of the wolf at the back. But Nordenskjöld could not wait long. Amid snow and ice and fog he pushed on, hoping against hope to get through to the Pacific before the sea was completely frozen over. But the ice was beginning to close. Large blocks were constantly hurled against the ship with great violence, and she had many a narrow escape of destruction. At last, it was 28th of September, the little Vega was finally and hopelessly frozen into the ice, and they made her fast to a large ice block. Sadly we find the entry. Only 120 miles distant from our goal, which we had been approaching during the last 2 months, and after having accomplished 2,400 miles, it took some time before we could accustom ourselves to the thought that we were so near and yet so far from our destination. Fortunately, they were near the shore and the little settlement of Pitlekai, where in 8 tents dwelt a party of Chukchis. These little people helped them to pass the long monotonous winter, and many an expedition inland was made in Chukch sledges drawn by 8 or 10 wolf-like dogs. Snowstorms soon burst upon the little party of Swedish explorers who had made the Vega their winter home. During November we have scarcely had any daylight, writes Nordenskjöld. The storm was generally howling in our rigging, which was now enshrouded in a thick coat of snow. The deck was full of large snowdrifts, and snow penetrated into every corner of the ship where it was possible for the wind to find an opening. If we put our heads outside the door, we were blinded by the drifting snow. Christmas came and was celebrated by a Christmas tree made of willows tied to a flagstaff and the traditional rice porridge. By April, large flocks of geese, eider ducks, gulls, and little songbirds began to arrive, the latter perching on the rigging of the Vega, but May and June found her still icebound in her winter quarters. It was not till 18th of July, 1879, that the hour of deliverance came at last, and we cast loose from our faithful ice block, which for 294 days had protected us so well against the pressure of the ice, and stood westwards in the open channel, now about a mile wide. On the shore stood our old friends, probably on the point of crying, which they had often told us they would do when the ship left them. For long the Chukchis stood on the shore, men, women, and children, watching till the fire dog, as they called the Vega, was out of sight. carrying their white friends for ever away from their bleak, inhospitable shores. Passing through closely packed ice, the Vega now rounded the East Cape, of which we now and then caught a glimpse through the fog. As soon as we came out of the ice south of the East Cape, we noticed the heavy swell of the Pacific Ocean. The completion of the North East Passage was celebrated the same day with a grand dinner, and the Vega greeted the Old and New Worlds by a display of flags and the firing of a Swedish salute. Now for the first time after the lapse of 336 years was the North East Passage at last achieved. Sailing through the Bering Strait, they anchored near Bering Island on 14th of August. As they came to anchor, a boat shot alongside, and a voice cried out in Swedish, "Is it Nordenskjöld?" A Finland carpenter soon stood in their midst, and they eagerly questioned him about the news from the civilized world. There is no time to tell how the Vega sailed on to Japan, where Nordenskjöld was presented to the Mikado, and an imperial medal was struck commemorating the voyage of the Vega, how she sailed right round Asia, through the Suez Canal, and reached Sweden in safety. It was on 24th of April, 1880, that the little weather-beaten Vega, accompanied by flag-decked steamers literally laden with friends, sailed into the Stockholm harbour, while the hiss of fireworks and the roar of cannon mingled with the shouts of thousands. The royal palace was ablaze with light when King Oscar received and honoured the successful explorer Nordenskjöld. End of chapter 69. Chapter 70 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 70. The Exploration of Tibet. Perhaps no land in the world has in modern times exercised a greater influence over the imagination of men than the mysterious country of Tibet. From the days of Herodotus to those of Younghusband, travellers of all times and nations have tried to explore this unknown country, so jealously guarded from Europeans. Surrounded by a great wilderness of stony and inhospitable altitudes, lay the capital, Lhasa, the seat of the gods, the home of the Grand Lama, founded in 639 A.D., mysterious, secluded, sacred. Kublai Khan, of Marco Polo fame, had annexed Tibet to his vast empire, and in 1720 the mysterious land was finally conquered by the Chinese. The history of the exploration of Tibet and the adjoining country, and of the various attempts to penetrate to Lhasa, is one of the most thrilling in the annals of discovery. We remember that Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century, Carpini and William de Rubruquis in the 13th, all assert that they passed through Tibet, but we have no certain records till several Italian Capuchin friars succeeded in reaching Lhasa. There they lived and taught for some 38 years, when they were withdrawn, and the little Tibetan mission, as it was called, came to an end. It was yet early in the 18th century. England was taking up her great position in India, and Warren Hastings was anxious to open up friendly relations with Tibet beyond the great Himalaya ranges. To this end he sent an Englishman, George Bogle, with these instructions: "I desire you will proceed to Lhasa. The design of your mission is to open a mutual and equal communication of trade between the inhabitants of Tibet and Bengal. You will take with you samples for a trial of such articles of commerce as may be sent from this country, and you will diligently inform yourself of the manufactures, productions, and goods which are to be procured in Tibet. The following will also be proper subjects for your inquiry: the nature of the roads between the borders of Bengal and Lhasa, and the neighbouring countries. I wish you to remain a sufficient time to obtain a complete knowledge of the country. The period of your stay must be left to your discretion." Bogle was young, he knew nothing of the country, but in May 1774 his little expedition set off from Calcutta to do the bidding of Warren Hastings. By way of Bhutan, planting potatoes at intervals according to his orders, Bogle proceeded across the eastern Himalayas towards the Tibetan frontier, reaching Phari, the first town in Tibet, at the end of October. Thence they reached Gyangtse, a great trade centre now open to foreigners, crossed the Brahmaputra, which they found was about the size of Thames at Putney, and reached the residence of the Tashi Lama, the second great potentate of Tibet. This great dignitary and the young Englishman made great friends. On a carved and gilt throne amid cushions sat the Lama, cross-legged. He was dressed in a mitre-shaped cap of yellow broadcloth with long bars lined with red satin, a yellow cloth jacket without sleeves, and a satin mantle of the same colour thrown over his shoulders. On one side of him stood his physician with a bundle of perfumed sandalwood rods burning in his hand, on the other stood his cupbearer. Such was this remarkable man as first seen by the English, venerated as God's vice-regent through all the eastern countries of Asia. He had heard much of the power of the Feringhees, as he called the English. As my business is to pray to God, he said to Bogle, I was afraid to admit any Feringhees into this country, but I have since learned that they are a fair and just people. Bogle would have proceeded to Lhasa, the home of the Grand Lama, but this permission was refused, and he had to return to India with the information he had collected. The next Englishman to enter Tibet was Thomas Manning, the first to reach the sacred city of Lhasa. He was a private adventurer who had lived in China and learned the language. Attended by a Chinese servant, and wearing a flowing beard of singular length, he left Calcutta, crossed into the Bhutan, and arrived at the Tibetan border in October 1811. Then he crossed the Brahmaputra in a large ferry boat, and arrived within 7 miles of Lhasa. On 9th December the first European entered the sacred city since the expulsion of the Capuchin friars. The view of the famous Potala, the lofty towering palace, filled him with admiration. But the city of which Europe, knowing nothing, had exalted into a magnificent place, was very disappointing. We passed under a large gateway, says Manning, whose gilded ornaments were so ill fixed that some leaned one way and some another. The road as it winds round the palace is royally broad. It swarmed with monks, and beggars were basking in the sun. There is nothing striking in its appearance. The habitations are begrimed with smut and dirt. The avenues are full of dogs. In short, everything seems mean and gloomy. Having provided himself with a proper hat, Manning went to the Potala to salute the Grand Lama, taking with him a pair of brass candlesticks, with 2 wax candles, some genuine Smith's lavender water, and a good store of Nankin tea, which is a rare delicacy at Lhasa. Ushered into the presence of the Grand Lama, a child of 7, he touched his head 3 times on the floor, after the custom of the country, and taking off his hat, kneeled to be blessed by the little monarch. He had the simple and unaffected manners of a well-educated princely child. His face was affectingly beautiful. His beautiful mouth was perpetually unbending into a graceful smile, which illuminated his whole countenance. Here Manning spent 4 months, at the end of which time he was recalled from Pekin, and reluctantly he was obliged to return the way he came. The next man to reach the forbidden city was a Jesuit missionary, the Abbé Huc, who reached Lhasa in 1846 from China. He had adopted the dress of the Tibetan Lama, the yellow cap and gown, and he piloted his little caravan across the wide steppes on horseback, while his fellow missionary, Gabet, rode a camel, and their one Tartar retainer rode a black mule. It took them a year and a half to reach the sacred city of Lhasa, for many and great were the difficulties on the way. The first difficulty lay in crossing the Yellow River, which was in flood. It is quite impossible to cross the Yellow River, they were told. 8 days ago the river overflowed its banks, and the plains are completely flooded. The Tartars only told us the truth, remarked Huck sadly. The Yellow River had become a vast sea, the limits of which were scarcely visible. Houses and villages looked as though they were floating upon the waves. What were we to do? To turn back was out of the question. We had vowed that, God willing, we would go to Lhasa, whatever obstacles impeded. And so they did. The camels were soon up to their knees in a thick, slimy compost of mud and water, over which the poor animals slid on their painful way. Their courage was rewarded. Native ferry boats came to their rescue, and they reached the other side in safety. They were now on the main caravan route to the Tibetan frontier and the Koko Nor. Immense caravans were met, with strings of camels extending 4 miles in length. 3 times between the Yellow River and the Koko Nor lake did they pass the Great Wall, built in 214 A.D. After over 4 months of travel, Huck arrived at the monastery of Kunkum on the borderland of Tibet. This was the home of 4,000 lamas, all clothed in red dresses and yellow mitres, and thither resorted the worshippers of Buddha from all parts of Tartary and Tibet. The site is one of enchanting beauty, says Huck. Imagine in a mountainside a deep, broad ravine, adorned with fine trees and alive with the caving of rooks and yellow-beaked crows and the amusing chatter of magpies. On the 2 sides of the ravine and on the slopes of the mountain rise the white dwellings of the lamas. Amid the dazzling whiteness of these modest habitations rise numerous Buddhist temples, with gilt roofs, sparkling with 1,000 brilliant colours. Here the travellers stayed for 3 months, after which they made their way on to the Koko Nor lake. As we advanced, says Huck, the country became more fertile, until we reached the vast and magnificent pasturage of Koko Nor. Here vegetation is so vigorous that the grass rose up to the stomachs of our camels. Soon we discovered far before us what seemed a broad silver ribbon. Our leader informed us that this was the Blue Sea. We urged on our animals, and the sun had not set when we planted our tent within 100 paces of the waters of the great Blue Lake. This immense reservoir of waters seems to merit the title of sea rather than merely of a lake. To say nothing of its vast extent, its waters are bitter and salt, like those of the ocean. After a month spent on the shores of the Blue Lake, an opportunity offered for the advance. Towards the end of October they found that an embassy from Lhasa to Pekin was returning in great force. This would afford Huck and his companion safe travelling from the hordes of brigands that infested the route through Tibet. The caravan was immense. There were 1,500 oxen, 1,200 horses, and as many camels and about 2,000 men. The ambassador was carried in a litter. Such was the multitude which now started for the 1,000 miles across Tibet to Lhasa. After crossing the great Burkhan Buddha range, the caravan came to the Shuga Pass, about 17,000 feet high, and here their troubles began. When the huge caravan first set itself in motion, says Huck, the sky was clear, and the brilliant moon lit up the great carpet of snow with which the whole country was covered. We were able to attain the summit by sunrise. Then the sky became thickly overcast with clouds, and the wind began to blow with a violence which became more and more intense. Snow fell heavily, and several animals perished. They marched in the teeth of an icy wind which almost choked them. Whirlwinds of snow blinded them, and when they reached the foot of the mountain at last, Mr. Gabet found that his nose and ears were frostbitten. As they proceeded the cold became more intense. The demons of snow, wind, and cold were set loose on the caravan with a fury which seemed to increase from day to day. One cannot imagine a more terrible country, says poor Huck. Not only were the animals dying from cold and exposure, but men were beginning to drop out and die. 40 of the party died before the plateau of Tangla had been crossed, a proceeding which lasted 12 days. The track, some 16,000 feet above the sea, was bordered by the skeletons of mules and camels, and monstrous eagles followed the caravan. The scenery was magnificent. Line upon line of snow-white pinnacles stretched southward and westward under a bright sun. The descent was long, brusque, and rapid, like the descent of a gigantic ladder. At the lower altitude snow and ice disappeared. It was the end of January 1846 when at last our two travellers found themselves approaching the longed-for city of Lhasa. The sun was nearly setting, says Cook, when we found ourselves in a vast plain and saw on our right Lhasa, the famous metropolis of the Buddhist world. After 18 months' struggle with sufferings and obstacles of infinite number and variety, we were at length arrived at the termination of our journey, though not at the close of our miseries. Huck's account of the city agrees well with that of Manning. The palace of the Dalai Lama, he says, merits the celebrity which it enjoys throughout the world. Upon a rugged mountain, the mountain of Buddha, the adorers of the Lama have raised the magnificent palace wherein their living divinity resides in the flesh. This place is made up of various temples. That which occupies the centre is 4 stories high. It terminates in a dome entirely covered with plates of gold. It is here the Dalai Lama has set up his abode. From the summit of his lofty sanctuary he can contemplate his innumerable adorers prostrate at the foot of the divine mountain. But in the town all was different. All are engaged in the grand business of buying and selling. All is noise, pushing, excitement, confusion. Here Huck and his companion resided for 2½ months, opening an oratory in their house, and even making a few Christian converts. But soon they were ordered to leave, and reluctantly they travelled back to China, though by a somewhat different route. After this the Tibetans guarded their capital more zealously than before. Przhevalsky, that grand explorer of Russian nationality, spent years in exploring Tibet, but when within 160 miles of Lhasa he was stopped, and never reached the forbidden city. Others followed. Prince Henry of Orleans got to within 100 miles of Lhasa, Little Dale and his wife to within 50 miles. Sven Hedin, the prince of Swedish explorers, who had made so many famous journeys around and about Tibet, was making a dash for the capital disguised as a Mongolian pilgrim when he too was stopped. A long black line of Tibetan horsemen rode towards us at full gallop, he relates. It was not raining just at that moment, though there was nothing to prevent us from witnessing what was in truth a very magnificent spectacle. It was as though a living avalanche were sweeping down upon us. A moment more and we should be annihilated. We held our weapons ready. On came the Tibetans in one long line stretching across the plain. We counted close upon 70 in all. In the middle rode the chief on a big handsome mule, his staff of officers all dressed in their finest holiday attire. The wings consisted of soldiers armed to the teeth with gun, sword, and lance. The great man Kamba Bombo pulled up in front of our tent. After removing a red Spanish cloak and hood, he stood forth arrayed in a suit of yellow silk with wide arms and a little blue Chinese skullcap. His feet were encased in Mongolian boots of green velvet. He was magnificent. You will not go another step towards Lhasa, he said. If you do, you will lose your heads. It doesn't the least matter who you are or where you come from. You must go back to your headquarters. So an escort was provided, and sorrowfully Sven Hedin turned his back to the jealously guarded town he had striven so hard to reach. The expedition, or rather mission, under Colonel Younghusband in 1904 brings to an end our history of the exploration of Tibet. He made his way to Lhasa from India. He stood in the sacred city, and except for the Potala, he found it a sorry affair. he succeeded in getting a trade treaty signed, and he rode hastily back to India and travelled thence to England. The importance of the mission was accentuated by the fact that the flag, a Union Jack bearing the motto Heaven's Light our Guide, carried by the expedition and placed on the table when the treaty was signed in Lhasa, hangs today in the Central Hall at Windsor over the statue of Queen Victoria. The veil so long drawn over the capital of Tibet had been at last torn aside, and the naked city had been revealed in all its weird barbarity. Plans of the scattered and ill-regulated city are now familiar. The Potala has been photographed, the Grand Lama has been drawn, and if with the departure of young husband the gates of Lhasa were once more closed, voices from beyond the snowy Himalayas must be heard again ere long. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 71. Nansen Reaches Farthest North. No names are better known in the history of Arctic exploration than those of Nansen and de Fram, and although others have done work just as fine, the name of Nansen cannot be omitted from our Book of Discovery. Sven Hedin had not long returned from his great travels through eastern Turkestan and Tibet when Nansen was preparing for his great journey northwards. He had already crossed Greenland from east to west, a brilliant achievement only excelled by Peary, who a few years later crossed it at higher latitude and proved it to be an island. Now the movement of ice drift in the Arctic seas was occupying the attention of explorers at this time. A ship, the Jeannette, had been wrecked in 1881 off the coast of Siberia, and 3 years later the debris of the wreck had been washed up on the southwest coast of Greenland. So it occurred to Nansen that a current must flow across the North Pole from Bering Sea on one side to the Atlantic Ocean on the other. His idea was therefore to build a ship as strong as possible to enable it to withstand the pressure of the ice, to allow it to become frozen in, and then to drift as the articles from the Jeannette had drifted. He reckoned that it would take 3 years for the drift of ice to carry him to the North Pole. Foolhardy and impossible as the scheme seemed to some, King Oscar came forward with £1,000 toward expenses. The Fram was then designed. The whole success of the expedition lay in her strength to withstand the pressure of the ice. At last she was ready, even fitted with electric light. A library, scientifically prepared food, and instruments of the most modern type were on board. The members of the expedition numbered 13, and on Midsummer Day 1893, in calm summer weather, while the setting sun shed his beams over the land, the Fram stood out towards the blue sea to get its first roll in the long, heaving swell. Along the coast of Norway, past Bergen, past Trondheim, past Tromsø, they steamed, until in a northwesterly gale and driving snow they lost sight of land. It was 25th of July when they sighted Nova Zemlya, plunged in a world of fog. They landed at Khabarova and visited the little old church seen 15 years before by Nordenskjöld, anxiously inquiring about the state of the ice in the Kara Sea. Here, amid the greatest noise and confusion, some 34 dogs were brought on board for the sledges. On 5th August, the explorers successfully passed through the Yugor Strait into the Kara Sea, which was fairly free from ice, and 5 weeks later sailed past Cape Chelyuskin, the northernmost point of the Old World. The land was low and desolate, says Nansen. The sun had long since gone down behind the sea. Only one star was to be seen. It stood straight above Cape Chelyuskin, shining clearly and sadly in the pale sky. Exactly at 4 o'clock our flags were hoisted, and our last 3 cartridges sent out a thundering salute over the sea. The Fram was then turned north to the west of the New Siberian Islands. It was a strange thing to be sailing away north, says Nansen, to unknown lands over an open rolling sea where no ship had been before. On to the north, steadily north with a good wind, as fast as steam and sail can take us through unknown regions. They had almost reached 78° north when they saw ice shining through the fog, and a few days later the Fram was frozen in. Autumn was well advanced, the long night of winter was approaching. There was nothing to be done except prepare ourselves for it, and we converted our ship, as well as we could, into comfortable winter quarters. By October the ice was pressing round the Fram with a noise like thunder. It is piling itself up into long walls and heaps, high enough to reach a good way up the Fram's rigging. In fact, it is trying its very utmost to grind the Fram into powder. Christmas came and went. The new year of 1894 dawned, with the thermometer 36° below zero. By February the Fram had drifted to the 18th degree of latitude. High festival in honour of the 18th degree, writes Nansen. Hurrah! Well sailed! The wind is whistling among the hummocks, the snow flies rustling through the air, ice and sky are melted into one, but we are going north at full speed, and are in the wildest of gay spirits. If we go on at this rate, we shall be at the pole in 50 months. On 17th of May, the 81st degree of latitude was reached. 5 months passed away. By 31st of October they had drifted to the 82nd. A grand banquet today, says Nansen, to celebrate the 82nd degree of latitude. We are progressing merrily towards our goal. We are already halfway between the New Siberian Islands and Franz Josef Land, and there is not a soul on board who doubts that we shall accomplish what we came to do, so long live merriment. Now Nansen planned the great sledge journey, which has been called the most daring ever undertaken. The winter was passed in peaceful preparation for a start in the spring. When the new year of 1895 dawned, the Fram had been firmly frozen in for 15 months. A few days later the ship was nearly crushed by a fresh ice pressure, and all prepared to abandon her if necessary. But after an anxious day of ice roaring and crackling, an ice pressure with a vengeance, as if doomsday had come, remarked Nansen, it quieted down. They had now beaten all records, for they had reached 83° latitude. And now preparations for the great sledge journey were complete. They had built kayaks or light boats to sail in open water, and these were placed on the sledges and drawn by dogs. Nansen decided only to take one companion, Johansen, and to leave the others with the Fram. At last the great day had arrived. The chief aim of the expedition is to push through the unknown polar sea from the region around the New Siberian Islands, north of Franz Josef Land, and onward to the Atlantic Ocean near Spitzbergen or Greenland. Farewells were said, and then the two men bravely started off over the unknown desert sea with their sledges and 28 dogs. For the first week they travelled well and soon reached 85° latitude. The only disagreeable thing to face now is the cold, says Nansen. Our clothes are transformed more and more into complete suits of ice armour. The sleeve of my coat actually rubbed deep sores in my wrists, one of which got frostbitten. The wound grew deeper and deeper and nearly reached the bone. At night we packed ourselves into our sleeping bags and lay with our teeth chattering for an hour before we became aware of a little warmth in our bodies. Steadily, with faces to the north, they pressed on over the blocks of rough ice, stretching as far as the horizon, till on 8th of April further progress became impossible. Nansen strode on ahead and mounted one of the highest hummocks to look around. He saw a veritable chaos of ice blocks, ridge after ridge, and nothing but rubble to travel over. He therefore determined to turn and make for Franz Josef Land, some 450 miles distant. They had already reached 86 degrees of latitude, farther north than any expedition had reached before. As they travelled south, they rejoiced in the warmth of the sun, but their food was growing scarce, and they had to kill a dog every other day to feed the others, till by May they had only 13 dogs left. June found them having experienced tremendous snowstorms with only 7 dogs left. Although they were in the latitude of Franz Josef Land, no welcome shores appeared. It was now 3 months since they had left the Fram. The food for the dogs was quite finished, and the poor creatures were beginning to eat their harness of sailcloth. Mercifully, before the month ended, they managed to shoot a seal, which provided them with food for a month. It's a pleasing change, says Nansen, to be able to eat as much and as often as we like. Blubber is excellent, both raw and fried. For dinner I fried a highly successful steak. For supper I made blood pancakes fried in blubber with sugar, unsurpassed in flavour. And here we lie up in the far north, 2 grim, black, soot-stained barbarians, stirring a mess of soup in a kettle, surrounded on all sides by ice covered with impassable snow. A bear and 2 cubs were shot, and the explorers stayed on at Longing Camp, as they named this dreary spot, unable to go on, but amply fed. On 24th of July we get the first cheerful entry for many a long day. Land, land! After nearly 2 years we again see something rising above that never-ending white line of the horizon yonder. A new life is beginning for us. Only 2 dogs were now left to drag the sledges, so the 2 explorers were obliged to help with the dragging. For 13 days they proceeded in the direction of land, dragging and pushing their burdens over the ridges of ice with thawing snow. At last, on 7th of August, they stood at the edge of the ice. Behind lie the troubles, before was the waterway home. Then they launched their little kayaks, which danced over the open waters, the little waves splashing against their sides. When the mist cleared, they found themselves on the west coast of Franz Josef Land, discovered by an Austro-Hungarian expedition in 1874. They were full of hope, when a cruel disappointment damped their joy. They had landed and were camping on the shore, when a great storm arose, and the wind blew the drift ice down till it lay packed along the coast. The little ships were frozen in, and there was no hope of reaching home that winter. Here they were doomed to stay. Fortunately there were bears and walrus, so they could not starve, and with a magnificent pluck they set to work to prepare for the winter. For many a long day they toiled at the necessary task of skinning and cutting up walrus till they were saturated with the blood, but soon they had 2 great heaps of blubber and meat on shore, well covered over with walrus hides. September was occupied in building a hut amid the frost and snow, with walrus hides and tusks, warmed inside with train oil lamps. Here under bare skins they slept, and passed the long months of winter. In October the sun disappeared, the days grew darker. Life grew very monotonous, for it was the 3rd polar winter the explorers had been called on to spend. They celebrated Christmas Day, Nansen by washing himself in the quarter of a cup of warm water, Johansen by turning his shirt. The weather outside was stormy and almost took their breath away with its icy coldness. They longed for a book, but they whiled away the hours by trying to calculate how far the Fram could have drifted, and when she was likely to reach home. They were distressed at the dirt of their clothes, and longed to be able to throw away the heavy oily rags that seemed glued to their bodies. They had no soap, and water had no effect on the horrible grease. It was May before the weather allowed them to leave the hut at last. Hopefully they dragged their kayaks over the snow, the sledge runners fastened on to their feet, and so made their way southwards down Franz Josef Land. Once Nansen was very nearly drowned. The explorers had reached the south of the islands, and having moored their little boats together, they ascended a hummock close by, when to their horror they saw the kayaks were adrift. Nansen rushed down, threw off some clothes, and sprang into the water after them. He was none too soon, for already the boats were drifting rapidly away. The water was icy cold, but it was a case of life or death. Without the boats they were lost men. All we possessed was on board, says Nansen, so I exerted myself to the utmost. I redoubled my exertions, though I felt my limbs gradually stiffening. At last I was able to stretch out my hand to the edge of the kayak. I tried to pull myself up, but the whole of my body was stiff with cold. After a time I managed to swing one leg up onto the edge and to tumble up. Nor was it easy to paddle in the double vessel. The gust of wind seemed to go right through me as I stood there in my wet woolen shirt. I shivered, my teeth chattered, and I was numb all over. At last I managed to reach the edge of the ice. I shook and trembled all over, while Johansen pulled off the wet things and packed me into a sleeping bag. The critical situation was saved. And now came one of those rare historic days in the history of exploration. It was 17th June, 1896. Nansen was surveying the lonely line of coast, when suddenly the barking of a dog fell on his ear, and soon in front he saw the fresh tracks of some animal. It was with a strange mixture of feelings, he says, that I made my way among the numerous hummocks towards land. Suddenly I thought I heard a human voice, the first for 3 years. How my heart beat and the blood rushed to my brain as I hallooed with all the strength of my lungs. Soon I heard another shout, and saw a dark form moving among the hummocks. It was a man. We approached one another quickly. I waved my hat. He did the same. As I drew near I thought I recognized Mr. Jackson, whom I remembered once to have seen. I raised my hat. We extended a hand to one another with a hearty "How do you do?" Above us a roof of mist, beneath our feet the rugged-packed drift ice. "Aren't you Nansen?" he said. "Yes, I am," was the answer. And seizing the grimy hand of the Arctic explorer, he shook it warmly, congratulating him on his successful trip. Jackson and his companions had wintered at Cape Flora, the southern point of Franz Josef Land, and they were expecting a ship, the Windward, to take them home. On 26 July the Windward steamed slowly in, and by 13th of August she reached Norway, and the news of Nansen's safe arrival was made known to the whole world. A week later the little Fram, strong and broad and weather-beaten, also returned in safety, and on 9th of September 1896 Nansen and his brave companions on board the Fram sailed up Christiania Fjord in triumph. He had reached a point farthest north and been nearer to the North Pole than had any explorer before. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Chapter 72. Peary reaches the North Pole, 1909. The 6th April, 1909 is a marked day in the annals of exploration, for on that day Peary succeeded in reaching the North Pole, which for centuries had defied the efforts of man. On that day he attained the goal for which the greatest nations of the world had struggled for over 400 years. Indeed, he had spent 23 years of his own life labouring towards this end. He was mainly inspired by reading Nordenskjöld's exploration of Greenland, when a lieutenant in the United States Navy. In 1886 he got leave to join an expedition to Greenland, and returned with the Arctic fever in his veins and a scheme for crossing that continent as far north as possible. This after many hardships he accomplished, being the first explorer to discover that Greenland was an island. Peary was now stamped as a successful Arctic explorer. the idea of reaching the North Pole began to take shape, and in order to raise funds, the enthusiastic explorer delivered no less than 168 lectures in 96 days. With the proceeds, he chartered the Falcon and left the shores of Philadelphia in June 1893 for Greenland. His wife, who accompanied him before, accompanied him again, and with sledges and dogs on board, they made their way up the western coast of Greenland. Arrived at Melville Bay, Peary built a little hut. Here a little daughter was born, who was soon bundled in soft warm Arctic furs, and wrapped in the stars and stripes. No European child had ever been born so far north as this. The Eskimos travelled for long distances to satisfy themselves she was not made of snow, and for the first 6 months of her life the baby lived in continuous lamplight. But we cannot follow Peary through his many polar expeditions. His toes had been frozen off in one, his leg broken in another, but he was enthusiastic enough, when all preparations were complete, for the last and greatest expedition of all. The Roosevelt, named after the President of the United States, had carried him safely to the north of Greenland in his last expedition, so she was again chosen, and in July 1908 Peary hoisted the stars and stripes and steamed from New York. As the ship backed out into the river, a cheer went up from the thousands who had gathered on the piers to see us off. It was an interesting coincidence that the day on which we started for the coldest spot on earth was about the hottest which New York had known for years. As we steamed up the river, the din grew louder and louder. We passed President Roosevelt's naval yacht, the Mayflower, and her small gun roared out in parting salute. Surely no ship ever started for the ends of the earth with more heart-stirring farewells. President Roosevelt had himself inspected the ship and shaken hands with each member of the expedition. "I believe in you, Peary," he had said, "and I believe in your success, if it is within the possibility of man." So the little Roosevelt steamed away. On 26 July the Arctic Circle was crossed by Peary for the 20th time, and on 1st of August Cape York, the most northerly home of human beings in the world, was reached. This was the dividing line between the civilized world on one hand and the Arctic world on the other. Picking up several Eskimo families and about 250 dogs, they steamed on northwards. "Imagine," says Peary, "imagine about 350 miles of almost solid ice, ice of all shapes and sizes, mountainous ice, flat ice, ragged and tortured ice. Then imagine a little black ship, solid, sturdy, compact, strong and resistant, and on this little ship are 69 human beings who have gone out into the crazy, ice-tortured channel between Baffin Bay and the Polar Sea, gone out to prove the reality of a dream, in the pursuit of which men have frozen and starved and died." The usual course was taken, across Smith Sound and past the desolate wind-swept rocks of Cape Sabine, where in 1884 Greely's ill-fated party slowly starved to death, only 7 surviving out of 24. Fog and ice now beset the ship, and on 5th September they were compelled to seek winter quarters, for which they chose Cape Sheridan, where Peary had wintered before in 1905. Here they unloaded the Roosevelt, and 246 Eskimo dogs were at once let loose to run about in the snow. A little village soon grew up, and the Eskimos, both men and women, went hunting as of yore. Peary had decided to start as before from Cape Columbia, some 90 miles away, the most northerly point of Grant Land, for his dash to the Pole. On 12th October the sun disappeared, and they entered cheerfully into the great dark. "Imagine us in our winter home," says Peary, 450 miles from the North Pole, the ship held tight in her icy berth, 150 yards from the shore, ship and the surrounding world covered with snow, the wind creaking in the rigging, whistling and shrieking around the corners of the deck houses, the temperature ranging from 0 to 60 below, the ice pack in the channel outside as groaning and complaining with the movement of the tides. Christmas passed, with its usual festivities. There were races for the Eskimos, one for the children, one for the men, and one for the Eskimo mothers, who carried babies in their fur hoods. These last, looking like animated walruses, took their race at a walking pace. At last, on 15th February 1909, the first sledge party left the ship for Cape Columbia, and a week later Peary himself left the Roosevelt with last loads. The party assembled at Cape Columbia for the great journey north, which consisted of 7 men of Peary's party, 59 Eskimos, 140 dogs, and 28 sledges. Each sledge was complete in itself. Each had its cooking utensils, its 4 men, its dogs and provisions for 50 or 60 days. The weather was clear, calm, and cold. On 1st of March, the cavalcade started off from Cape Columbia in a freezing east wind, and soon men and dogs became invisible amid drifting snow. Day by day they went forward, undaunted by the difficulties and hardships of the way, now sending back small parties to the depot at Cape Columbia, now dispatching to the home camp some reluctant explorer with a frost-bitten heel or foot, now delayed by open water, but on, till they had broken all records, passed all tracks even of the polar bear, past the 87th parallel, into the region of perpetual daylight for half the year. It was here, apparently, within reach of his goal, that Peary had to turn back 3 years before for want of food. Thus they marched for a month. Party after party had been sent back, till the last supporting party had gone, and Peary was left with his black servant, Henson, and 4 Eskimos. He had 5 sledges, 40 picked dogs, and supplies for 40 days when he started off alone to dash the last 133 miles to the pole itself. Every event in the next week is of thrilling interest. After a few hours of sleep, the little party started off shortly after midnight on 2nd of April, 1909. Peary was leading. I felt the keenest exhilaration as I climbed over the ridge and breasted the keen air sweeping over the mighty ice, pure and straight from the pole itself. They might yet be stopped by open water from reaching the goal. On they went, 25 miles in 10 hours, then a little sleep, and so on again, then a few hours' rest and another 20 miles, till they had reached latitude 89 degrees. Still breathlessly they hurried forward, till on the 5th they were but 35 miles from the pole. The sky overhead was a colourless pall, gradually deepening to almost black at the horizon, and the ice was a ghastly and chalky white. On 6th April the pole was reached. The pole at last, writes Peary in his diary, the prize of 3 centuries, my dream and goal for 20 years, mine at last. I cannot bring myself to realize it. It all seems so simple and commonplace. Flags were hoisted at once on ice lances, and the successful explorer watched them proudly, waving in the bright Arctic sunlight at the pole. Through all his perilous expeditions to the Arctic regions, Peary had worn a silken flag, worked by his wife, wrapped round his body. He now flew it on this historic spot, which knows no north, nor west, nor east. Not a vestige of land was to be seen. Nothing but ice lay all around. They could not stay long, for provisions would run short, and the ice might melt before their return journey was accomplished. So after a brief rest they started off for Cape Columbia, which they reached after a wild rush of 16 days. It had taken them 37 days to cover the 475 miles from Cape Columbia to the pole, from which they had returned at the rate of 30 miles a day. The whole party then started for the Roosevelt, and on 18th July she was taken from her winter quarters and turned towards home. Then came the day when wireless telegraphy flashed the news through the whole of the civilized world, stars and stripes nailed to the North Pole. The record of 400 years of splendid self-sacrifice and heroism, unrivaled in the history of exploration, had been crowned at last. End of chapter 72. Chapter 73 of A Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge. Chapter 73. The Quest for the South Pole. An American had placed the Stars and Stripes on the North Pole in 1909. It was a Norwegian who succeeded in reaching the South Pole in 1911. But the spade work which contributed so largely to the final success had been done so enthusiastically by two Englishmen that the expeditions of Scott and Shackleton must find a place here before we conclude this book of discovery with Amundsen's final and brilliant dash. The crossing of the Antarctic Circle by the famous Challenger expedition in 1874 revived interest in the far south. The practical outcome of much discussion was the design of the Discovery, a ship built expressly for scientific exploration, and the appointment of Captain Scott to command an Antarctic expedition. In August 1901, Scott left the shores of England, and by way of New Zealand, crossed the Antarctic Circle on 3rd of January 1902. 3 weeks later he reached the great ice barrier which had stopped Ross in 1840. For a week Scott steamed along the barrier. Mounts Erebus and Terror were plainly visible, and though he could nowhere discover Perry Mountains, yet he found distant land rising high above the sea, which he named King Edward VII's Land. Scott had brought with him a captive balloon, in which he now rose to a height of 800 feet, from which he saw an unbroken glacier stream of vast extent stretching to the south. It was now time to seek for winter quarters, and Scott, returning to M. Murdo Bay, named by Ross, found that it was not a bay at all, but a strait leading southward. Here they landed their stores, set up their hut, and spent the winter, till on 2nd of November 1902 all was ready for a sledge journey to the south. For 59 days Scott led his little land party of 3, with 4 sledges and 19 dogs, south. But the heavy snow was too much for the dogs, and one by one died, until not one was left, and the men had to drag and push the sledges themselves. Failing provisions at last compelled them to stop. Great mountain summits were seen beyond the farthest point reached. We have decided at last, we have found something which is fitting to bear the name of him whom we most delight to honour, says Scott, and Mount Markham it shall be called in memory of the father of the expedition. It was 30th December when a tremendous blizzard stayed their last advance. Chill and hungry, they lay all day in their sleeping bags, miserable at the thought of turning back, too weak and ill to go on. With only provisions for a fortnight, they at last reluctantly turned home, staggering as far as their depot in 13 days. Shackleton was smitten with scurvy, he was growing worse every day, and it was a relief when on 2nd February they all reached the ship, alive, as near spent as 3 persons can well be. But they had done well, they had made the first long land journey ever made in the Antarctic. They had reached a point which was farthest south. They had tested new methods of travel. They had covered 960 miles in 93 days. Shackleton was now invalided home, but it was not till 1904 that the Discovery escaped from the frozen harbour to make her way home. Shackleton had returned to England in 1903, but the mysterious South Pole, amid its wastes of ice and snow, still called him back, and, in command of the Nimrod, he started forth in August 1907 on the next British Antarctic expedition, carrying a Union Jack, presented by the Queen, to plant on the spot farthest south. He actually placed it within 97 miles of the Pole itself. With a petrol motor car on board, Eskimo dogs, and Manchurian ponies, he left New Zealand on 1st January 1908, watched and cheered by some 30,000 of his fellow countrymen. 3 weeks later they were in sight of the great ice barrier, and a few days later the huge mountains of Erebus and Terror came into sight. Shackleton had hoped to reach King Edward VII's Land for winter quarters, but a formidable ice pack prevented this, and they selected a place some 20 miles north of the Discovery's old winter quarters. Getting the wild little Manchurian ponies ashore was no light job. The poor little creatures were stiff after a month's constant buffeting, for the Nimrod's passage had been stormy. One after another they were now led out of their stalls into a horse box and slung over the ice. Once on terra firma, they seemed more at home, for they immediately began pawing the snow as they were wont to do in their far-away Manchurian home. The spacious hut, brought out by Shackleton, was soon erected. Never was such a luxurious house set up on the bleak shores of the polar seas. There was a dark room for developing, acetylene gas for lighting, a good stove for warming, and comfortable cubicles decorated with pictures. The dark room was excellent, and never was a book of travels more beautifully illustrated than Shackleton's Heart of the Antarctic. True, during some of the winter storms and blizzards the hut shook and trembled, so that every moment its occupants thought it would be carried bodily away, but it stood its ground all right. The long winter was spent as usual in preparing for the spring expedition to the south, but it was 29th of October 1908 before the weather made it possible to make a start. The party consisted of Shackleton, Adams, Marshall, and Wild, each leading a pony which dragged a sledge with food for 91 days. A glorious day for our start, wrote Shackleton in his diary. Brilliant sunshine and a cloudless sky. As we left the hut, where we had spent so many months in comfort, we had a feeling of real regret that never again would we all be together there. A clasp of the hands means more than many words, and as we turned to acknowledge the men's cheer, and saw them standing on the ice by the familiar cliffs, I felt we must try to do well for the sake of everyone concerned in the expedition. New land in the shape of ice-clad mountains greeted the explorers on 22nd November. It is a wonderful place we are in, all new to the world, says Shackleton. There is an impression of limitless solitude about it that makes us feel so small as we trudge along, a few dark specks on the snowy plain. They now had to quit the barrier in order to travel south. Fortunately they found a gap called the Southern Gateway, which afforded a direct line to the pole. But their ponies had suffered badly during the march. They had already been obliged to shoot 3 of them, and on 7th December the last pony fell down a crevasse and was killed. They had now reached a great plateau some 7,000 feet above the sea. It rose steadily towards the south, and Christmas Day found them lying in a little tent, isolated high on the roof of the world, far from the ways trodden by man. With 48 degrees of frost, drifting snow, and a biting wind, they spent the next few days hauling their sledges up a steep incline. They had now only a month's food left. Pressing on with reduced rations, in the face of freezing winds, they reached a height of 10,050 feet. It was the 6th of January, and they were in latitude 88 degrees, when a blinding, shrieking blizzard made all further advance impossible. For 60 hours the 4 hungry explorers lay in their sleeping bags, nearly perished with cold. The most trying day we have yet spent, writes Shackleton, our fingers and faces being continually frostbitten. Tomorrow we will rush south with the flag. It is our last outward march. The gale breaking, they marched on till 9th of January, when they stopped within 97 miles of the pole, where they hoisted the Union Jack and took possession of the great plateau in the king's name. We could see nothing but the dead white snow plain. There was no break in the plateau as it extended towards the pole. I am confident that the pole lies on the great plateau we have discovered, miles and miles from any outstanding land. And so the four men turned homewards. Whatever our regret may be, we have done our best, said the leader somewhat sadly. Blinding blizzards followed them as they made their way slowly back. On 28th of January they reached the great ice barrier. Their food was well nigh spent. Their daily rations consisted of 6 biscuits and some horse meat, in the shape of the Manchurian ponies they had shot and left the November before. But it disagreed with most of them, and it was 4 very weak and ailing men who staggered back to the Nimrod towards the end of February 1909. Shackleton reached England in the autumn of 1909 to find that another Antarctic expedition was to leave our shores in the following summer under the command of Scott in the Terra Nova. It was one of the best equipped expeditions that ever started. Motor sledges had been specially constructed to go over the deep snow, which was fatal to the motor car carried by Shackleton. There were 15 ponies and 30 dogs. Leaving England in July 1910, Scott was established in winter quarters in McMurdo Sound by 26 January 1911. It was November before he could start on the southern expedition. We left Hut Point on the evening of 2nd November. For 60 miles we followed the track of the motors, sent on 5 days before. The ponies are going very steadily. We found the motor party awaiting us in latitude 80½ degrees south. The motors had proved entirely satisfactory, and the machines dragged heavy loads over the worst part of the barrier surface, crossing several crevasses. The sole cause of abandonment was the overheating of the air-cooled engines. We are building snow cairns at intervals of 4 miles to guide homeward parties, and leaving a week's provisions at every degree of latitude. As we proceeded the weather grew worse, and snowstorms were frequent. The sky was continually overcast, and the land was rarely visible. The ponies, however, continued to pull splendidly. As they proceeded south, they encountered terrific storms of wind and snow, out of which they had constantly to dig the ponies. Christmas passed and the new year of 1912 dawned. On 3rd of January, when 150 miles from the Pole, "I am going forward," says Scott, "with a party of 5 men with a month's provisions, and the prospect of success seems good, provided that the weather holds and no unforeseen obstacles arise." Scott and his companions successfully attained the object of their journey. They reached the South Pole on 17th January, only to find that they had been forestalled by others. And it is remarkable to note that so correct were their observations that 2 parties located the pole within half a mile of one another. Scott's return journey ended disastrously. Blinding blizzards prevented rapid progress, food and fuel ran short, till the weakened men struggled bravely forward, till, within a few miles of a depot of supplies, death overtook them. Scott's last message can never be forgotten. "I do not regret this journey, which has shown that Englishmen can endure hardship, help one another, and meet death with as great fortitude as ever in the past. Had we lived, I should have had a tale to tell of the hardihood, endurance, and courage of my companions, which would have stirred the heart of every Englishman. These rough notes on our dead bodies must tell the tale. But surely, surely, a great rich country like ours will see that those who are dependent upon us are properly provided for." It was on 14th December 1911 that Captain Amundsen had reached the Pole. A Norwegian, fired by the example of his fellow countryman, Nansen, Amundsen had long been interested in both Arctic and Antarctic exploration. In a ship of only 48 tons, he had, with 6 others, made a survey of the North Magnetic Pole, sailed through the Bering Strait, and accomplished the North-West Passage, for which he was awarded the Royal Medal of the Royal Geographical Society. On his return he planned an expedition to the North Pole. He had made known his scheme, and duly equipped for North Polar expedition in Nansen's little Fram, Amundsen started. Suddenly the world rang with the news that Peary had discovered the North Pole, and that Amundsen had turned his prow southwards, and was determined to make a dash for the South Pole. Landing in Whales Bay, some 400 miles to the east of Scott's winter quarters, his first visitors were the Englishmen on board the Terra Nova, who were taking their ship to New Zealand for the winter. Making a hut on the shore, Amundsen had actually started on his journey to the Pole before Scott heard of his arrival. I am fully alive to the complication in the situation arising out of Amundsen's presence in the Antarctic, wrote the English explorer. But as any attempt at a race might have been fatal to our chance of getting to the Pole at all, I decided to do exactly as I should have done had not Amundsen been here. If he gets to the Pole, he will be bound to do it rapidly with dogs, and one foresees that success will justify him. Although the Norwegian explorer left his winter quarters on 8th of September for his dash to the Pole, he started too early. 3 of his party had their feet frostbitten, and the dogs suffered severely, so he turned back, and it was not till 20th of October, just a week before Scott's start, that he began in real earnest his historic journey. He was well off for food, for whales were plentiful on the shores of the bay, and seals, penguins, and gulls abounded. The expedition was well equipped, with 8 explorers, 4 sledges, and 13 dogs attached to each. Amundsen is a splendid leader, supreme in organization, and the essential in Antarctic travel is to think out the difficulties before they arise. So said those who worked with him on his most successful journey. Through dense fog and blinding blizzards, the Norwegians now made their way south, their Norwegian skis and sledges proving a substantial help. The crevasses in the ice were very bad. 1 dog dropped in and had to be abandoned. Another day the dogs got across, but the sledge fell in, and it was necessary to climb down the crevasse, unpack the sledge, and pull up piece by piece, till it was possible to raise the empty sledge. So intense was the cold that the very brandy froze in the bottle and was served out in lumps. It did not taste much like brandy then, said the man, but it burnt our throats as we sucked it. The dogs travelled well. Each man was responsible for his own team. He fed them and made them fond of him. Thus all through November the Norwegians travelled south till they reached the vast plateau described by Shackleton. One tremendous peak, 15,000 feet high, they named Fridtjof Nansen. On 14th of December they reached their goal. The weather was beautiful, the ground perfect for sledging. At 3 p.m. we made halt, says Amundsen. According to our reckoning, we had reached our destination. All of us gathered round the colours, a beautiful silken flag. All hands took hold of it, and planting it on the spot, we gave the vast plateau on which the Pole is situate the name of the King Haakon VII. It was a vast plain, alike in all directions, mile after mile. Here in brilliant sunshine the little party camped, taking observations, till 17th December, when fastening to the ground a little tent with the Norwegian flag and the Fram pennant, they gave it the name Polheim, and started for home. So the North and South Poles yielded up their well-hoarded secrets after centuries of waiting, within 2.5 years of one another. They had claimed more lives than any exploration had done before, or is ever likely to do again. And so ends the last of these great earth stories, stories which have made the world what it is today, and we may well say was one of the most successful explorers of our times. The future may give us thrilling stories of the conquest of the air, but the spirit of man has mastered the earth. End of chapter 73.
Chapter 74 of a Book of Discovery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Book of Discovery by M.B. Synge, Chapter 74. Dates of chief events. The oldest known ships 6000 to 5000 BC. Expedition to Punt 1600 BC. Phoenician expeditions 700 BC. Necho's fleet built 613 BC. Anaximander the Greek invents maps 580 BC. Hecateuus writes the first geography 500 BC. Herodotus describes Egypt 446 BC. Hanno sails down west coast of Africa 450 BC. Xenophon crosses Asia Minor 401 BC. Alexander the Great finds India 327 BC. Nearchus navigates the Indian Ocean 326 BC. The geography of Eratosthenes 240 to 196 BC. Pytheas discovers the British Isles and Thule 333 BC. Julius Caesar explores France, Britain, Germany 60 to 54 BC. Strabo's geography 18 Anno Domini. Agricola discovers the Highlands 83 Anno Domini. Pliny's geography 170. Ptolemy's geography of maps 159. The first guide for travelers 4th century. St. Patrick explores Ireland 432 to 493. St. Columba reaches the Orkney Isles 563. St. Brandon crosses the Atlantic 6th century. Willibald travels from Britain to Jerusalem 721. The Christian topography of Cosmas 6th century. Nadod the Viking discovers Iceland 861. Eric the Red discovers Greenland 985. Leif discovers Newfoundland and North America 1000. Ozir navigates the Baltic Sea 890. Mohammedan travelers to China 831. Idris's geography 1154. Benjamin of Tudela visits India and China 1160. Carpini visits the Great Khan 1246. William de Rubruquis also visits the Great Khan 1255. Maflio and Niccolo Polo reach China 1260 to 1271. Marco Polo's travels 1271 to 1295. Ibn Battuta's travels through Asia 1324-1348. Sir John Mandeville's travels published 1372. Hereford Mappa Mundi appeared 1218. Anglo-Saxon map of the world 990. Prince Henry of Portugal encouraged exploration 1418. Zarco and Vaz reach Porto Santo 1419. Zarco discovers Madeira 1420. Nuno Tristram discovers Cape Blanco 1441. Gonzalves discovers Cape Verde Islands 1442. Cadamosto reaches the Senegal River and Cape Verde 1455. Diego Gamez reaches the Gambia River 1458. Death of Prince Henry 1460. Fra Mauro's map 1457. Diego Cam discovers the Congo 1484. Bartholomew Diaz rounds the Cape of Good Hope 1486. Martin Behaim makes his globe 1492. Christopher Columbus discovers West Indies 1492. Columbus finds Jamaica and other islands 1493. Columbus finds Trinidad 1498. Death of Columbus 1504. Amerigo Vespucci finds Trinidad and Venezuela 1499. First map of the New World by Juan de la Cosa 1500. Vasco da Gama reaches India by the Cape 1497. Pietro Cabral discovers Brazil 1500. Francisco Serrano reaches the Spice Islands 1511. Balboa sees the Pacific Ocean 1513. The first circumnavigation of the world 1519 to 1522. Cordova discovers Yucatan, 1517. Juan Grijalva discovers Mexico, 1518. Cortés conquers Mexico, 1519. Pizarro conquers Peru, 1531. Orclando discovers the Amazon, 1541. Cabot sails to Newfoundland, 1497. Jacques Cartier discovers the Gulf of St. Lawrence, 1534. Sir Hugh Willoughby finds Nova Zembla, 1553. Richard Cancellor reaches Moscow via Archangel, 1554. Anthony Jenkinson crosses Russia to Bukhara, 1558. Pinto claims the discovery of Japan, 1542. Martin Frobisher discovers his bay, 1576. Drake sails round the world, 1577 1580. Davis finds his strait, 1586. Barents discovers Spitzbergen, 1596. Hudson sails into his bay, 1610. Baffin discovers his bay, 1616. Sir Walter Raleigh explores Guiana, 1595. Champlain discovers Lake Ontario, 1615. Torres sails through his strait, 1605. Le Maire rounds Cape Horn, 1617. Tasman finds Tasmania, 1642. Dampier discovers his strait, 1698. Bering finds his strait, 1741. Cook discovers New Zealand, 1769. Cook anchors in Botany Bay, Australia, 1770. Cook discovers the Sandwich Islands, 1777. La Pérouse makes discoveries in China, 1785 to 1788. Bruce discovers the source of the Blue Nile, 1770. Mungo Park reaches the Niger, 1796. Vancouver explores his island, 1792. Mackenzie discovers his river and British Columbia, 1789 to 1793. Ross discovers Melville Bay, 1818. Parry discovers Lancaster Sound, 1819. Franklin reaches the Polar Sea by land, 1819 to 1822. Parry's discoveries on North American coast, 1822. Franklin navies the Mackenzie River, 1825. Beechey doubles Icy Cape, 1826. Parry attempts the North Pole by Spitzbergen, 1827. Denham and Clapperton discover Lake Chad, 1822. Clapperton reaches the Niger, 1826. René Kehl enters Timbuktu, 1829. Richard and John Lander find the mouth of the Niger, 1830. Ross discovers Boothia Felix, 1829. James Ross finds the North Magnetic Pole, 1830. Bass discovers his strait, 1797. Flinders and Bass sail round Tasmania, 1798. Flinders surveys south coast of Australia, 1801 to 1804. Sturt traces the Darling and Murray rivers, 1828 to 1831. Burke and Wills cross Australia, 1861. Ross discovers Victoria Land in the Antarctic, 1840. Franklin discovers the Northwest Passage, 1847. Livingstone crosses Africa from west to east, 1849 to 1856. Burton and Speke discover Lake Tanganyika, 1857. Speke sees Victoria Nyanza, 1858. Livingstone finds Lakes Shirva and Nyassa, 1858 to 1864. Speke and Grant enter Uganda, 1861. Baker meets Speke and Grant at Gondokoro, 1861. Baker discovers Albert Nyanza, 1864. Livingstone finds Lakes Meoro and Bangweolo, 1868. Stanley finds Livingstone, 1871. Livingstone dies at Ilala, 1873. Stanley finds the mouth of the Congo, 1877. Nordenskjöld solves the North-East Passage, 1879. Young husband enters Lhasa, 1904. Nansen reaches farthest north, 1895. Peary reaches the North Pole, 1909. Amundsen reaches the South Pole, 1911. End of chapter 74. And this is also the end of A Book of Discovery by M. B. Synge. Thank you for listening.